Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
รายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ Hello welcome everyone to Mobile Legend MSL Thailand Season 1
Assalamualaikum tonton dan puan selamat datang ke MSL Thailand Season 1
สวัสดีค่ะวันนี้นะคะก็กลับมาพบกับมินมินิมินนะคะและ
MLBB มาปางค่ะ ก็จะเจอกันเป็นวันที่ 2 แล้ว
ใช่ ในรอบ Playoff นะคะ
ใช่แล้วนะคะ แล้วก็ตอนนี้เราได้ 4 ทีมนะคะที่ผ่านทั้ง regular season มาแล้วก็ผ่านด่านเมื่อวานมานะคะ
ใช่แล้ว
จนมาถึงวันนี้วันที่2ด้วยกันทั้งหมด 4 ทีม มีทีมอะไรบ้างคะ
ทีมแรกนะคะ KOG King of Gamer Club ค่ะ
และทีมที่ 2 นะคะ ทีม Tenacity
และทีมที่ 3 ค่ะ ACT Esport Club
และทีมสุดท้ายนะคะก็คือทีม Bacon Time
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดถึงเนาะเหตุการณ์
ใช่
เมื่อวาน
นี่คือช็อก ช็อกแล้วช็อก
ซี
อี
นี
ก
มาสุด
แล้วก็ช็อก 2 ช็อก
ๆ ช็อกทั้งวัน
3 ใช่
นะคะ
ช็อกทั้ง
เมื่
วันแล้วก็ลุ้นแบบชนิดที่ว่า อุ๊ยแย่แล้วเท้าจิกพื้นใหญ่เลย
ใช่ทุกเกม
ทุกเกม
มีเรื่องให้ลุ้น
ใช่
ตลอดทั้งวัน
ไม่ใช่แค่ทุกคู่ด้วยนะ คือทุกเกมจริงๆ
ทุกเกมจริงๆ
ทุกแมตช์
ใช่
จ
ทุกเก
ริง
ม
ๆ ลุ้นแล้วก็มีแบบพลิกตลอดเผ็ดเลย
เผ็ด
เผ็ด
มาก
เลย
ทั้งสวนเลยเมื่อวาน
อ่ะเริ่มตั้งแต่คู่แรกเลย KOG
ใช่ KOG
สถิติไร้พ่า
ส
ย
ถิติอินซีดัมไร้พ่ายของเราก็ต้องบอก
ค่ะ
เลยว่าเมื่อวานเนาะก็
เสียสถิติ
เสียสถิติ
เรียบร้อย
โดย ACT Esport Club นั่นเอง โอ้โห
ใช่
ก็คือ
แล้ว
ทำให้อินซีดัมของเราเนี่ยพ่ายเลยเมื่อวาน
ใช่นะคะ แล้วก็บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอันนี้แอบ
ทีมเต็ง
เชียร์
ทีมเต็ง
ใช่ แล้วก็แอบเสียดายด้วยนะ
ใช่
คะ
เพราะว่าจริงๆ ทีมบุรีรัมย์ก็คือมีฟอร์มให้เราเนี่ยได้ลุ้นในทุกรอบเลย ตั้งแต่
ค่ะ
regular season จนมาถึงเมื่อวานนี้เนาะ
ใช่นะคะ แต่ก็แพ้กลับบ้านไปแต่ไม่เป็นไร เพราะว่าเรายังมีโอกาสซีซั่น2 ก็หวังว่าจะได้เจอบุรีรัมย์ที่แบบฟอร์มทีมขึ้นมาแข่งแกร่งอีกครั้งเนาะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ใช่
แล้วเบคอนไทม์เมื่อวานก็คือม้วนเดียวจบ
ค่ะ ชนะ
ซึ่ง
เทนาซิตี้
ก็
เป็น
แปล
ไง
กมากเหมือนกัน เพราะปกติแล้วเนี่ยเบ
ต้อง
คอ
แบ่
น
ง
เขา
แต้
ต้อง
ม
แพ้
ไหม
ก่อน
อ๋อ
ใช่เบคอนเขามันจะเป็นต้องแพ้ก่อน
ต้องแพ้ก่อน
ใช่
เป็นการถูกคำสาปไว้
เขาจะต้องแพ้ก่อนให้มีอะไรได้น่าตื่นเต้นแต่เมื่อวาน
ค่ะ
แบบเฮ้ยม้วนเดียวจบ
3-0 เลยนะคะ
โอ้
ชนะเทนาซิตี้ก็เลยทำให้เทนาซิตี้นะคะ ตกมาอยู่สายล่าง ใช่
ใช่
ใน
แล้ว
วันนี้
ค่ะ
นั่นเอง
ทำให้วันนี้ King of Gamer นะคะ จะได้เจอกับเทนาซิตี้ค่ะ
ใช่แล้วนะคะสำหรับทีมที่ชนะนะคะ ก็จะลงมาอยู่ที่สายล่าง แต่ทีม
ใช่
แพ้อันนี้คือก
ลับ
ตกรอบเล
บ้านก็คือพรุ่ง
ย
นี้ไม่เจอแล้ว
ใช่แล้ว
ถือว่า
คู่
ลุ้นตั้งแต่คู่แรก
แน่นอน
ลุ้นตั้งแต่คู่แรกเลย
แล้วก็เท้าจิกพื้นกันเหมือนเดิม
คลาสสิกเลย
รู้ไหมคะตอนแรกแอบนิดนึง ตอนแรกโต๊ะเราอยู่ตรงนี้ แล้วแบบว่า
ใช่
ดูไม่มันเลย
เพราะว่าปวดคอ
เชียร์ไม่มันเลย ขอเลยรีเควสขอพี่ทีมงานไปว่าขอนั่งข้างหลังเลยค่ะ ขอมองจอเด่นๆนะแล้วเราจะไม่เอียงคอดูอีกแล้ว
เห็นทุเหตุการณ์
จ้า
เห็นทุกเหตุการณ์
เก็บทุกเม็ดนะ เก็บทุกเม็ด
ใช่
อ่ะคู่ที่ 2 ของวันนี้นะคะจะเป็น ACT
ACT
Esport Club นะคะ พบ
เจอกั
กับ
บ
เบคอน
Bacon
ไท
Time
ม์ใช่ ทีมที่ชนะนะคะก็จะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลในวันพรุ่งนี้ไปเลย
ใช่
ส่วนทีมที่แพ้
ก็มาเจอกับทีม
ทีมที่แพ้จากคู่แรก
ใช่
ใช่
จะมาเจอกับสายล่างนะคะ
ใช่นะคะ
ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วดีกว่าน่าจะ
สำหรับ
พร้อม
คู่
แล้
แร
ว
กแน่นอนทุกคนแบบว่าเมื่อไหร่ 2 คนนี้
จะไปสักที
จะไปสักที
อยากดูนักแข่งแล้ว
สำหรับคู่แรกในวันอุ้ยเสียงมาแล้
เสียง
ว
มาแล้ว
เสียงบอกว่า
มาแล้ว
เสียงบอกว่าพร้อมแล้วเราไปได้แล้ว
ไปได้แล้ว
สำหรับคู่แรกในวันนี้นะคะ เป็นการเจอกันของ King of Gamer Club ค่ะ กับ Tenacity พร้อมไหมคะ พร้อมแล้วนี่พร้อมแล้ว
นี่พร้อมแล้ว
พร้อมแล้วพร้อมแล้ว
ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะ ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, I'm doing good. Bring it on. Hopefully you are too. I just had to do like a little bit of mouth reading for that one because unfortunately I cannot hear you right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you were
How about
silenced by
now?
Hugger. There you go. Now, yeah, I can hear you. Do you want to run it back? Let's do it one more time. Let's run it back. Let's do it one more time. All right, bring it on. Let's go.
Let's pretend nothing happened. Welcome once again to the second day of the playoffs here in the first ever season of the MLBB Super League Thailand. And joining you today in the English broadcast, I will be reintroducing myself. I'm Brigida, and together with me is Renmar, who is wearing red. That is what I mentioned in our intro. How are we feeling today? You already answered that. And I feel like even the hosts are feeling very energetic heading into the second day of the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are as well. I love the vibe that our two hosts always show all throughout the season, and I'm sure they're just as excited as we are to witness the matches. Of course, day number 1 of the playoffs had so many surprising results. If it wasn't in the outcomes, it was in the drafts. Questionable at times, though some of the in-game decisions were a little bit. Still, it made for a really exciting day number 1 of MSL Thailand. And honestly, while watching, I couldn't help but feel just a little bit jealous, even though it was a long day, especially for Gani, who had to cover for majority of the 20-plus minute games we saw yesterday. It was a very fun and interesting day number 1 for the playoffs.
I think that's why I heard, or I at least kind of recognized the host also saying long games, because we did come from a day which was sort of filled with quite a number of long games, and Gani too. I don't know if it's just something about Gani, but even during our first cast here in MSL, which was way back in day number 1, we just happened to see a couple long games, and I think that was the only day in the season where we also got to see a Savage, but more on that later, because I think despite that, there have been a lot of like changes throughout the weeks here in MSL Thailand. But we are about to take a quick look at today's schedule, because we have just 2 best of 5 series today, Renmar. Unlike yesterday, we had 4 series, but not all of them were best of 5s.
Yeah, of course, we opened it up with 2 best of 3s for the play-ins. But yesterday, all BO5s, KOG, they are coming off of a day wherein we saw them lose their first ever series this entire MSL Thailand Season 1. They dropped 3-1 to ACT, but it was one of those games that was much closer compared to the final result. Meanwhile, for Bacon Time and Tenacity, this to me was the most frustrating game to watch. I think I was a little bit more frustrated for Tenacity, not at them, but for them, because Bacon Time, they were just relentless, especially in their game 1 and 2, the fact that they showed up in Packed Florin. But we can discuss Bacon Time a little bit more and their little things that they showed up yesterday. But we are going to be starting it off with KOG and Tenacity in the lower bracket semis.
Okay, and now we will be supporting that with a bit of statistics immediately head on. So we are seeing a few of the more common picks here in MSL Thailand so far, because I believe even in this league, among all mid laners, there's such a high importance when it comes to the Zetian compared to like all the other mid laners we see, and even in other regions. Maybe this is something we see unique to MSL Thailand.
Oh, definitely. I think Zetian is a perfect slot in for the Thai playstyle, which puts a lot of importance into skirmishes and team fights. So a lot of the highlights, especially with highlight packages, we usually see it's going to be a lot of team fights. But you have to take into consideration when these team fights are fought. Are they fought around objectives? Are they fought randomly in the river? And for a couple of the series and games that we saw yesterday, a lot of it was just boiling down to team fights that broke out of nowhere, because a team decided, hey, an opportunity looks good here, even though maybe minion waves don't look that really good that we can push with, although this is one of those exceptions. They definitely had a minion wave here. Zetian is just the perfect foil to random team fights showing up, because if you mistime a team fight and a Zetian, a Fury of the Phoenix, comes down at the wrong time for you, your entire team's getting stunned and you're gonna get punished.
Yeah, which is why I also think the Badang is sort of a high pick, because in a similar way, if the team fights do happen or do favor them if they happen more randomly, then these kinds of heroes which are just capable of disrupting and turning around the situation might just work in their favor. And these are high priorities for Carnes in KOG, and on the other hand also BS from Tenacity. So they have their own signature picks, if I may say so, but at least now that they are going to have a rematch in a way, because I think the last time that they met each other was way back in week number 2, and it was still
Yep.
a maxed out series. It was a 2-1 in favor of KOG, and with Tenacity coming from a very unfortunate sweep, but we're hoping that they could somewhat bounce back and regain their momentum after losing to Bacon Time last night.
Yeah, my question right now, though, for KOG is, how shell-shocked are you that you lost your first series of the season yesterday? You're still here in the lower bracket, but now you're going up against a team like Tenacity, who I'd like to think they are a team that definitely would like to pounce on the weakness of a team. Whether it's in-game, whether it's outside of the game mentally, they're going to do what they can to draft and execute to make the most out of that. I will stand by something I've been saying about Tenacity for the longest time this season, wherein they are a team that really revolve around mainly 2 people, Song Jinwoo and Water. What pick does Water get? If I'm KOG, never give the joy to Water, or at least, actually no, don't even try to counter draft against it. Just make sure that Water doesn't get his joy. Meanwhile, for Song Jinwoo, if he gets something that can be annoying and can set out of nowhere, you're gonna be in a world of hurt.
And we're seeing them right in front of the stage right now, ready to head into this do or die for the both of them. Because yes, as you mentioned, KOG, I don't think it's something we really expected for them to immediately find themselves down to the lower bracket after finishing the regular season so strong in that top 1 spot. But Tenacity, this time around, will they actually get a hold of those heroes or those enablers that you mentioned that would really unlock their potential in this matchup? And I really like to put an emphasis on Coach Justin as well. That's another fellow Filipino you're seeing. But now we are going to take a look at the team lineup. So there's KZ. I think our Filipinos out there would really recognize him, but these standout players from this team as well, 33rd Zed, Payan, and Nile.
Yeah, I think Payan really needs to put in the extra work here to try and out-carry Grift at the side of Tenacity. Meanwhile, I think Rome is going to see a lot more importance here between Nile and BS. Watch out for their picks in the draft.
Yeah, this is VS, who we again highlighted earlier on. We got to see what his preferences were. It's mostly the high loss, and even Lord Guys, the Valentina. I think it's gonna be a key hero for Tenacity here. I'm wondering if we will be seeing the trades between the Zetian and that hero later on, because you practically get the same thing. If you get the Fury of the Phoenix, then you can still have a response to all those messy and random team fights happening. Let's watch this
อีกหนึ่ง
first.
ทีมคือผู้ท้าชิงที่พร้อมโค่นทุกคน นี่คือศึกของสองทีมที่ต้องการพื้นที่เพื่อไปต่อ
พวกเราอาจล้มลง แต่เราจะไม่จบลงตรงนี้ ความพ่ายแพ้ครั้งเดียว จะไม่ได้เปลี่ยนสิ่งที่พวกเราเป็น พวกเราจะพิสูจน์ให้เห็นว่ายังคงเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่ง ผมไม่ได้มาที่นี่เพื่อหยุดแค่รอบนี้ พวกเรายังมีเป้าหมายเดียวคือแชมป์
ตลอดฤดูกาลที่ผ่านมาพวกเราก็แข่งมาหลายเกมครับมาอยู่จุดนี้ก็ไม่ได้แข่งมาเพื่อแพ้ครับเทนเนสซิตี้ก็มีความมั่นใจในตัวเองว่าจะกลับมาเพื่อชนะอีกพวกเราก็ต้องการไปต่อครับเราก็จะทำทุกอย่างเพื่อมันพวกเราขาดแรงกดดันมากๆและสุดท้ายเราจะคว้าชัยชนะ
นี่คือโอกาสสุดท้าย และจะมีเพียงทีมเดียวเท่านั้นที่ได้ไปต่อ ทุกอย่างจะถูกตัดสินในแมตช์นี้
All right, now we got to see a glimpse of the preparations heading into this match, and we take a look at the head-to-head. So far, it looks very, very close between these two teams, Renmar.
Yeah, I think some of the numbers here got skewed a little bit closer to each other because of the games that KOG had yesterday. Meanwhile, despite the sweep that Tenacity faced off, game number 1 and 2 were very competitive. They were quite close. It was only really in game number 3 against Bacon Time where you could say that they were stomped, but they were trading it out for a good amount of the series. It's just that they were victims to some very surprising picks. 2 Benedetta games, 2 Florin games, and which is why I think KOG now, if they have anything prepared that is good for heavy team fights or countering heavy team fights. You know, when we play RG, there are always heroes that we love to ban out because it's not comfortable for us, right? We take out things like the Diggy. We never want to go up against like the Florid. I'm not saying Diggy and Florid are gonna show up here, but if they have something like that, then why the heck not?
Yeah, because I also feel like there was a struggle in terms of adjusting yesterday, because it's not like they just went up against the likes of the Florian in the first game or in just one game. The Benedetta and the Florian, as you mentioned, happened twice, but they seem to really struggle in terms of adjusting. It was somewhat a surprise, I guess, but I also couldn't take away the fact that it was a comfort pick for especially, let's say, Spider Miles last night. But more on that later, because now they again will be up against Tenacity first. And if we were to take a look back on Tenacity and their performance last night, it was okay. I mean King of Gamers, because we were already talking about Tenacity earlier. But yeah, King of Gamers last night, you did mention it was really close as well. And they had like the 26-minute game. I think most of their games were 20 plus minutes.
Yeah, majority of the series, these two were really tested in terms of how well they can handle the macro around the objectives. And you would see that teams who blew out majority of their abilities first would get quickly punished. So I expect KOG might be going into this with a little bit more of a, how do I say this? Self-actualization, self-realization that maybe their team fighting playstyle or their playstyle that carried them for majority of the season might get doubted a little bit, which is dangerous, because if you're a team that's been number one for majority of the standings, you're gonna want to continue how you've won through that. Now, ACT yesterday, one of the things that they did was they really targeted Kaizen's jungle picks. You see Baksha as one of the top 5 banned heroes of the season. Again, in a league that puts a lot of weight in team fights, Baksha, with how fast that he can rotate, can set up team fights first, and even be a really good turnaround playmaker late into a team fight if ever the Baksha comes in late. Things like the Freya also need to be watched out for here. Phovius is a great pickup for 33rd, going up against the likes of Song Jinwoo, who loves to pick up heroes such as the Arlot. So I want to see a little bit more of a shift here for KOG in terms of the picks, where it's just a slight adjustment. You still get to play your playstyle that you played with for majority of the season, but then you change it up a little bit. Instead of going for Enablers and the EXP, go for Disruptors and Macros, such as the Uranus, which allow you to maybe try and outsmart Tenacity a little bit more.
So are we looking for a bit of a more active role that we might get to see from Kaizen as well? Because you also did mention that, yes, I think teams tend to put a bit more focus on Kaizen, especially when it comes to the drafting. I think that's also why we got to see him pull out the Akai a couple times in week 4, and even just yesterday. Though that did result in a win, though, it wasn't necessarily the kind of jungler that you mostly just play around. Though there's a lot of disrupting that can happen with that, if it's just that. So 33rd, I agree. I might want to see him be the guy to take a bit more of that role, so Kaizen could really just allow himself to pull off all those mechanical heroes that we are really used to seeing from him ever since. So now we are gonna head into Dangerous Grass, and I'm hoping this is somewhat going to be a lot more effective for them. Whoa, a Fanny ban here from KOG first, alongside the Valier.
Yeah. The Valier, again, also very disruptive. Exort and from Bacon Time had a great game with the Valier yesterday. A game or two, if I'm not mistaken. And it goes to show that KOG might want to pack a very annoying roamer for Nile, something very disruptive, maybe along the lines of like a Khalid or a Hilda, which is why you want to play for a lot of priorities in the center. I think two heroes and the trade that we might have to look out for besides the Khalid and Hilda is maybe between the Valentina and Lilia as well. Whoever ends up with something like a Fredrin and Kimmy is also going to be very important, especially with the Baksha gone now. Tenacity has to think about I was just gonna say if they're gonna let the Guinevere through or not, but they answered it for me. They're not gonna let the Guinevere through. Harith has also risen up, not just in Thailand, but even in MCT East Asia and other leagues across the world, as just rush it. Teams are starting to not give a damn whether or not the Phoveus is open. Even if the Phoveus is open, there are teams willing to play that Harith. Still, though, I would suggest maybe pick up the Phoveus and pick up the Harith later, if not. Because I lean a little bit more towards the side of Phoveus. Pick that first. But hey, KOG decides to pick up the Zetian, which allows a Harith Phoveus potentially for Tenacity if they want to.
Oh, yeah. Well, then if Tenacity does prioritize those two heroes too, I would be a bit surprised if KOG also actually steal away the Hylos Prio for BS, considering that they also took out the Valier. Though we did suggest the other more disruptive roamers like the Hilda and Khalid, but Tenacity right now might be really thinking about what to pick up as a response. Though I would also really consider the Phoveus and a Harith as a really strong combination and pickup in this phase of the draft.
Yeah, because if you pick up the Phoveus and Harith here, you can pick up the Valentina for yourself later at Red 3. So, of course, they're going to go ahead and take it. So now the question for KOG is, are they going to lean towards the side of the jungle wherein you're a little bit more conservative and you decide to surprise show up with a Fredrin now? You also have to consider picking up the Claude because that's been the matchup all around the world. It's just Claude and Harith now. With the Freya gone, that's looking like a high probability, but don't also take out the possibility that Payan is going to show up with something like a Moskov. But you don't really only want to do that if you're going up against a static mid laner like an Even Farsa. So I'm thinking the Claude might be coming through here alongside the jungle, whether it's going to be the Fredrin or the Leomord, but they decide to completely swerve. This is a surprising approach. We put importance towards the roam mid trading. So KOG decide to lean towards the Khalid for Nile. We did expect that they're going to be playing a little bit more annoying style roamers, high invade, high priority in the center. But the Esmeralda comes completely out of left field. It's an older response to seeing a Phoveus and a Harith on the other side.
Yeah, and this is likely going to EXP anyway, right? And it's only been mostly KOG using the Esmeralda upon checking the statistics. It's been like 2 picks for them so far with 100% win rate. Things seem to be looking really good for them using this hero pick.
And also, as expected, the Lilia then shows up in the center. So this is why we put a lot more weight in the Khalid, Lilia, Valentina, Juicin trade. I wouldn't be surprised if KOG decide to ban out the Hilda and maybe even potentially the Cho if they don't want to go up against any type of roamer that might have the same tempo as the Khalid. But even more so, a high loss would slot in very well. KOG might want to consider banning that out. And yes, Tenacity still continuing the same approach as ACT and just looking at the bans towards Kaizen. I appreciate that they respected the Akai, respected Tenacity for the respect for the Panda, you know?
Although I do feel like we would want to see and cast an Akai game at least. It is
always
going to be taken away from us for now because it really works. Although I also feel like there might be a need for a bit more damage if we take a look at the lineup from KOG at least, especially towards the late game. But again, we still don't know what Payan is going to pick up. So there's always a possibility that he just grabs that really scaly gold laner that hopefully can match what the Harith is going to be capable of if we ever do get to the late game. And now they take out the Moscow, which could be one of it.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a confidence show here by Tenacity that we don't care about the matchup. Good ban there on the high loss. It slots in much better. I think they're much more okay with going up against something like a Hilda. You don't see enough right now to warrant picking up like a Gata Kacha at red 4. So we might just see the Hilda lock in now, or maybe even the Cho. Yeah, I think if Payan's going to end up with something like the Claude later, he's going to have to be ready up against Grift, just being very aggro in lane. With how they're banning, with how they prioritize the Harith early, this really feels like they're showing that Grift is confident that he can just beat up Payan in the laning phase.
Yeah. Willingly gonna let go of the Claude. I think they're gonna be really okay with that. So now they complete, or at least they pick up the Leomord for their jungle role. And that's another option down for Kaizen. as we wait for whatever jungle pick he is going to consider later on.
Yeah.
What else
I
could
think
he-
he's just gonna have to settle for something like a Fredrin, but then with the Lilia already there, it's gonna be really tough. They don't have the Fredrin Kimmy combo together. It's gonna be a juice in. Their damage spread is quite sad. I think they're gonna have to settle for something maybe surprising here. Pack a Nolan for the burst.
Nolan, yeah.
Maybe a Joy, but then with the Phoveus locking down on you with a heat-seeking shoulder tackle, might be tough. So go for raw burst here. If they go for something a bit more tanky, might not be good. Unless there's something surprising like a Martis.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of magic we're seeing from KOG
Yeah.
right now. Oh, and I think this is a really good response.
Yep. With the center of the map, you get priority with Glue and Lilia together, but let's see. There can be some matchups, especially with how well you can time the Desert Tornado and then the lift from the Zetian. You might be able to win out the trade early on against the Glue and Lilia. But then the inevitable thing is once you hit level 4, once you're heading into Turtle 2, especially around the Turtle 2 timers, that's when you start to see Lilia play really confident and now start giving a lot of difficulty for heroes such as Khalid and the Jusin. Now with the Harley pickup for Kaizen, I'm a little bit here or there about it, but I mean, it's a Harley. It's still really good. Let's see. It's just off to me that it's packed with a magic EXP laner like an Esmeralda.
Yeah, this is still dangerous grass nonetheless, so hopefully they're able to maximize that. But yeah, the presence of a glue is making me feel kind of iffy as well, because I've just seen countless instances wherein the glue just suddenly is able to get his stacks on the Harley, and that just changes everything. Although the Claude could have a much better time getting his stacks in as well, there are just so many interactions that we have to watch out for when it comes to this game as we finally head into game number 1. And as expected, they will be taking a bit of the better control so far when it comes to the river.
Yeah. Gonna have to take a close look as well at the laning phase here between the Claude and Harith if Grift is gonna be very aggressive. But so far, Nile and 33rd have been pressuring Water's side of the jungle.
Yeah, it's been Water already down to at least 30% HP. I guess this is one of the advantages of really having a lot of fighters early on who are just as tanky as these two. Water, oh my goodness! Wasn't even able to take that green camp and he got dived under the turret!
Perfect rotational start there by Nile and 33rd. Question was, where was BS? What's he doing all the way on the other side? You already see your jungler getting pressured like that. If the glue timed this rotation with the Leomord, it could have been better.
Okay, now that's a trade that maybe would be great for Tenacity. They got to stop Kaizen from at least stealing away more jungle camps, and they even got a kill. So it's been a not so good start for both of our junglers so far.
Yeah, now same question for Kaizen. Bro, you're good. You already saw that the Water got taken down. He would be able to get back there in time, but still, Kaizen, let's see if he's going to be able to hit level 4. He should be. Water needs to get his purple buff first, so Kaizen's going to get here first. But KOG will be able to gank the EXP lane.
Whoa, Deadly Magic already used. Water still not level 4. He needs that purple buff. Now he finally is, but KOG are finally starting this turtle. Great zoning coming out from Nile and Zed as well. But it seems like BS is ready to go in anytime. 33rd with the zoning. They might actually find first a kill on Nile as Kaizen takes the turtle, and the trade is gonna be Nile. But Water somehow... Again, KOG find Water, not so good for Tenacity, and they get to take down Song Jinwoo as well, possibly even BS, but he gets to run away, and 33rd will not force to chase.
Oh, my skepticism towards the Esmeralda is getting answered really quick with how 33rd started this off with the invade alongside Nile in the Lizard of Tenacity, how he's targeting during the team fights. Yeah, I am now reminded why Esmeralda in very specific situations is a really good pick.
Water forced to use the Phantom Steed again. Might just want to fight back this time. but they won't. They need to farm first. They recognize the 2-level gap that exists between these two junglers already, and I guess they can't afford to waste any more time.
If Tenacity, especially BS and Lord Guys, can stabilize around the center and see if they can get some good pokes in heading into Turtle 2, that should give them the advantage. Again, that's one of the expected timers for a lineup that is that has a Lilia and then it's also paired with a glue. But look how 33rd and Nile still want to continue the aggression towards Water's Lizard, and Song Jinwoo is forced to respond to this Esmeralda rotation.
Yeah, the laning, I think, is the main thing that KOG really wanted to address. We're not seeing the threat of a Phoveus just yet, because it's always 33rd. Look at 33rd, already 2-0-1 and leading in gold even in our charts. Deadly Magic used on Song Jinwoo, but at least they're still able to not allow KOG get much of their turrets.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a bit of a counter jungling rotation now by Water. He wants to get the Lizard, but he now realizes, wait, the river is up and I'm up against a Khalid. I need to get out of here. So good decision by Water to back off. Second turtle of the game. This has to be the window where Tenacity gets a bigger win for themselves to even things out.
Okay, Lord Guys just can't go in. BS already down to half HP. Song Jinwoo coming in from the sides, forced to flicker out just because of that. And the Raging Sandstorm from Nile. Now it's 33rd jumping in as well with the Falling Star Moon. Song Jinwoo's not able to do much, not even as the Phoveus in this game, as KOG take this second turtle for themselves and might just want to keep going. Look at how they take away that orange buff from Water.
Water just wants to play professional MLBB, but he can't. He's like, what are you gonna do when the opposing team keeps invading you and you can't jungle comfortably? KOG have just rotated perfectly out of the lanes. They've been active. It is a much more active 4-man here with KOG. They're not just playing static. They're invading, they're pressuring, they're controlling the river, controlling the opposing jungle. And Tenacity's gonna have to wait longer to find their window because their Turtle 2 window has closed. They don't have that much of a window for Turtle 3. They might have to wait up until Lord Guys and Grift have their items and play for their magic damage dealer mains.
Yeah, but the thing is, even Payan, he's getting really good farm, and he's not even been part of like a lot of the big team fights just yet. He's just been working on the objectives. He's just been working up on his gold. He's already 4.5k currently with the DHS, and now KOG might try for this bottom lane turret, but this is something Tenacity has been really holding on to. At least for now, they've only gotten one turret, but just look at where 33rd constantly rotates around the map. He's got everyone in check from Tenacity.
You could really see here how 33rd's initial rotations messed up Tenacity's play. Why they pick up the Leomord over the Harley. Water getting invaded again! Just let this man play MLBB, KOG!
He is still 2 levels behind you, Kaizen. He's not even able to catch up.
I think this really shows what kind of team Tenacity is, because yeah, one thing we've said about them all throughout the season is it's in their name. They play with a lot of tenaciousness, that aggression, that gusto. But then if you stop their mid-trio rotations, if you just try to counter against them with very aggressive invades, don't make them comfortable, they can't play with any tenacity.
Yeah, and I just want to bring back the idea we brought up about, oh, hold on, Lord Guys, force use the black shoes, Raging Sandstorm out, okay, no one dies just yet. Going back, I might want to bring back what we were mentioning about Song Jinwoo and Water, because it's clear that KOG really worked on shutting down these two players from Tenacity.
Yep.
And look where we are now. We don't really get to see any playmaking happen just yet from Tenacity. It's been a very passive start from them so far, apart from, I guess, that first rotation we got to see from BS and Lord Guys. Another Deadly Magic. Oh, that Falling Star Moon coming in from 33rd! But he might just get punished here. It's a shutdown for Grift.
Okay, 33rd was feeling it a little bit too much there. I think he was expecting the rest of the team to dive in with him. Still a very, very small win for Tenacity as KOG have been opening up the map. Good side lane push towards the bot side for Payan. So they got something out of that, but they're losing map space. And up against a team that has like a Khalid and a Harley together, that's going to be really tough to recover through. Oracle was the second build item of 33rd. He didn't even go for the Esmeralda build that wants to build for defense. It goes for an enchanted talisman. That's how you know that you're in the lead. This is a stroke of genius by KOG. I'm gonna have to write a formal letter of apology for not seeing the genius of this Esmeralda pick, how he's playing it, what it does to a Phoveus. Again, reminded, we did say in the draft that this is like an old response to the Phoveus, maybe like around 2 seasons ago, where it was Esme, Phoveus, CC, Lapu was the main trades.
I'm gonna have to sign that letter as well, because I also got blinded by the idea or the fact that we had a bit too much damage from the side of KOG. But well, technically, if these magic damage heroes are already enough to just get past the early game and whatever struggles may come from it, then look at Paya now. He's in the best possible spot that he could be in, and we weren't even able to see a blazing duet come out from this guy just yet, and they will take a free Lord in their hands. Only 9 or 10 minutes into this game, and so far we already have a 5k gold lead for KOG. They might just try and take this mid turret, but Tenacity are gonna really try their best to defend.
Yeah, the audacity of that last Lord take. Kaizen played away from the Lord. It was 4 members of KOG taking the Lord down because he knew that Tenacity wouldn't be able to invade, or at least contest that, excuse me. So Kaizen invaded the purple side, wasn't able to take it, but at least checked the information, which led to them being a little bit more free to take the orange buff just now without a problem. So with the Lord marching down bot, KOG will be able to make progress towards the mid. Lord Guys is gonna have his black shoes forced out now by Kaizen. This is KOG all in control.
Yep, Holy Shields are most probably going down now. I feel so worried for Tenacity. I just hope they don't get baited out by Kaizen and his hat tricks. More so for Song Jinwoo, because if he gets suddenly brought back in with just a single shoulder tackle, maybe then that could be very devastating for Tenacity, as they would definitely need as much members as they can for this upcoming defense. It's already a 7k gold lead that we have for KOG, and I think that's what they're really trying to achieve at this point in the game. It's not risking too much when it comes to making a play like what we saw from 33rd, but it's more on baiting out some reactions from Tenacity, so you could just really force the mistakes. Oh, but now it's Tenacity walking straight into their trap. Song Jinwoo got to escape, but Payan finishes him off with a blazing duet.
Yeah, that was just KOG completely ready for Tenacity's rotation into the purple side of their jungle. Now they're gonna freeze them out of the orange, so no more buffs here for water. KOG have really just, as we mentioned earlier, targeted Song Jinwoo, have targeted water, the Esmeralda of 33rd, their early rotations. Story, very clear. Tenacity, not ready for it, and they're getting punished. What a stroke of genius. They knew that they were going to be giving up the Phoveus and the Harith. Tenacity bit into it. I'm not sure if they expected the Esmeralda to come up, but so far with how they're playing, it really feels like they weren't ready for this, especially because they weren't able to protect water early on. Yes, they were able to take Kaizen down, but then that wasn't that worthy a trade because you still don't have that early game answer for that Esmeralda. So even if Kaizen got taken down, it's a quick respawn. His orange buff spawned up. He hit level 4. It's those little things that you aren't taking into consideration that to me shows like there are still some lapses in the overall big picture decision making of Tenacity.
Yeah, Kaizen went down, but 33rd and Nile never let go of that bottom side of the map. It was them just constantly really being in the face of Tenacity. And it's not like Kaizen wouldn't be immediately able to bounce back. Just look at him now, once again, being the guy to secure that Lord. And I think at this point, being the guy to just really try and go for these bait plays. Now the Lord immediately spawns down bottom. They've been managing the waves really well, but at this point, with a 10k gold lead, could the wave clear? Could the Lilia possibly answer all this pressure that's about to come in from KOG?
Yes, but I think the other question for me alongside that is, can Song Jin-woo and BS live long enough?
Oh yeah. That's another deadly magic you got to see just now with all three waves synced up. Oh, water! Water nearly went down! How did that even happen? Kaizen wasn't there! The damage was just from what, Zed or Payan?
Yep.
Oh, deadly magic. BS using the spread. Water still working on that Lord, but all base turrets are now about to fall. Infernal Pursuits, Flicker Dark Wave from Song Jin-woo, but he gets immediately bursted down. And now the Zaman Force has a response with the Blazing Duet and the Winter Crown. Grift is already very low, but at least Water, they're able to deal with the Lord.
11,000 end climbing is a gold lead. Kaizen goes in with deadly magics, and Water forced back. He just got out of the respawn.
Oh my goodness, another Zaman Force! Lord guys, nowhere to be found. Payan, he's just able to use all these auto attacks, and it's enough for KOG to still fight back. Now they're knocking on the base. They still have a minion wave alongside them, but the Phantom Steed is here from Water. He tries to defend. There goes another deadly magic! Blazing Duet! There's the immortality from Nile Pop, but Song Jin-woo again going down! Water as well with the knockup from the Lantern Flare, and it's gonna be a wipeout! KOG will take game number 1!
In the immortal words of Shaquille O'Neal, I'm sorry, 33rd. Sorry, coach, I wasn't familiar with your game. The Esmeralda pick executed to perfection, making the most of some early lapses from the Romid duo of Tenacity, and they just never let go. If 33rd doesn't get the MVP here, I might be just a little bit annoyed. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that... I swear, even in that last sequence, just look at this now. Your question got immediately answered. Song Jin-woo could not last long enough. Song Jin-woo, BS, couldn't really tank the damage. And Lord Guys couldn't even throw out all those blooms just because of the threat that you could anticipate in terms of the burst coming in from KOG. Like, it's either Kaizen, it's either Zed just jumping in, and everything just seemed so well coordinated for KOG in that game number 1. It was not a 20-minute game to start the second day of the playoffs.
It was a fast one, very decisive early on. King of Gamers, it looks like they really knew what they needed to do to make this start work. Usually in these beginnings, I would hopefully think that we can credit the coach for this, because you know those moments where after the draft shows up, you see the coach go looking left, looking to the right. He's gonna be speaking into his microphone. He looks like he's angry, but he's just like really dictating some conditions and some early plays that they can go for. If that was coach's call, shout out to the coach. If that was 33rd and Nile just deciding on the fly, hey, let's just invade this guy's lizard. Shout outs to them. It's crazy to think that it was one rotation very early on in the game that just got Tenacity super uncomfortable for the entire game.
It brings me back to the early days wherein we got to see the Khalid being brought back in the meta. He was able to do that alone, but I don't think you can anymore in the current meta. But he got a lot of help. He got big help from 33rd right there. Nile and 33rd did such a spectacular job at just really making sure the early game went their way. So we barely had to pay attention to the other parts of the map. Not even the threat of a Harley Claude matchup seemed to matter for them. And okay, sir, you can afford to keep flexing right there. Let's see what Renmar would be saying about Payan. I think he also really somewhat deserves this MVP title.
Yeah, you know what? everything was set up for Payan. If he messed up here, maybe we wouldn't have seen the wins that KOG got in some team fights, maybe 2 or 3 fights before the final siege. He went perfect as well. He got the job done, but again, 33rd in what he did with his Esmeralda was just, it was glaringly obvious the impact that it had, which of course leads to an MVP performance for Pai, and he was able to get out of lane quickly, though Grift was able to get a kill or 2 here and there. Ultimately, it was also his place with the Blazing Duet and his entries that would force Tenacity to reposition, and then they're put in this awkward spot wherein they might have blew out a little bit too much resources to try and focus down on the Claude, which left things open for their Esmeralda, open for the other heroes on the side of KOG to just jump on the members of Tenacity who've already used their main dashes, battle spells, and ultimates.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of attempts from Tenacity nonetheless. Like even towards that end, it seems like Song Jin-woo tried to take a more active role with that flicker dark wave that we're seeing right now, right on cue. But again, you just can't really provide the right amount of follow-up. The damage won't be enough just yet. It's mostly just like sacrificial plays you try to go for to extend the game as much as you can, when clearly it seems like they were just delaying the inevitable from what we got to see based on KOG and how their understanding of the game actually worked. And it's not just it's not just like it was limited in terms of the draft. It was something they clearly designed to answer back and counter Tenacity and what we know of them, what we know to really work for their playstyle, which is again activating the EXP and the jungle early on.
Yeah, which is why I can't even blame them for picking the Leomord over the Harley, because when you see the Juicin and the Khalid, you're already thinking that there's a good risk that that's going to be a lot of invades. Obviously, the glue is going to be a little bit slower, so you want a jungler that can take care of himself really well. But that doesn't mean you leave your jungler alone when he's aggressively getting invaded by 2 opposing members. You rotate and help. I wouldn't want to think of it as a nitpick anymore. It was glaring that BS's presence was severely missed by Water. If it was Water's call to tell BS, hey man, just protect my orange side, I think we can get them there. Okay, but then again, the big picture of it all. They got the kill, orange buff spawns, Kaizen gets it, the Esmeralda was unbothered, meaning that the Esmeralda can aggressively just jump on the Leomord, come Turtle 1, and then if your Leomord is uncomfortable and he gets zoned out, how is he going to win that retro battle? If KOG wins that retro battle, then their Juicin and Khalid is inspired, or not inspired, but encouraged to keep fighting and keep being aggressive. Well, in a way that is an inspiration in itself, because they get the turtle buff. But yeah, there's a lot of things that you can really pick apart from the decisions of Tenacity. But I wonder if this now sets unexpected precedents of Esmeralda coming back, with the Phoveus and Harith becoming rush picks. What then now do you do against an Esmeralda in lane? Because again, we're reminded as to why the Esmeralda was an old counter to the Phoveus.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just really KOG and the amount of preparation that they made for the playoffs specifically, or was it something that they learned along the way as they were preparing for the playoffs? Because again, if you take a look at the statistics of the entire tournament, it's only been KOG and Valley Thai bringing out the Esmeralda for this entire season. So it's really just today that we probably got to see the threat of the Esmeralda, but it was always up against the Phoveus. So if we're putting like an emphasis on like on the Phoveus as a power pick, then maybe, just maybe, Tenacity, unlike yesterday, might really have to be or make sure that they can adjust on the fly, because this is a much more dangerous spot than they've been in last night, and they cannot afford to lose twice to the same idea or the same strategy like what we saw from them last night going up against Bacon Time.
Yeah. Well, like heading into this, one of the picks that we suggested for them was like maybe Uranus in the EXP lane for 33rd, which in some ways it would have done the same thing that Esmeralda did in the start of the game. We know that the Uranus can temper the Phoveus, maybe even beat it in lane. So
Yeah.
it's them taking this the step up because they already saw the Phoveus, the Harith on the other side, and they said, okay, we already know the Esma is good against the Phoveus. It's also going to be even better knowing that there's Harith on the other side. There's more shields that you can steal. And in the long run, that turned off Tenacity from picking up something like the Hilda in the roam that maybe could have helped out and even be more devastating to deal with for the Zetian and the Khalid. I really think we might be seeing here a pick to really watch out for KOG and for the rest of this playoffs, and maybe even potentially the playoffs of our own leagues here in the Philippines, the upcoming playoffs as well for Thailand, not Thailand, excuse me, but Malaysia and Indonesia. KOG are cooking something with this with the Esmeralda.
Yeah. Honestly, like there are just suddenly these picks that have been showing up more frequently. I feel the Esmeralda included, that might just change the way we really expect the drafts to go a little bit. And I think we started seeing that a bit more in the mid lane because of like the gourds, the amount of gourds that are suddenly showing up. So I know a fellow talent of ours is very, very happy about this, but that's just one of the many changes that we're seeing. So I'm wondering, I think here in MSL Thailand, there also have been some gourd games. I think just yesterday we got to see some. So that's one. We will be looking out for that from ACT, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is gonna boil down now to what trades happen in the EXP with a Esmeralda pick floating around. Are you now gonna be willing to give up the Harith? Like, let's say hypothetically they both end up in the exact same sides: KOJ blue, Tenacity red, same exact bans. Then if you're not going to be getting the Phoveus and Harith, does that mean you're going to be going to pick up the Claude? Are you going to open up the option? Because one of the reasons why Esmeralda fell out is because she got way too squishy with the presence of so many strong like Trinity heroes, with the carry and the Claude showing up a lot more. Moskov still as an option. That continuous damage is something that the Esmeralda isn't that fond of. She shines a little bit more against burst types. After that burst, you get to build up shields, continue your aggression. So that then changes the trade into the gold lane. I think the most stable ones are most likely going to be Roman mid. I don't see a lot of room trying to escape from the Juicins, the Zetians, the Khalids, Hildas, even the Glue Roam option still really good. Maybe a slight shift in the jungle, but more maybe just towards the race of picking up things like the Harith, rushing for that, the Suyo, but then of course the Suyo was
snubbed
just
in
completely
game one.
snubbed. Yeah, it was snubbed in the last one too. Nah.
Yeah. The Freya got a bit
okay,
more.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think that Tenacity were just a little bit too scared of the presence of the Khalid?
The Khalid. Because when was the Khalid? Oh, Khalid was like first phase.
Yeah, it was picked up in blue 2-3.
So the Lilia, Leomord, and the Glue were the choices after the Khalid.
Right?
I in a way.
Yeah.
In a way, but I'm hoping they don't get too reactive again. If that were to
exactly.
be the case.
Yeah.
Because I think
if Tenacity start getting reactive, they don't play their game.
Yeah, exactly. They changed the game plan a bit too much. Well, we did expect like the exact sequence from Tenacity, nonetheless. But maybe try to not just be too reactive and also adjust on the fly, like in game. Because again, the
Yeah.
BS play, where BS really positioned himself
Yeah.
throughout the early game was something
Yeah.
that we were wondering about.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely say that was BS. A bad spot. It was the bad spot to be in. You should have really tried to protect your jungler just a little bit more. So, hopefully, yeah. I think we've picked apart Tenacity enough. I trust the
Yes.
coaches. I mean, they've had a terrific season. They could have been one of the teams to make it into the top 2 spot. Of course, because of the I think it was Bacon Time had more games. Yeah, it was Bacon Time who had more games to close out the final week, that they had the higher chance of stealing the slot away from Tenacity. So just show off again why you got to the spot wherein it looks like
Yeah.
you were gonna be alongside King of Gamers getting into the second round right away. They have it in
It looks
them.
like it looks like 33rd's just all smiles though. Like I'm really liking
Yeah.
the way he's smiling right now, and I understand why. After that Esmeralda game,
Yeah.
you can afford to smile as much as you want. And this is our player head-to-head between Kzen and Water. So interestingly enough, there are much better stats what we get to see from Water, but it's probably also because of just the heroes that they choose to play.
Yeah, of course, Water, he flows with it. If he gets his assassins, if he gets his favorite picks, just expect him to shine. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe if down to the wire, let's say this ends up becoming 2-0, even if it looks really awkward, they might just pick up a Joy in game number 3 and still somehow get a win with it. That's how good he is with that pick, and that's how comfortable they are playing with that. Now, I'm thinking though if how they're gonna approach this game number 2. I hope we can already see the draft so we can see in
Yeah.
what side that they're gonna be on. Because if they're just gonna try to reiterate and maybe fix a bit of the decisions they made in the draft in game number 1, I wouldn't mind if they actually just tried to go red side here again and just adjusted. Now knowing that there's an Esmeralda that could show up on the other side.
Yeah. Now it's also like making so much more sense to me why the Valir was just taken out, because there was this condition that they were really planning to do. So
Yeah.
there's like the first few bans are already really telling of what to expect from KOG. If ever they do get blue side once again, because now we'll be in expanding rivers. So let's see what the sides are gonna be for both of these teams. Hopefully it's hopefully for Tenacity it's okay,
they
it's Tenacity
switch.
going on blue. Okay.
Okay. Still respecting the hell out of the Guinevere, and this time they take out the Phobius. They don't want to just like rush pick that. I think that's also a signal that KOG is going to be losing the Harith. Most likely going to be a rush for the Harith here on Grift. Question is, what then do you consider taking out? You don't have to worry about the Esmeralda now, since that was more of just an answer to the Phobius and the Harith together. And it would be too greedy if KOG still decided to pick up the Esmeralda just as an answer to Harith. Again, it worked out well in the last one because it was answering 2 things.
Yeah, and not with like the Baksha still open, I guess. Because
Exactly. Oh, wait. No, yeah. They also have to consider the Baksha now, because I don't think KOG want to ban out their pick. Oh, they ban out the Harith. I think they know that maybe Water isn't going to lean towards picking up the Baksha, and they might be able to just get away with picking it up.
So
I think you go
they
Marcel here.
prioritize? Huh. I wonder. Or nah. It's the Claude is still there, but or the Harley?
Yeah. Harley too, you also have to consider. I think BS just needs to be more active and make his presence felt. I'd want to see him pick Marcel more, but okay, they pick up the Baksha. I think KOG would want to pick up the Marcel now. And then with the Harith and Freya taken away, they can pick up the Claude. So they can go for Claude Marcel. There's a wide pool of mid laners. Think they don't need to rush the Valentina. I think teams have also grown to the point where they're now willing to play Marcel against the Valentina. They're not that scared anymore of giving up a golden hour.
Mm-mm. This is so great for the Baksha pickup though, because we're in expanding rivers. So like,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully, this time around, Water doesn't get, or Water gets to play MLBB. You know, like
Yeah.
hopefully this
If he
time
still
around, he.
doesn't get to play MLBB as a Baksha, bro, I feel really bad for him. Oh, how?
Oh. Well, the Zetian was something I was also considering because of like how the passive
Mm-hmm.
works. I just didn't expect like
Yep.
the Cho to come out this early on.
Same. Well, that's always been one of the things that we considered when Cho was a little bit more active in the meta. Oh, a Selena. Okay. I think, yeah, this was something banned out by Bacon Time. It was either game 2 or game number 3 against Tenacity. So now knowing that you're up against the Cho and with all of the vision on the map, especially since I learned not to hate on an early Selena pick after how Mingwin performed in MPLPH with this hero. I would like to say, with the Baksha, with the traps that you can place, interesting. Considering that you're the roam mid combo, you go for that swerve, you still end up with the Suyo. So this is a lot of
Yeah.
pressure by Tenacity, and I like that now they focus on the roam mid trio to dominate, but then you give up the Sora without the Valentina to worry about. This could be punished in the early objective fights just when Sora hits level 4. If you're not careful, they still ban out the Valentina as a potential of it going into the EXP lane. So good
Yep.
checklisting here by KOG, but I like the priorities of Tenacity. It's not them being reactive, it's them with their
Yeah.
best foot forward of wanting to take control.
Now they're sticking to plan, and I am already starting to imagine how the rotations are gonna look like. The Baksha, the Selena, either can go first. If you land that Abyssal Arrow or Baksha Shield Unity, you could already expect the other to follow. And so early game positionings are definitely gonna be key for King of Gamers here. Both junglers, by the way, really commendable Suyo users. Just a 43-50% win rate difference between the two, but now it's the junglers that are
Yeah.
now being focused on for Tenacity. Kaizen again finds himself in this spot, but it seems like he's always okay with being in second phase because he has like
Yeah.
an entire or such a deep hero pool anyway.
Yeah, I think KOG were also ended up having to ban out the Uranus because in my head they might have wanted to try to take out the Lapu. It's one of the best heroes that you can use to deal with the Sora, and also because you just have someone who doesn't have to worry about getting knocked back by the Zetian passive to just force the passive away. But then you take out the Uranus because the Uranus takes out pretty much does the same thing, just with a different kit overall, but it would have been more annoying for them to deal with. Because if you kick the Lapu Lapu to the back, there's a good chance you might be able to take him down, make him waste his abilities. But if you kick a Uranus, especially if the Uranus is packing Purify, it's not going to be a good time. Tenacity still respecting the utility jungles that could show up. You still can pack a Fredrin here, but it just might be too slow. So I think the KOG jungle pick should come up later and then just pick their gold laner now. Try to get a really good matchup for Payan. With all of the dive on the side of Tenacity, you don't have to worry about an artillery mage. I think Moskov is well warranted. More mobility. There we go.
Yeah. Exactly as you mentioned. And meanwhile, for Tenacity now, we finally are able to take a look at their sides. What does Song Jin-woo finally play in this scenario? You gotta consider he's going up against the Sora, so if they really want to have a better laning phase, against the Sora, since the Uranus is out,
Well, we mentioned the Lapu Lapu earlier. I think would be really good.
Lapu. It's just, yeah, it's just really gonna be a Lapu at this point. Okay. We're waiting for Kaizen. Is it the Fredrin or is it something else that he has in mind for the jungle.
Yeah, Fredrin. This might be a really tough Fredrin game. You're up against the mobility of the Suyo. I think they might just end up having to settle for something like the Leomord, which is still open. But then that might be a little bit too dependent on them getting some kills early, and with the boxer there, that might not be happening unless you're already level 4. I'm thinking there's a surprise pick potential.
They banned the
Because the
Hayabusa
Lamor just feels
early.
too safe. Oh wait, no, yeah, Haya, but you're up against the boxer and might be you might not be able
That's
to play.
true.
Okay, so it is a bit of a surprise. They get the Joy. Okay, let's see how Case is gonna play the Joy against Water, who has made a name for himself as one of the best Joys in the world.
That's gonna be a statement right there from Kazan if
Yeah.
ever he still gets to perform out of his mind on the Joy. Such a shift from playing a game number 1 on the Harley, still a Magic, if it's just that, but we're seeing
Yeah.
a lot of mobility from both sides this time. Nothing too reactive whatsoever, and that's what I really like, especially coming from Tenacity. So they clearly have this plan in mind. I'm just worried about still the early game execution. Like, how are they going to position themselves and rotate? Because that's what drastically changed the outcome in game number 1,
Yep.
despite how promising their early game picks were.
Yeah, it's also really tough, I think, to find the balance for them when they initiate the team fights, because they are 4 heroes who love to dive, centered around a gold laner that if the Cho gets to him, if the Joy gets to him, of course the Joy, the old counter to the Granger, then where are you gonna get your damage? The thing is though, if Tenacity get a really good early to mid game, even if by late game Grift still is, you don't feel his damage, he doesn't have stacks on Skypiercer. By the way, this is gonna be Water. Hopefully he's the one not packing Skypiercer, because he'll be way too greedy if you give it to the Suyo. You still have the damage available for you with just the other 4 members of Tenacity. Now, I think one of the heroes we also have to watch out for mainly is the Cho. Is Nile just gonna quickly try to pick off BS when he shows up? That's a backshot with a Revitalize. Might not be the best target. Is it gonna be Lord Guys? Is he even gonna be showing himself enough for you to get a kick off onto him? So it's gonna be a tough time for
Yeah.
Nile to decide how he's gonna play the pick off hero.
Yeah. Or do they still want to go for pickoffs this early on, considering all the things that we really laid out? Because even in terms of farming, Tenacity are just able to speed things up so much, and they seem to be really wanting a pickoff here in mid. Oh, the stun doesn't land. Kaizen will still stay alive. Nile was very low though on that Cho.
Yeah. So now topside here, BS gets to the lane really quick, and Grift is doing a good job of dueling it out with Payet in the lane. But Kazan's still going to be able to get some farm heading into Turtle 2. Water's already in the area and looking to build an advantage through the EXP lane.
33rd, gotta be careful here. They get to clear the waves first, but it seems like they're gonna go back. 33rd fights using that cloud form, and he still survives, but not for long. Song Jin-woo takes him down finally, but Kaizen trades out Water. No retribution for Tenacity. Abyssal Arrow does not land. Nile gets to walk away. KOG might have just won that somehow.
Yeah, it's sad that we can't be seen on camera, because I have both my hands put up right now just thinking, what the heck? Well, what do you got? You already hit level 4 on your Lapu Lapu. What are you doing? Trying to get a kill onto the Sora. Yeah, you got the kill, but now KOG looked good for this turtle.
Oh, Brave Spider in from Song Jin-woo, but the response coming in from KOG, and Water for the second time around gets picked off. Kaizen just locking onto
man.
BS. It's a double kill for him, and Song Jin-woo follows next. Can Lord Guys finish off? No, 33rd. He survives. There was no trade from Tenacity there.
Oh man, that's you just said it. We're gonna have to look at the execution of how they're gonna pull this off early, and they make a big blunder in deciding to try and take down the Sora against a fast rotating lineup with the Joy and the Cho. I can't even. I'm sorry. What's going on, Tenacity? What's happening?
again, this was a draft that we both clearly favored, especially when we saw the first 3 picks come out. But
Yeah.
it does not stop there. There was a much more bigger condition that had to be fulfilled, so we got to see its full potential, and as of the moment we're not really seeing that much. They don't even get to land much of these abyssal arrows and these Baxter Shield unities as much. It's just really KOG being the more prepared team, even though Tenacity seems like they've been the guys wanting to start the fights each and every time.
I mean, you already have a really strong row mid trio where it should be you getting Turtle 1 and you don't.
Should be.
And you ended up giving 3 kills to the Joy early. And to add insult to injury, it was the Zetian that got the last hit of the Turtle too. It's like some sort of unknown deity of mischief has just decided to choke on Tenacity. And here's Nile with a kick. SOD's not gonna land, but it's an easy pick, kick, and kill for KOG.
I like that. Pick, kick, and kill. So we got to see
Yes.
right now, KOG, they feel very confident going in for those pickoffs because what's stopping them from doing so? They're already ahead. Their joy's been snowballing so far in the past 5 minutes, and that's a Joy up against Water. Water, who again we mentioned earlier, has been phenomenal on the Joy as well. So this is such a statement that we're seeing so far from Kaizen, but this is depending too if KOG actually don't make a blunder themselves, because they're getting a really good hold of this game so far. Song Jinwoo shows himself up, but Kaizen's just focused on taking this turtle. They do get to spot out Griff though. Okay, Tenacity now starts to go in. Water this time around actually secures the Retribution. They get brought back. There's the Revitalize as well, but it seems like BS will be the first target. 33rd takes him down, and Tenacity will disengage.
Yeah, still, with Tenacity being able to take the turtle, that's a start. At least the early kills and losses that they got didn't balloon into something like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead. But now they really have to double down on the idea that where are you going to find the balance of playing for making sure Water gets items and Grift gets items? Because Grift already has an early death. Pine got to farm up relatively well. Kaizen has 4 kills, 0 deaths, meaning that the Joy damage is going to be very online. Water just built up a War Axe too, alongside Song Jinwoo. So it's a question of, will you actually have the firepower as you're transitioning to a point of the game where KOG significantly has more? A fight breaks out here in the mid. Nile gets stunned up, but the Fury of the Phoenix buys a little bit of time for KOG to back off and disengage.
Okay, great reactions from Water, but I think an even more great response from Zed, because that could have been really bad for KOG if Tenacity decided to fight that. But just because of that single Fury of the Phoenix, none of them really pushed through, and so they're still safe. They still had or have that lead. Oh, there we go, another Abyssal Arrow not landing. See, I'm not sure if KOG feel threatened at all at this point, like even just a bit, because they always have information of where Lord Guys or BS could potentially come from. Nile has been doing such a great job at providing all these necessary information, and now the clapback once again. KOG seem to be ready yet again. There goes the Purify, forced out of Payen, but they see 33rd. He just finds one, but there's the CC immune coming in from Song Jinwoo, so 33rd gets punished instead.
Were they not talking just now? Because clearly they were backing off while 33rd says, hey, look, Mom, no hands. But now he's gone. Water's gone too. Kaizen just made a play on his own. A double kill for the Joy against the team that is known for playing Joy. But then on the other side, Grift gets a solo kill onto Payen. What's going on? What a unexpected turn of events, but after all that, KOG will still get the turtle.
Now it's my turn to put my hands on my head, because I have no idea what's going on either. This is another bravest fighter from Song Jinwoo, but Kaizen is still going to get out safely from there. So a small win that we got to see from Tenacity as Grift somehow took out Payen, but I think think what really mattered still was what happened in the mid portion of the map. Like, okay, let's take a look at the XP level ranking. Once again, Kaizen at least obviously will be up there, but Water, despite this 0-3 KDA that we're seeing from him, at least isn't so much behind. I'm just trying to say not so much behind, but it's still a 2-level gap, because he technically could be a key player in terms of finding that turnaround play.
Yep.
There was this one time that we saw earlier in mid where he also got to dodge a potential pickoff, and that could have resulted to something if only KOG weren't as fast to respond. But let's see what they do. For now, KOG clearly just want to take those objectives.
Good zone out. They have to use his time now to play around. Oh, the minion waves, wait!
Oh? Okay, that's a Fury of the Phoenix finishing off Grift. Now payback for what happened to Payan earlier on. Nile and Kaizen won't go for the chase anymore. That's the Abyssal Trap. Payan just working on that mid lane turret. SOD not connecting, but they still get that turret in mid.
I'm gonna have to go back and spot out how Grift went down. Was it really just a Fury of the Phoenix? Because that's unfortunate. There was Lord Guys and BS who found an opening because of where the members of KOG were placed after the trap was set off, with BS being close by. Still, it was iffy for them to take that fight, but you saw that then they readjusted with a re-engage, but then they just lost the Granger. I think it's more unfortunate than anything that Grift ended up going down there, because that could have been a great turnaround for Tenacity.
Exactly. That's probably the last person you want to see fall. 33rd, bidding out so much from Tenacity, still survives actually, and now they will be ready to transition to the Lord. But 33rd still gets picked off there.
Oh man, his timing needs a bit more work. That's 2 big deaths, and Tenacity have an opening. An Abyssal Arrow spots out the Joe.
Okay, this might just be something for Tenacity. Water secures the Lord for them, but Kaizen just in time might go for something, but Tenacity, with the amount of ability they have, it'll be so easy for them to just take whatever they want and get out whenever they feel that it's no longer safe. And that's exactly what we saw happen as they took away that Lord. I'm actually surprised at how fast they were able to blitz that Lord.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing that in terms of their damage profile, especially where they're core 4, they definitely have it. And yeah, going back to the play earlier where Grift got taken down, it's the problem of the lineup that we talked about early on in the game. Wherein with all of these heroes that love to dive, if the Joy is left unattended, if someone who can dive the Granger's left unattended, then Grift is going to go down really quick. But then they were able to recover for that play with how they positioned. They found a little bit of a health trade in the mid. 33rd went down, and that ended up becoming a big reason as to why they were able to win that. So a little bit of adjustment here for the timing of 33rd, and when he enters, I think would be really great. And is that a bad ESC? And I'm not talking about woman. I'm talking about, was that Keith? Was that our good friend Keith?
Yes.
Is that Keith? No way, right? It is Keith. And he's playing Mobile Legends.
During the pause. See how dedicated of an MLBB player our good friend Keith is. He's playing MLBB during the pause. So that's what we were actually trying to point out, guys. He's a good friend of ours right there at the venue of MSL Thailand. And I actually like how we're seeing so many audience come support the playoffs, because again, this was the first season of the MLBB Super League Thailand, and we're already starting to see fans wearing jerseys. Look at these, or probably family members like wearing KOG jerseys. Though that's so cute, because they're really just out there supporting these teams. You definitely have to give it your all, because we gotta remind everyone that this is actually the lower bracket semifinals we're currently watching. So whoever does get to actually win this series will still have to go through another series in the lower bracket finals between them and either ACT or Bacon Time. Just imagine that.
I like how the man wearing the BRU jersey is acknowledging that they did get swept. I don't know who he's predicting for this one. Yeah, with the crying
Yeah.
emote. From Indonesia, give us a good game. Oh, that's nice. Appreciate the Indonesian fans and fans of different ethnicities from different countries showing up in MSL Thailand. That's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, even Keith is there, so we
Yeah.
we have like
But I think that's
a
his
lot
job,
of-
Brina. It's his job to be there.
that's true. So we have a Filipino there, and then we have like supporters from Indonesia. It's really great to see as we jump back into this game. Still in favor of KOG, but yeah, I kinda for a moment forgot that it was actually Tenacity who got the Lord, just because of how unexpected that Lord take actually was. But with Payan on their side, I think they'll be able to deal with this fairly quick. Just not if Tenacity actually look for an opening, as Sung Jin Woo might try to go in from the sides. Kazin trying to look for Griff, but he gets to dodge even the Fury of the Phoenix. There's the Revitalize as well, but Nile might actually get to finish him off. Kazin still makes it, but then there goes Sung Jin Woo shutting him down. Now the team fight keeps going. It's still Payan going in for those free hits, gets stunned by the Abyssal Arrow, and that's gonna be it.
I really thought that there'd be more bodies dropping there, but then they both got so low to the point where Water couldn't even go forward and chase. Nile also took a lot of damage there because he had to full commit alongside Kzen to try and take down Grift, which they finally got to do. If Zed maybe held on to the Fury of the Phoenix just a little bit longer, I know he was trying to time it so that they could increase their chances of getting Grift down. But if they just had that Fury of the Phoenix, it could have been the turnaround that they needed to get an even bigger win for the fight. Still, that was handled as well as it could be by both teams, not just KOG for trying to take down Grift, but by Tenacity for reducing the wins that they could have gotten. And they even got big shutdown gold on Kazan as well, because when they got him, he already got his 7th kill.
Yeah, he was about to go legendary by the time they actually got to take him down. Oh, finding Lord guys here. Not able to finish the kill though. Now it's 33rd trying to run away. Yes, you see the Baxter Shield Unity. That's the counter set coming in from 33rd. He brings them close to his team. Payan with the dash in, but he gets stunned by Song Jin Woo. Now has to reposition as Water takes out both Nile and Kzen. Damage is gone for KOG. It's only Payan, Zed, and 33rd left. The range, you could feel it from Tenacity. They're slowly turning things around.
This is why you pick up the Lapu Lapu up against the Sora, because if the Sora has been able to use his main abilities, his main kit, and the Lapu Lapu gets to lock on the opposing carries, then it's going to be hard to recover from that, especially if, as we saw earlier, Nile already used his kick as well to get in the better spot to take down BS, and Tenacity have just played this and recovered through the strength of their lineup, through that pick-off that they found from 33rd. So who was one of the biggest heroes in game number 1 in 33rd and the Esmeralda has now become one of the, I wouldn't call him an enemy, I wouldn't call him, let's just say it was through some mishaps, there we go, from 33rd with some mispositionings, him getting punished, that led to Tenacity finding this win, these streaks of wins throughout this game. They got Lord 1 because 33rd went down, they got Lord 2 because they decided to overcommit on trying to take the Baksha down quickly.
33rd has to really be more careful now. This is like the point in time where in order to redeem yourself, you gotta look for that really good turnaround play, but it's all Song Jinwoo and Water once again, finding Payan even under 2 turrets. Kzen looking for more trades. Water gets to dash out, and now they work on the Lord first, but this is terrifying. Just look at how confident Song Jin-woo and Water both were as they went for that dive up against Payan. And now Tenacity might want to go for more, but KOG get to clear out the waves.
The perfect land shaker, flicker combo, and Water diving in alongside him. It's a risky strat, but as long as you have at least one person backing up the Granger, then you're gonna be well supplemented. Make it hard, make it difficult for Kzen to try and take that Granger down. And as long as you have someone to peel, you are gonna be good. KOG's errors have led to them losing a lot of advantages that they had in the map. And now they are only just left to 1 tower. Good thing for them, it's gonna be the bad thing for them is it's gonna be in the same lane as where the Lord is gonna be spawning, so they're gonna have to send Payan to manage topside. Still, it was with this Moskov that Payan got some early weekly MVPs. A surprising play from him. Heroics through this Moskov. It's his signature. Can his signature deliver and show why it is his pick of the season for a reason?
Yep. They're now all holding onto Payan and what he could potentially do, even despite this very risky situation where Tenacity are just not holding back and they're just doing what they can. The dive potential, you could definitely see it as they just constantly try to look for Payan each and every time, but there seems to be a different call for KOG, but Tenacity are quick to sense what that is. Can Niall find another key way of the dragon? Or is it just going to be them brawling it all out themselves? Kaizen has a different plan in mind! He goes in all alone! Payan now here to finish off what he started! But Water and Grift, they had enough damage to take care of themselves! Zed falling down too! 3 members are gone for KOG, now making it 4! 33rd leaves Niall all alone for this defense. Can he actually do it? Probably not, as an entire wave comes crashing in and Tenacity equalize the series.
It was a Hail Mary play by KOG. They forced it. They wanted it. It looked good, but they weren't ready for the Granger and the Suyo to be helping each other out to survive. What could have been heroics by Payan ended up being a victory for Tenacity through Grift and Water.
We absolutely have to see the replay of that last team fight. Kaizen, this was that moment. Kaizen was so confident going in. I guess there was a clear communication that the goal was to just reduce the HP for both Water or Grift, enough for Payan to finish them off. But as you mentioned, it was just Grift and Water being more prepared to fight back during that entire sequence.
I think this is also one of the reasons why we really look for teams to check some conditions first, because that's a risky play. Definitely, if it aligned for KOG in that last one, we would be praising them for taking the risk. But you also see the other side of the coin into why, especially here in the Philippines, teams want to take this checklist first of vision before they execute. We've been hearing that just a little bit more, as well as we've been getting more Infinix mic checks that give us a little bit more information. So now for Water here, his MVP performance, I don't know if it's because he was making a lot of the calls of deciding to go, but definitely you felt his presence more as the game went on, especially after they got this Lord 1, wherein Water played a little bit more comfortably. It's the Water that we know has helped bring Tenacity to the point of them being one of the top contenders here in MSL Thailand.
Yeah, and so far you just probably cannot use the joy against this guy. He will not allow you to win against him with that joy. Could have been something really, especially based on how decisive Kaizen was during the entirety of that game, but in this scenario it was really that last play. And I think that one play that also happened a few minutes prior that really just allowed Tenacity to suddenly turn everything around. The ability to just constantly punish, again, what 33rd unfortunately miscalculated at times, was something that was key to how Tenacity eventually took this game for themselves. So I think there's such a stark contrast between what we got to see from 33rd in game number 1 and game number 2, and it's super important that KOG take note of that, because I think that was really the deal breaker. I think we even put such an emphasis on it in the highlights just now. It's always 33rd falling first and Tenacity just really doing great things after that.
Oh, that's why it was also the Abyssal Arrow. But still, with the presence of the Selena, you'd think you would be a little bit more careful. 33rd, man, if you're not careful, you're going to be my new Mr. 50-50. But you know what? I haven't seen enough just yet to place that crown and name upon your head, sir. But yeah, I like how you pointed out just how much of a contrast it was from the heroics of the Esmeralda in game number 1 to the let's say a little bit more low on the ground Sora that we got to see here in this game number 2. But this is why also I think I want to focus a little bit more on tenacity here after dogging on them in game number 1. I think I just have to even it out here with this game number 2. I like how you saw one of their biggest strengths here, and something that we pointed out even before the series started, which is once they smell weakness, once they see something that they can capitalize on, they're gonna be relentless with it. In this game number 2, it felt like it was, hey, a few mispositionings on the Sora actually becoming one of the main tanks of the team because the Cho is the pickoff type. Okay, let's punish the Sora. And yes, it was KOG who controlled for majority of the game, but once they got a string of kills onto 33rd, then it started going Tenacity's way, and KOG, you saw them becoming desperate. They had the kit to make those desperate plays, definitely, but that was, I feel like, a little bit more of a reactive and desperate KOG, where Tenacity was just, they had one simple checklist. Where's 33rd? And is he gone?
Yeah. Things were more, I think that's a really good way to put it. Things were much simpler for Tenacity, even like composition wise, because I could just see so much more hero synergy among their heroes rather than that of KOG, because I don't know if it's just like the playstyle we got to see from the way they played game number 2 as well, but there were a lot of times wherein they were just like doing the more unexpected sequences. Certain players were going in first rather than the ones I was expecting to. And even the timings on like the Fury of the Phoenix, I think there were a couple times we pointed out it could have been better if they used it during this particular moment rather than during or before the team fight broke out. So I think it was more like individual plays we got to see from KOG, which was very different from what we saw in game number 1 that worked for them too, because like 33rd and Nile were inseparable early on, but it felt like they had two different things that they were trying to achieve here in game number 2. It's either you go for those really big pickoffs, which didn't really happen a lot of times, or those massive 2 or 3 man setups from 33rd, which also didn't happen most of the time.
Yeah. It's unfortunate where KOG ended up just experiencing what Tenacity experienced in the early game. Where in Tenacity, we were questioning as to what's happening. You guys are supposed to be the lineup that has the lead, the lineup taking control, because you can bully KOG early through the center of the map. You have a terrific combination of the Baksha Selena and the Suyo. What's going on? But then as the game went on, it ended up those questions that we had for Tenacity early on ended up getting carried on over to KOG, wherein it was a little bit more simpler though. What's happening with the Cho and the Sora? Some miscommunications here and there. I think it was glaring that one play wherein 33rd decided to go, "Hey mom, look at me," while the rest of KOG already had their eyes set and going into the objective in the lower portion of the map. But hey, I think we have an interview here.
ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กันที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 นะคะกับการแข่งขัน Mobile Legends รายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 นะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นเกมที่ดุเดือดมากๆเลยนะคะระหว่าง KOG กับ Tenacity นะคะตอนนี้ก็คือเสมอกัง 1-1 นะคะพี่1ผม1เนาะเดี๋ยวเรามาแวะสัมภาษณ์แฟนคลับกันหน่อยดีกว่าเริ่มจากฝั่งนี้ก่อนได้เลยค่ะ
ครับสวัสดีครับชื่อออมสินนะครับวันนี้มาเชียร์ KOG ครับผม
ด้านนี้ล่ะคะ
สวัสดีครับชื่อเต้นครับมาเชียร์เทนาซิตี้ครับ
แล้วในทีมที่เราเชียร์เนี่ยเรามีเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะแบบว่าคนไหนเป็นไอดอลของเรา
โอ้โหผมเชียร์ทุกคนเลยครับเพราะว่าทุกคนเล่นเก่งมากๆเลยครับผมแล้วก็สามัคคีกันมากเลยคือแบบแต่ละช็อตที่ออกมาเนี่ยคือแบบทำผมแบบสะดุ้งเลยอะ
สะดุ้งเลยนะ สะดุ้งเลยโอเคด้านนี้ล่ะคะ
ก็วันนี้มาเชียร์ไอ้น้ำวอเตอร์ครับ
ไอ้น้ำ
แต่ก็เชียร์ทุกคนเหมือนกันครับ ผมเชื่อว่าวันนี้พลังแพ้สายล่างไงก็ชนะแน่นอน
เพราะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นเกมที่เดิมพันเลยนะ เพราะว่าถ้าแพ้ก็คือตกรอบเลย อันนี้มาดูเป็นครั้งแรกไหมคะเคยไปดูที่ลีโดมาก่อนไหมในรอบ regular season
เคยดูครับผมแบบโอ้โหตื่นเต้นมากจนต้องแบบมาดูที่นี่ให้ได้เลยอะ
ไม่แล้วเนี่ยเป็นรอบสำคัญด้วยไงมันเป็นรอบ pay off ด้านนี้ล่ะคะเคยไปดูที่ลีโดไหม
เคยไปครับแล้วโหรอบนี้รอบสำคัญจริงครับแถมของแจกยังเยอะด้วย
ใช่ของแจกเยอะมากนะคะ ใครนะคะที่อยากมาดูหน้างานแบบสดๆนะคะ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 เดินทางสะดวกไหมคะ
สะดวกมากๆครับผม
ใช่ MRT BTS สะดวกมากเลยนะคะ แล้วก็มีโค้ดแจกนะคะ มีเสื้อมีหลายอย่างแจกนะคะ แล้วก็สามารถมา 5v5 ด้านหน้าได้ด้วยแล้วตอนนี้เนี่ยคือเกมมันเสมอ 1-1 ก็คือแบบว่าตึงๆเลยตอนนี้ เราคิดว่าทีมที่เราเชียร์เนี่ยจะทำแต้มได้ไหมคะในเกมถัดไป
ผมว่าทำได้อยู่แล้วครับ เพราะว่าอินซีอยู่ที่สูงเสมอ
เอ้ย อินซีมันอยู่ที่สูงเสมอ เทนาว่าไง
ผมว่าบางทีแพ้สายล่างอาจจะชนะอินซีก็ได้นะครับ
เอ้ย คือตอนนี้เนี่ยเอาอีกแล้ว เฮ้ย คือทีมงานนะคะ เลือกแต่ตัวซีเคดมานะ เวลาสัมภาษณ์อ่ะ คือเขาขิงกันยิ่งกว่านักแข่งอีกนะคะ บางที เอ้ย มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกนะคะ KOG ไหมแบบให้กำลังใจนักแข่งแล้วก็ทีมที่เราเชียร์หน่อยในแมตต์ต่อไป
ผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับทุกการแข่งขัน ผมเชื่อว่า KLG ชนะได้แน่นอนครับ
KOG ดิวะเทนาแพะดื้อค่ะ
ก็ต้องให้กำลังใจเขาเยอะๆครับ เพราะว่ามันก็เป็นแมตช์สำคัญนะครับที่
ใช่ วันนี้แมตช์สำคัญ
จะไปรอบชิงด้วย
ใช่แล้ว
ก็อยากจะให้กำลังใจพี่เขาครับสู้ๆครับ แล้วก็อยากจะบอกขอโทษ KOG ด้วยนะครับ ที่วิลเลจปูชักเทียนมันลดไปอะไรเงี้ยครับ
โอ้ย โดนไป1 ทีถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะ ขอขอบคุณน้องๆแฟนคลับด้วยนะคะ ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much to our host. We are seeing the theme of red today for Mini Mint, iBaby, and Mr. Rennie.
Daddy's
I'm
wear
liking
red
it.
on Saturdays.
yeah, it's a Saturday, so shout outs to everyone who actually made time and are making time to watch the second day of the playoffs today. And so we are going to jump back in the series in a bit. Hopefully that was enough time for both to reset. I feel like even if it was Tenacity getting that last game, it still wasn't as smooth of a start for them. So we need some ironing out from both sides if they do really want to stay in this tournament. So KOG especially, I think all of the expectations for KOG are in danger right now. Like no one expected them to drop down to the lower bracket, and now who would be expecting them to just really experience that kind of a loss against Tenacity?
Yeah, I think the two really desperate plays that we saw engaged by KOG are a little bit of a indication of where they could be mentally. I think it could be starting to get to them. The fact that they dropped their first series yesterday, they're at this point where they could potentially be eliminated already. They wouldn't be able to make it to the grand finals, as a contrast to them going undefeated in the regular season. It's perplexing to me as to how it got to the point where KOG is like this. It's not like they played a completely perfect season. They did end up dropping 2 games, not series, but they only lost 2 games. If I'm not mistaken, one of them was to Tenacity. The other one was through a very surprising game that they had against Buriram United during... Oh, this was during my birthday. Oh, interesting. Anyways, so it's a question of how now are you still going to regain that mental composure, because their game 2, it feels like a team that are starting to lose it. How is the coaching staff going to get them together? I could have said the same thing about Tenacity if they didn't get it together. They got it together. They locked in again. They, as you pointed out, had a simpler lineup. And then I added on to that as they have a very simple checklist also. So they married those two ideas together. They were able to punish KOG. So how are they going to get it together? How are they going to gather all of the ideas that they have, all the plays that they want to do, and streamline it so that it's easier to pull off, so you can just get back to your old dominant ways? Because they need to channel that again.
Yeah. This is like the most anyone has seen King of Gamers lose in a single week. Because their losses, again, you mentioned, were only like 2. They were spread out. It's been a near perfect, almost flawless record for them. So it's I feel very devastated if I was in their position, because you debuted in the first ever season as the top seed, only to find yourselves fighting for tournament life in as early as day number 2. So we definitely need to see them get it together, the same way we probably got to see ACT Esports Club finally get it together just yesterday as well. And
Yeah.
I feel like there's been so much learning already for at least the past 2 days that they've played. But it's also probably a Tenacity matchup thing. Like, whenever they go up against Tenacity, things seem to get really, really tight for both of these teams. So at least we know now that this is a very close matchup, and that they really know each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. Hopefully, it's just like less mistakes from both of them, though, so we don't really feel as frustrated about like the losses that we get to see from either of these two teams.
Yeah, I haven't crashed out yet in MSL Thailand. This is my last cast for MSL Thailand this season. And I don't want to crash out on my last cast for MSL Thailand this season. So, yeah, I just hope that these two really lock in and remind all of us, not just us, but all of us watching right now, all of us involved, just how good these two could be when they're playing at the top of their game and they both minimize errors, because that's how we get to see what the Thai region has to offer in terms of their peak MLBB. They go for the Juicin as the first pick. The Harith and Phoveus trade from earlier again. I'm pretty sure Tenacity's considering the presence of an Esmeralda. I think revisiting Fanny Valier Freya, and then the Baksha Marcel Guinevere. So it's the same set of bans that Tenacity have come up with and KOG have come up with.
Yeah, they're thinking about this. They cannot fall into the same trap, because I think even the bans are exactly the same.
There we go.
Guinevere, yeah, they're exactly the same. So they switch it up.
Yep.
So what you were saying about them being scared of the Khalid, now they take it for themselves.
Yeah. Okay, so it really feels like my theory was validated here, and they saw the Khalid as more of the problem than the Esmeralda. Let's see if... I mean, you don't see your EXP matchup anymore, so you cannot go full Esmeralda. They can go Phoveus here, but then now, well, does that mean Tenacity? Are they willing to play the Esmeralda for SJ Dubs? So they do go for the Phoveus, they get the Harley, but then yeah, you can't pick up your EXP laner, because if you're Tenacity, you have to pick up the Suyo, unless you want to set up yourself for a potential Joy pick later. But I'd rather play the safer route and just pick up the Suyo, get the trade of the best junglers in the season and the best junglers picks in the global meta.
Yeah, KOG are just so familiar with the blue side. Like, every single time they have this really interesting way of doing their draft sequence and just debating out choices from Tenacity. So now, even though we do want to see them pick up the Suyo immediately, there's just this probably consideration that they're taking into account. So still, they go for that Suyo. Again, that's the 40 to 50% win rate that was highlighted earlier on whenever it was Water actually getting his hands on it, and even outperforming the Joy from KZen in the previous game too. So okay, now we're taking a look at the Phoveus, because it's 33rd this time using it. It's such a high win rate for both of these players. It's 73 and 78.
Still some of the best picks so far in the season. In terms of the bans, Jason, Marcel Focus, I think they'll consider taking out gold laners now. I think the Claude is a warranted ban. There you go. So for KOG, the focus on their side, I think they consider banning of the Uranus. There you go. And then with them playing around that, I think they'll also ban out the Moskov. So then you put Payan in something uncomfortable if they really want to focus on that. If it's not going to be a Payan ban, then I think they consider banning out maybe the Hilda or a surprising roam pick. So it's either the Hilda or the Moskov ban here for Tenacity. Hilda, Moskov, and a surprising roam pick.
Yeah, I guess if they do go Hildur Moskov though, then the Granger possibility. There you go. The Granger possibility too could be considered for KOG, I guess, if they want to take it away from Grift and also to compensate for the range problem that we're somehow seeing from them right now.
I think they take out a mid laner. Zetien is warranted right now. But then you also have to consider the Lilia. They go for the Lapu, huh? I think that might be a little bit too focused on the ban, but hell, I think they're playing around for matchup comfortability. But also with the Lapu Lapu gun, you lose a really good EXP lane option that could be big setup. You can still pick up Sora if you're Tenacity, but the Phoveus presence might make things a little bit tricky. I think you play for... You know what? I think they can just pick up their mid laner now and just pick an EXP laner later. Again, we already mentioned the Zetien.
The Zetien, yeah.
No matter what you end up with, it's gonna be good. Or the Valir, but you don't see the other side yet. Yu Zhong, right? Forgot about the Yu Zhong. It's a good pick.
Okay, so it's been quite an option here in Thailand as well. Now for KOG, in order to complete their lineup, we're looking at again the gold laners, the Moskovs, the Grangers also still out there. Ability wise, it's definitely going to be so important. Okay, there's the Moskov. Now it's a roam pick. It's a roam pick that we're actually waiting for from Nile.
I think they have to go revitalize here. You're either gonna go
Hylos?
with the Hylos or the Kalea, but I think Hylos would make things a little bit more stable. Because if they go pick off, it's a little bit too greedy. Plus, it's a Zeus in you're paired with. So yeah, the safest pick that they could go for. Oh, this looks really tough for KOG. The Yu Zhang was a really good pickup. And then their mid laner, they just go Valir here. Oh wait, no, sorry, the Valir's been banned. Excuse me. Yeah, Zetien is okay. Zetien or Lilia actually would really hurt. Oh, Lilia Khalid will mess up that high loss.
Right. Lord Guys is known to use just like a lot of the mid laners out there. Interesting for the... No, because honestly, there's just so much setup potential with the Eve pick too. Like you get to complement either the Raging Sandstorm and the Black Dragon form, so... It's just that the dive is still gonna be there. So there's still a start of a dive from KOG.
Yeah. Tenacity get the combo with the Eve and the Harith. I think they were thinking a little bit more about that. I was leaning a little bit more towards the Lilia because that's one less target to worry about for the Deadly Magic with Black Shoes being able to reset it. But then with the presence of Dangerous Grass, that could give you a little bit more room to not only, of course, slot in the Khalid and Yu Zhong, but maybe some interesting angles as to where Lord Guys will put down the real-world manipulation. This made things even better for Tenacity. It boils down to how KOG is going to be handling the presence of the Yu Zhong and the early objective fights.
And we've always witnessed how big of an impact this hero actually does when it comes to those first objectives. So this is something we are going to be paying attention to as we jump into game number 3 of this best of 5 series. Still, it is going to be an even score as Tenacity have previously equalized the series. And now it's whether or not King of Gamers are able to finally bounce back, or does Tenacity get a hold of that momentum that they've actually gotten from the second game. Ooh, BS actually forces that quick sand guard early on, but it's still going to be Tenacity taking that Little Wanderer so far. So at least they've been able to really work on that mid-game presence. KOG have been able to regain that, but that's a flicker forced out from Zed, as there was a chance that Water could have taken him out there with that quick rotation towards mid once again. Kaizen will be still focusing on the jungling though, but this is BS clearly being a lot more active on the map. Not just in the mid lane, but speaking of, this might just be first blood. Nile will fall.
Good start here for Tenacity. Oh, we expected they'd get these early kills closer to the objectives. But now falling down there means Kaizen has to hold the pixel bush so that he gets information around that. But they know they're using the old bush trick to spot out Kaizen in the shrub. Water just was able to recover just enough to not get taken down by the deadly magic. But KOG will be able to get this turtle. But no, they decide to back off. They realize it's too risky again because of the presence of the Yuzhong.
He barely survived there. If only that was converted into a kill, the decision could have been different from KOG. But yeah, you're right. Not until Song Jin-woo finally decides to go in. KOG won't probably feel as encouraged to just contest for this objective as much as they would want. Kaizen, it seems like the plan is the same. They're going to keep disrupting the farm. They're going to keep poking down the members of Tenacity. It's great that BS was the guy to be the recipient of the deadly magic right there, though. Oh, but the petrify from Song Jin-woo! And the Shah Essence just making sure that Kaizen was the guy who got surprised this time.
I wonder if 33rd gave any info to Kaizen that there's a chance that the Yuzhong could be there. That is unfortunate. They didn't see the Yuzhong in lane, so there should have been a discussion about the team there. But here at the center of the river, both ultimates dropped by the mages. The high loss falls, water goes down as KOG are finding the turnaround, and they get the clap back. They take 3 members of Tenacity out.
Kaizen getting back in that fight changed the trajectory for KOG. Now they're able to take in some kills for themselves and even steal away that purple buff. It was already such a great setup from Lord, guys, which was something already mentioned earlier too, as we take a look at the instant replay. As a response to that glorious pathway they got trapped in with that real world and the raging sandstorm. But even then, Kaizen catching up, delivering those damage. Not even Tenacity could have expected that to happen.
Isn't Harley just so busted? I mean, I wonder when we're finally gonna... I mean, it's not unbeatable, but it's such a broken pick. And yeah, I'm hoping to see changes eventually. Let's see. Maybe it might be too much to hope for.
Yeah. Harley's so busted now instead of like Suyo's so busted.
Yeah, I mean, eventually teams got to adjust to it, but I mean, that's where we find ourselves now. Anywho, Fury Hammers for both the EXP and the Jungler of Tenacity. Well, there has to be an abundance of tough boots here for KOG because they're going to be playing against the Petrify, the RWM, Immobilization when you get out of the field, and of course, the Raging Sandstorm stun when it lands. Genius Wand already active here for the Harley, and yes, it's gonna be the Skypiercer path here for Water, as he most likely will build Skypiercer first and then full build the Hunter Strike. Now Deadly Magic was used to bring BS somewhat low, but BS didn't even need to use his second skill to heal up.
Yeah. Okay, now 33rd definitely has the info, has relayed the info. KOG are in position, but the Black Dragon form is already used by Song Jin-woo. Glorious Pathway and Real World laid it down at the same time. Kaizen is yet to make his entrance. Oh, but 33rd goes in first. Doesn't stop Water from getting the retribution on the objective though, but now they are going to commit on the team fight. Kaizen coming in from the side will try to take down Song Jin-woo, but the cards, they don't actually land at the right angle, and it's actually Water turning things around in this team fight.
Water helping save BS, who just dropped down to his knees, prayed and got the answer. Well, it's part of his kit. It's not like it's divine intervention or anything. He literally heals. That's what he does. And Zed is not going to be able to finish that Khalid off. And tenacity. Great discipline by both of those two teams. At first, I was wondering why they're not rushing the turtle even after they've dropped down their ultimates. But then they decided to play for the fight, knowing that the enhanced dragon form that you get after using the black dragon form with the Yuzhong, there's a significant amount of time where you can make the most out of it. They saved it. Song Jin-woo saved his Petrify. KOG lost a 50-50, but then even then, that was a good decision to try and take that team fight. It was just better played by tenacity. I really like what those two showed off in the last fight.
Yeah, tenacity is just suddenly feeling very different. It's as if I don't want to consider what happened in game number 1 anymore, or even the early portions of game number 2, simply because of how Water has been performing on his role, even on these 2 consecutive Suyo games, where it seems as if there's a clear plan from Kaizen in terms of his rotations, but they're not letting it get the better of them. And now tenacity trying to take down this turret down bottom, using the real world manipulation as well. The response with the Crimson Beacon. Water again! How did he find Payan right there? Lord guys will be the trade. 33rd coming in from the sides, and oh my goodness, this time it's a 3-for-3 trade, but it's a triple for Water, not until he gets shut down by Kaizen just the same. 33rd still making it with the Flicker Dark Wave, but Griff has his dashes. It's a disengage.
It's going to end up becoming a turtle for KOG. Big losses across the board. Tenacity might have bitten way more than they could chew there, with Water getting taken out. And this helps equalize things a little bit for KOG. Tenacity were getting closer into the realm of roughly around the 2,000, nearing the 2.5k gold lead. But then KOG got to balance it out. So now we go to a theme that I'm now starting to see here with the series. It's just balance in your decision making, in your aggression. Whoever achieves a near nirvana state of balance is going to be the one who wins the series. You can't be too aggressive. You cannot be too passive. It has to be perfectly balanced in both sides.
It's been such a tricky spot for both of these teams to find that perfect balance. It's always just either one of them being a bit too aggressive or passive, and nothing in between. Only those very rare moments that they finally find it and take the game for themselves. Oh, but Griff actually used the Zaman Force right there. Now it's a potential dive from KOG as the SOD also lands. But there goes the real world manipulation. They're trying to defend this turret. They don't get to defend it though, but at least they find the kill on Payan.
Ooh, tough loss there for KOG. They need their gold laner up. Still, they have a lot of damage coming in through the Harley. Good read there by Kaizen to try and take down Water, going through the lower portion of the map. Tenacity is going to be able to bring the tower up top. They're handling the zone and holding the shrubs really well around it. One level ahead is this Harith, but I think a closer look at the items once they show up. Still a bit of a trade here.
Griffin again using the Flicker and the Zaman Force just with that single deadly magic. So KOG still have their ways of getting back into this game. They're still capable of holding these brushes. It's just that mostly it's Payan's having a not so great time. Like, I think that's one of the biggest differences we're seeing here. Maybe also because Griff has just so much support through the through the real world manipulation and what his teammates are capable of doing given the nature of their heroes, but Payan has to assume a more independent role, not until he has the right amount of damage even. Oh wow, that's big.
They force out Raging Sandstorm. You get the deadly magic way faster.
Yeah.
I think.
Now it's Tenacity not able to hold their positions for this Lord. Nile with a zone out, but the Black Dragon form doesn't stop KZ from securing the Lord though. The Petrify was a second too late, and Song Jinwoo in danger right now as SOD doesn't land on anyone. But 33rd might just get to finish off the kill. BS from the backlines actually gets to take down KZ, but 33rd finds Song Jinwoo, but in exchange of his life. What just happened there?
Tried to take Payan down, but Water ended up getting taken out. Kaizen was already brought down really low from the little exchange that I believe it was him and Payan had with Yu Zhong. And BS was just able to find an angle to... It was either an enhanced basic attack that tracked onto the Harley, or he was just already there for the Desert Tornado. Still, if that SOD landed from Payan, that could have looked so much better for KOG. Still, though, they have the Lord marching up top. Let's see how much progress they can get with map control here, as Payan now will play the opposite side of the map, which will get marked by Song Jinwoo on the Yu Zhong.
Okay, now it's KOG finally taking down some turrets for themselves. And I'm liking how Niles just always very active in terms of using that glorious pathway. Like for the past few team fights, I think that helps so much in setting the tempo for how the team fights would actually break out for both KOG and Tenacity. It also somewhat forces a response from Lord guys, to which KOG are eventually able to take advantage of if ever things go well for their side. So we're slowly starting to see how KOG are getting themselves back in this game. And even map control, I think there's no significant difference whatsoever anymore. There's no 1k gold lead existing between these two teams anymore too, so it's much more even now compared to what we saw happen for the first 12 minutes.
Yeah. Already up to 3 core items for the Harley, 4 for the Suyo, of course. A little bit of a cheaper path for him, as even with the Skypiercer that he had to pick up along the way. I want to see Kaizen try what he's been doing recently, which is just using his deadly magic to force out a big ticket ultimate before the big fights, such as this one. Take out the Raging Sandstorm, and then you already know the projection is you're watching out for the Yu Zhong, because it's going to be the Yu Zhong's turn to set up instead for BS on the Khalid while he waits for the cooldown of the Raging Sandstorm to go off. So if Kaizen can continue that, that's going to be a big boon to the team. Take out a big ticket ultimate, whether it's the Eve, whether it's the Yu Zhong or the Khalid, before the major team fights.
Yeah. So now it's I guess Tenacity as a response to that. Also being very particular with how they position themselves. Right now it's Song Jinwoo and Water sticking close to each other, just so there will be a much faster response from Tenacity if ever Kaizen does find one of them. Oh, now he does actually, but they're not quick enough to actually set things up. Kaizen will still have the upper hand here as they transition to the Lord.
I think they can try to go for a... I thought they would try to bring it even lower to force Tenacity to use their ultimates and then disengage. Potentially maybe even turn it into a 50-50, but KOG would have looked better for them. Good spot here by 33rd. He's in a really great angle. So is Ned and Zyle. Zed and Nile. While the mid lane minion wave is getting handled by Kaizen. Slow push.
They're not able to force out the Raging Sandstorm. It's just a quick Sand Guard. Oh, the knock-up from the Lord! Followed by the tackle coming in from 33rd, but it's Water who secures the objective, but it probably might just be at the expense of a wipeout for Tenacity. They're not able to run away! But Water somehow finds Payan instead! And he might just take one more kill before he goes down, but Kaizen gets to escape. Still saves Tenacity from a potential Lord Siege for KOG.
Retry win for Water, and he got the kills to temper what could have been a big win for KOG despite them getting the Lord. Once you saw that Skypiercer simple right on top of Payan, that could have been chained into even more, but then Kaizen handling it well to even end up securing the kill onto Water. A little bit of divine intervention, not enough to get them the lore, but they got the kills that mattered. The SOD didn't land for Payan, but heading into this fight, there was one key item pickup that was big for Tenacity, and that was the Divine Glaive for Griff that gave him that extra bit of damage to hurt even more. And now KOG have to be very careful how to take these team fights against the Harith.
Yeah. I'm just hoping the next time we see the SOD actually casted, it lands though. There hasn't been much from Payan, at least in this game. I think you could also attribute it to Song Jin-woo doing such a great job at just making sure he feels very hesitant to go in and struggles overall to find the best possible position as a Moskov to throw out those auto attacks, because it's clearly Song Jin-woo being such a great disruption to KOG and what they've been wanting to happen across this entire game. Evidently, he's been trying to do that game plan of just forcing out reactions from KOG, but in that one moment where BS was actually able to sustain it and only use the quick sand guard, then you got to see a bit of a difference with how Tenacity actually chose to respond. Okay, now that's an SOD landing, but they probably might not go for that. Very risky for KOG, but they pushed Tenacity back.
Don't you just wish they took that? I mean, it definitely was going to be risky. And every bone in my body said, nope, yeah, KOG should not force the fight here, especially with where Song Jin-woo was in the L bush. He could have just entered with a Black Dragon form, messed up KOG, but that would have been fun. Instead, we get some what is expected and very good fundamental MLBB, which is just playing through the minion waves. But I wish we got a little bit more spice there, just for a moment. And hey, you know, with the season that we've casted together, you know that I usually go towards the side of caution and stability.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more spice.
That's new. I never expected to hear that from Mr. Renmar here. But I guess I mean, looking at their kits, right? They still had like chances to get out. Either way, there would be the Glorious Pathway. They didn't really commit it just yet. And speaking of the Glorious Pathway, they laid it right there on Water, who was all alone. Winter Crowd play coming in from 33rd. The Black Dragon as a response, but Payan is doing okay. He's able to fight back against 3, popping the Immortalities. Infernal pursues, but 33rd gets locked under the turret. Drift finds the kill, but they lose their turret. And Payan is seemingly online right now.
KOG brought down the Lord low enough just to force Water in a bad spot. KOG threatened to take match point.
There goes the Glorious Pathway once again. The Zaman Force as a response. KOG will respect that. Instead, decide to work on this base turret up top. And Water is gonna make it. He will be respawning soon. But KOG, they still have a Lord.
And the Lord will spawn top for the next one. Good for Tenacity. They still have a tower holding unless this Lord can charge in and unless KOG can get some basic attacks on that. Now brings down the Glorious Pathway to try and stop that defense. Up top, Kaizen looks straight for the base.
Okay. BS actually takes the damage from the Deadly Magic, and KOG are not gonna risk it anymore. Okay, so they are clearly sticking with the more careful fundamental gameplay that we are somehow used to seeing, but at this point things are just getting so interesting. We would have wanted a bit more spice.
Yeah. There was a little bit of, but just enough. Like maybe it's like level 1, is this even spicy? You have to check with the waitress or waiter if they served you the right dish type of spice. Wherein Kaizen showed up in front of the base alongside the minion wave, making Tenacity react to Kaizen showing up because they have to send the Harley back. They're not gonna risk them just completely getting blindsided with a split push right in front of them because they overcommit on looking at the Lord. And that just gave enough room for KOG to complete the break on the tower so that Tenacity's base gets the full Brazilian. Now KOG, with the Lord spotting at 25, the bottom minion wave needs to get managed. It needs to get cleared up here because you're gonna see Kaizen is gonna loom around here and play through the slow push with that.
Yeah, their turrets are gone. It's a cleanup by KOG here.
Yes.
In this map, in this game, as they position themselves for this upcoming Lord, which is, by the way, an evolved Lord, because we're already 20 minutes. The first 20-minute game we're going to see today here in MSL Thailand. And Water has to be very careful about this. He cannot put himself in a dangerous spot yet again. Nile already using that glorious pathway, and that was all it took, literally. Yeah. KOG just blitzed that Lord. Tenacity weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, they couldn't take the risk with all of the minion waves getting pushed and in favor of KOG. If they risk that fight, high chance that it's gonna be a split push somewhere. It's gonna be you getting wiped out because you're now thinking of scrambling back mid-team fight to try and defend from all the minion waves coming in. 33rd gets spot out, but he gets to flicker out of here. And they use the real-world manipulation!
Okay, the SOD did not land right there. KZen 2 doesn't find the deadly magic just yet. But then here we go, KOG using the glorious pathway. Yet again, they're already in the base. The Lord is in the base. KZen's just trying to put in a bit more damage, but just look at the amount of damage you get to see from Payan. They get to secure match point after that grueling 20-minute game.
Tenacity, the name of your mid laner is a reminder of the situation. Lord, guys, Lord, what are you doing using the RWM? As the Lord is already out and sieging, that is your main defense tool. Taking down the Phoveus, trying to pick him off before the base siege is not gonna be enough of an answer. Even though it would have been 5v4 for you, that's a scenario where KOG could have just thrown bodies. Tenacity, a moment of regret for them using that RWM. They needed that for the defense.
Yeah. And so we're back to where we were 2 games prior to this, where it just felt very unfortunate. There was a sequence of very, I guess, miscalculated decisions that we got to see from Tenacity happen in that game, because you saw it. They already lost one major ultimate, which was the Black Dragon form. They used it right just as KOG got to secure the Lord. So you would expect them to play the more careful game after losing such an important resource, and considering that the Lord spawned immediately after that. Like, I was honestly surprised we saw the Lord marching inside the base already just a couple seconds after we were talking about that clash where they used the real world manipulation. So unfortunately that wasn't the case, and they had to pay the price. There was little to nothing that they could do, even though Water was just playing his heart out trying to go for that defense. There's only so much that you're capable of doing when the Lord's actually already inside and you're up against a marksman like the Moskov, because Payan probably did not care about anything else during that base siege. He just wanted to get and set his eyes on that win and on this match point that they finally secured for themselves. And he or Nile will be considered the MVP there. I said it earlier too. I love the way he just used this high loss.
Yeah, which is so perplexing to me because Tenacity already had enough damage on their Harith that they don't need to worry about leaving the Harith alone, because you're packing it with an Eve. But then in the last objective team fights, you saw there was a shift in the mentality of Tenacity where they decided to think a little bit more defensively for some reason, which is very good for Nile. In a way, it was sort of with how he was set up by Tenacity with very easy, glorious pathways to set up for his team with those very easy, glorious pathways. It's a no-brainer that he ended up getting MVP. He has 100% kill participation. It's one of those games as a high loss wherein, hey, thanks for setting this up for me and my team. Glorious pathway, you're gonna get run over. Again, it's a question to why Tenacity took some decisions when they already saw where their aggression was rewarded. Them playing around the Yuzhong is rewarded. Then they ended up turning that Yuzhong into a bit of a defensive tool because they're worried about the engage coming in from 33rd and Kaizen.
Yeah.
That was perplexing to me.
Yeah. That was the only instance Song Jin-woo actually felt like there was a different purpose as to why they used the Black Dragon form, because the timing in itself was already different from all previous instances wherein they used the Black Dragon form. I think there was a world where they could have just like walked out of it, or maybe if they really just had to expend something to prevent the engage that I'm not even sure if KOG were willing to do, then maybe the Petrify could have like stopped them, but it was them being a bit too cautious, I guess. But then they failed to really take note of like, yeah, there will still be a Lord marching in, and that's where you finally see everything fall into place for KOG.
Yeah, I think that the team fight for this Lord that we saw a few scenes ago ended up becoming the turning point. Song Jin-woo, at that point, you have to use a Black Dragon form to zone out. I think one of the biggest reasons why we saw a bit of a shift in the mentality of Tenacity in the objective fights is it seems like someone in the team made a call to address that Water was having a lot of difficulty getting close enough to the objective. They were either zoned out by 33rd, Kaizen showing up out of nowhere, the deadly magic to bring them down low, the threat maybe of an SOD landing. So Tenacity ended up thinking defensively. But in those are those moments where you also have to address that if you want that space, then just tell Song Jin-woo, hey man, can you pop your Black Dragon form to force them back? Because it will force them back. If KOG fight into a Black Dragon form being active, that's gonna be worse for them, because they will have to commit dashes to get closer into the fight. So I feel like this Yuzhong was just greatly wasted at one point, which is a shame because they were playing really well with it for a majority of the game.
Yeah, no, actually, you're right, because that was a moment where even the real world was already committed, and typically once you secure objectives, especially at that point in the game, the default call would just be to get back, because you wait for the Lord. So either way, there could have been like a chance they wouldn't really consider the full commit. It's just that it seemed more accessible for KOG because Tenacity already decided to go for the fight. So it was just really unfortunate that we got to see that last sequence take place for Tenacity, who were already in a really good spot for a huge part of the game as well. But now it's going to be match point for KOG, and it's so far in line with what I predicted for today, because I did get a feeling that it would be somehow 3-1, but that's gonna depend on of course Tenacity still.
Yeah. Hey, I just realized with both of us being here, I hope we don't end up getting 2-5 games, you know. I mean, more MLBB, I'm not gonna complain, but statistically, I think it's you, me, and Naisu who have casted majority of the 3-game series in MPL Philippines season 17.
It's you, Wolf, and Naisu. The thing is
Wolf
no longer
too.
on me. Yeah, it's no longer on me now, actually. But there might be a chance. What if it gets like activated because we're not necessarily in the Philippines?
Yeah, it could be like a residual, you know, mother of all series type things. I would like to be the panda of all series. If this was tomorrow in MCT, I would like to be the Xiongmao of all series, to be a little bit more grammatically accurate with the language.
You know where to catch him. You know where to catch him tomorrow, and let's see where this goes, because so far it's been a seesaw too. Like honestly did not expect the way game 2 turned out also, so like I will just keep myself open to anything that can happen. I will be open to all sorts of possibilities for the series, and simply because whenever it's KOG and Tenacity, it's always a close fight. And we saw that in the regular season, we saw that in the past 3 games. So why not? Why not in a potential game 5? We'll never know, but
Yeah.
hopefully you guys are having fun. It's been a really tough scenario for both of them. Meanwhile, ACT and Bacon Time are probably just preparing themselves, watching everything that's going on here as they wait for the lower or the upper
Yeah.
bracket finals later on.
Yeah, I honestly, with how talented KOG is, and of course Tenacity, I'm more worried for them also when they continue, because you have either ACT or Bacon Time to deal with. Two teams who are, as you mentioned, watching this, getting all the information in the world, seeing a lot of the lapses being made. Of course, the two teams that advance into the upper bracket finals are not perfect also, although I would like to
Yeah.
argue that they are quite close to it. I'm even surprised by the resurgence of Bacon Time with how they swept Tenacity, making the most out of those errors, and of course ACT being really great, the first team to deliver a series log KOG this season. So I and my only hope now for the remainder of the series is similar to the last one. I hope we get to really see them minimize those errors and just maximize really good things. That every fight, every sequence will boil down to just who can end up executing it better. They owe it to themselves, they owe it to the fans. These two have been quality teams, entertaining teams all season long. And for majority of MSL Thailand season 1, the word frustration was not linked to them. But they need to reduce the existence of all those frustrations popping up in the series. Again, lock in and show why you're in the spot that you're in now and how good you actually could be.
Yeah. We're closer and closer to that. I think the last game was the closest, if it weren't for that last team fight that we really pointed out for Tenacity. And hopefully we just stay on that path as we get into the draft for game number 4, another expanding Rivers game. And it's Tenacity taking blue side yet again. So far, blue side has been winning for like this entire series. So let's see how they're able to utilize that, because the ban so far does look a bit different. That's a Harley already taken out instead of leaving it open. The Juicin is gonna be open because of this too, alongside the Marcel though.
Oh, tough ban and this Uranus. I mean, I think they're worried about the Juicin and Uranus ended up getting paired up together. It would have been great. Juicin open to take for Tenacity unless they surprise rush the Suyo in an attempt to make sure that they get the second best jungler in the meta, but KOG could still just end up showing up with the Leomord at red 3, which would be really good. So Tenacity have to be careful with their trades here. And they end up picking up the Marcel. So with a lot of the value on the board, they lock in really good value through the Marcel. And I did that pick. Now, next 2 picks. What could it be?
There's a there goes the Juicin and the Harith. Okay, so even with the Fulvius open, they already cured the Harith. But again, would you risk another Fulvius game, knowing fully well what KOG were able to in the first game? But there's no Khalid either. But you already have the Marcel, so you're probably
Yeah. It's gonna be a tough choice here for KOG. I think Tenacity needs to pick up a Valentina because there's a risk that KOG are gonna pick up the Kalea at red 3 or red 4. But knowing KOG, I think they're willing to let go of the Leomord and or Sora if Suyo, excuse me, if Everett ends up in their lap. So no Suyo. I think just pick up your jungler in the second phase. Pick up the Suyo here. They go Zetian instead. So I think it would still warrant KOG to pick up the Kalea early on and just play the second phase in the hopes of you get a Kaizen pick in the end. But we did get to see yesterday that maybe the Cho Marcel matchup isn't as clear cut. So for the longest time, I've operated under the thought that Marcel really messes up Cho. Majority of the games that we saw throughout global MLBB proves that. But somehow lately, we're seeing a few more teams pick up Cho against Marcel and start to win against it. So maybe they can surprise and pick up the Cho, but why take the risk? Just go for the solid roamer in the Khalid. It's tested, it's proven. They play it safe.
Yeah. So now I'm wondering if Tenacity are ever gonna consider that Esmeralda ban too later on. If ever they still planning to go for the Phobius. But the thing is, heading into the second picking phase, it's also KOG who gets first. But like up against the Marcel, that's probably one thing to consider before you actually pick the XP lane. So gold laners taken out first for KOG.
I am not the only one. Good reach.
They take out the focus instead.
Yeah. I think we don't have to worry about an Esmeralda showing up here. I think you definitely need more damage though if you're KOG. You just cannot be playing for the Harith. Although the Khalid will provide some really good early game damage. I think a damage focused EXP laner would be okay too. But it's tough to always operate around the presence of a Marcel. Take out an R-Lot for a really good counter engage. I think they're just gonna end up with something like a Lapu. Would they want to consider the Yuzhong themselves? It's gonna be really easy to pop the passive of the Zetian and just use the Black Dragon form, bump into her if she has her passive up, and then that could be an easy call for the Juicin and the Khalid to step forward. So either could be Lapu or Yuzhong later for the EXP pick.
Right. I'm also actually wondering if there are like Terizla users even here in Thailand. Let me double check that. There have been a couple Terizla games, but none from Tenacity and KOG. Yeah, none from these.
I think it just goes against their style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Because I believe there was a game yesterday where you even got to see a Terizla get picked up by Tenacity and Song Jinwoo, and just really doesn't fit how they want to play the game. Yeah, it's a setter, but you don't really think of a slow lumbering Terizla as a hero akin to Song Jinwoo. You think more of heroes that we mentioned, Yuzhong, Lapu. It's really tough always to think about drafts here with the Marcel because the timing is just so awkward. Alice. Great pickup.
Okay. I guess the closest to the Uranus that you could possibly get since it's already taken out. Also like constantly just popping and pressuring the Zetian later on in game. So Tenacity with the gold lane and XP lane pick. There's a the carry for Clift.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu as expected. I appreciate that Tenacity didn't just default and pick up the Claw. They realized they need something a little bit faster, and the true damage would have been better. The thing is, the Claw, yes, would have been better because you have more space to work with using your BMI. Whereas if you're the carry, you have a dash and a flicker, which once those are burned out, it might be easy for an Alice and a Khalid lineup. Well, even the Juicin to chase you down. So in terms of the jungler here, it's a tough choice. I don't think you can just default and pick up utility. You also need damage. Do you risk Lancelot? Some iframes would be useful, but it's so awkward to find a good pick right now.
Okay.
They go for the Akai instead, but it's one of those scenarios where I'm worried for the Panda.
We finally get to cast an Akai game, but there's much more to it than just that. So it's I think another Payan centric game that we're looking at because of clearly how it's, from the name goes, a utility jungle pickup for Kaizen this time around. I even looking at 33rds, even looking at 33rd's XP lane pick, it's not the same as a Yuzhong Lapu, so it's really gonna be a Payan focused game, I feel, that we're looking at. But Tenacity, on the other hand, just look at how active their members could be individually, and what plays they are capable of doing across the map, even in the early start, even in the early game. So that's definitely going to be something we are going to look out for as we jump into this game. Game number 4 and match point for KOG. Let's see if they're actually able to find it here.
It's going to be up to Nile and Zed to really take control of this game early on, which is why you see them being aggressive. As expected with the Khalid and Juicin together, but they might need to be even more aggressive than as expected. 33rd also, expect him to get out of lane more. If you want to go up and balance out against a lineup that wants to be active, as you pointed out, as what Tenacity has, you need to be even more active than that. Invade constantly, trade constantly in the center, which is why I appreciate again what Zed's doing here. Despite all the pokes that he could take, he knows that he can take this. He can take these duels early on so that you slow down BS and Lord Guides. So it's damage control from minute 1 for KOG here. They get their aggression going. They stop the aggression that Tenacity could find so that there's even more room for Payan to work with, because you want to transition this for the Harith much smoother. You want to be able to make sure that once he's active and he can get out of lane and be an impact maker in the team fights, that you are not at the deficit, that you can hold down the front line, that you have a tanky front for your Harith to just dash around.
Yep. And so that's a very important role that both, or actually all 3 heroes of Nile, Kaizen, and 33rd will have to play. And as we look at them slowly position themselves here in this first hurdle, Song Jin-woo seems to be waiting for the right moment to just jump in with the bravest fighter, and he finally does. Forces out the Crimson Beacon from Zed, but there goes the Fury of the Phoenix just the same. Kaizen just trying his best to focus on this turtle, and he secures it together with the first blood, taking down Water. Not what we expected to see in the early start from Tenacity, and no casualties from KOG.
Yeah, even with Griff joining all the way from the gold lane, KOG still ended up getting out of that without any problem. It's a really solid tanky presence that they have, of course, with the quicksand guard heal from the Khalid, the extra little bit of shields the Akai can build for himself, the risk of getting crowd control by the Juicin. KOG are playing this early game perfectly. All the conditions we ticked out for them in terms of being aggressive, not being afraid to trade, they're doing that. Because if they are more cautious compared to Tenacity can run them down. But if knowing the strengths of their lineups and respecting their own strengths, KOG are doing really well.
Yeah, that all happened despite them seeing how Tenacity were already starting out their 4-man rotations right before that turtle of... Okay, Song Jin-woo again jumping in. Kaizen just literally dashed out of that. See, now it's KOG grouping up together and being the guys to just constantly pressure Tenacity. And now, from way up top, they're doing it on the opposite side of the map. Just how quick are these rotations that we're seeing from KOG right now?
Yeah, they know that there's a window that they're trying to work through. If they give Tenacity any inch of room to work with, then there's a turnaround coming. 33rd rushes the Oracle, and that's a great pickup. That allows them to continue this aggression with the extra bit of sustain that he can build up for themselves. Instead of falling into the trap of maybe picking up a Cursed Helmet or a Dominus Eyes, he went straight for the Oracle. I appreciate that so much.
Okay, now they'll have more reliable bodies in front for the upcoming team fights that will most likely involve Payan, since it will be down bottom. So they definitely have this turtle pit to themselves. Look at just what 33rd is doing! He's all alone in the purple buff, making sure that Song Jinwoo and Water do not gain access to this next objective.
Great delay, Kaizen. Whoa, whoa.
Okay. BS actually gets to run away from that. They split up and don't actually lose anyone in the process.
3 ultimates
Wow.
committed. This is, I think, that was a little bit too excited there by KOG. But I think also they decided to commit all those ultimates. Whoa, whoa. Okay, Water still has that extra dash back. They were also at the risk of just getting sandwiched and dove on by Tenacity. Oh, they spot out Kaizen!
Oh. Okay, Kaizen got sandwiched there, but they did not really get to take him out. It's Tanky, Akai with a 1 assist, and he will just go back to his usual routine of farming. So no major losses from KOG just yet, but Tenacity I feel are still somewhat doing a great job at not allowing this deficit to grow any further. They even were the first ones to take away a turret, but that also doesn't take away the fact that it's KOG who's been pretty much in control of majority of the map, and they're the ones able to scout what Tenacity's been doing all this time.
Yeah. Just continued aggression. They play through their Khalid and Juicin. Zed and Nile have set up a perfect start for KOG in this game. The Tenacity is just trying to scramble and find an angle, trying to find that balance of whether they help Water secure his buffs and farm, or do we help Griff get a little bit more. Those little moments, I think, yeah, BS and Lord guys need to take that as much as they can. They haven't really been able to play this game as much as they would have liked to with their combo. But with this aggression, that's a good start, and the Fury of the Phoenix landed perfectly onto Zed! BS didn't want to let go of that Juicin, and now Nile might be able to take down Song Jinwoo. The golden hour buys a bit of time, and Song Jinwoo gets out as the extra bit of shield from the passive of that Marcel allowed him to get out sooner. And that is a good save. BS has now brought Tenacity back in this game alongside Lord guys on that Zetian.
Yep. That also could have been something much more if only 33rd was also caught in that golden hour, but just because he wasn't, there was a response from KOG to prevent the aggression from Tenacity, but now they secure this turtle for themselves and they slowly walk towards the mid, but KOG have been doing their best to avoid every single attempt from Tenacity, but at least they've regained the gold lead.
Nile trying to get back into the lane, Payan as well. They don't want to allow this carry to push. It seems like that little mishap by KOG in the bottom side of the map when 3 of them were behind tower and 3 of them committed ultimates, allowing Water to push the opposite side and break the tower up top, has now costed KOG their lead. And some surprise aggression as well from BS on that Marcel. It finally clicked for him. This is what the Marcel is built for. He has the Zetian to supplement him as well. And if they can keep this aggression up, then it stops KOG from being able to play the game that they played. But Kaizen finds the heavy spin onto Lord guys. Payan breaks down the tower, drops down the Zalman Force, and Nile drops the Zetian. Meanwhile, Water is making work of the minion waves up top to allow that lane to push. Yet again, KOG still trying to find a bit more map control. Just as they break their first tower down bot, Tenacity will be able to break their second tower up top.
Oh, the trades! Water on this Suyo has been making so much happen for Tenacity here, but I must say that was a really surprising attempt from KOG. Just the same, Kaizen going in with a heavy spin, and it was Nile providing that follow-up because Payan barely made it, but it was Lord guys who seemed to be the priority this time for KOG, and at least they're still gradually able to take out those small pickups every now and then, in contrast to what we were expecting of them to just really rely on their team fighting and playing around Payan. So it seems that they're still, to a certain extent, a bit more of flexibility that you could still expect for KOG, or it's probably also mainly just the calls that they're doing with this lineup, but you still have to be really careful. Tenacity still are in hold of the lead, and they have the better map control so far considering the amount of turrets already taken out.
Yeah, Kaizen is one level below the Suyo. But so far, KOG have a little bit more advantage through the minion wave pushing down mid. But that top lane push is the headache that they're trying to shake, the thorn on their side. They can't just exactly deal with just yet. Now spots out BS and Song Jinwoo. It's a long dance for Lord number 1. As whoever gets this Lord might be able to get the definitive lead of the game that will extend for maybe 4 to 5 minutes, which in MLBB times is eternity. Water goes back up top, but the river is active. Akai and Alice know that the Suyo is there, but Water's gonna be able to get away, and the Lord is still being danced for by the two teams. They know the Akai is up top though. This looks good for Tenacity.
Ooh! Rift is actually trying to blitz this. Can Kaizen make it in time, or can they buy enough time? Kaizen makes it and steals away the Lord from Tenacity, even though they worked so hard for that Lord. Song Jinwoo gets knocked off and is the first to fall in this fight. 33rd might just get traded out. That is gonna be him still surviving though. Again! KOG lose nothing.
Kaizen came back right on time. The river was still flowing towards the objective, and Tenacity just couldn't secure the Lord in time. KOG looking to hold on to this lead. They are not gonna lose this game just yet. This game will extend longer. That was just Lord 1, but the definitive lead will fall into KOG's hands. Tenacity's next main condition: hold on to their mid lane for as long as they could.
That felt so sad. If you were Tenacity, Grip we just thought they had enough damage to do it before Kaizen could even arrive, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Not even using the golden hour was enough to stop KOG, because I think it was also casted right after the Lord was already taken out. And now 33rd also picks up a Winter Crown, so you could expect a lot more plays to just happen from this point onwards. Man, Tenacity, they lost whatever they were able to build just like that.
Still, in terms of the gold, it's very close. There's already a Trinity locked in for the carry, but the Payan Harith is already up to the Holy Crystal and its core items as well. As long as Tenacity can continue playing the map as a 4 versus 1 split with Water being the 1, this should still be very doable for them. And we've seen throughout the series that errors and advantages, it seems like, go hand in hand. The more at advantage you are, the higher the likelihood that you ended up committing an error that ends up you losing that advantage. We saw it happen for KOG earlier, until, of course, Kaizen was able to swoop in quite literally on the Sakai to steal that Lord away.
I think that's one of my, if not the biggest highlight I got to see today, because it's an Akai.
For sure.
And it was a heavy spin that was casted in from the right mid bush all the way to the Lord mid. So he just heavy spinned his way to stealing that objective. That Tenacity worked so hard for. Okay, so now it's another Lord. So clearly, as mentioned, it was not a definitive or a game-ending Lord steal whatsoever, but it still was enough for KOG to finally take this
Uh-oh.
map control for themselves.
Uh-oh.
Water cannot
Bang!
run away from this. There was a turret awaiting him, even if he was able to escape that salmon force, and so they lose the most important member before this upcoming Lord fight.
Man-marked, a miracle is what Tenacity needs to somehow get this Lord, but KOG will not let go of the lead that they found themselves. 2 Lords for KOG, and a push of all pushes and a defense of all defenses is what we're gonna see next.
Yep. No holy shields left. We're already approaching the 15-minute mark, and it took less than 5 seconds for the Lord to spawn right after they were able to take it for themselves. And they finally get to expose all base, or almost all base turrets as well, with Payan taking down that tier 2 down bot. This is gonna be very tricky for Tenacity. The timings for the Golden Hour and the Fury of the Phoenix have to be played really, really well, especially if KOG go in for the dive.
If it's not gonna be those two together, at least just a Platinum Snap from the Marcel would be alright. The time with the Fury of the Phoenix, I think instead of an offensive tool, Golden Hour might be more suited as a defensive tool for them now.
Okay.
Oh!
That could have been something! But I guess it was just to buy time for the Lord.
Oh, they should have bounced on that! But maybe they're overthinking the presence of that Alice, which they are giving a lot of respect towards. So conceal forward?
Okay, now they're gonna go for it actually. That's a conceal, and the bravest fighter already committed by Song Jin-woo. Not anything a KOG cannot fight against though! That's the Raging Sandstorm, as well as the Fury of the Phoenix as a response.
Oh!
But look at the Throne of Ruin from 33rd! That's a defensive Golden R, and you needed it just at the right moment, because KOG were going for the chase, and they find water, pin him to the wall, alongside a base turret for KOG.
In most scenarios, I wish I was water getting pinned to the wall, but not in this scenario, not when it's tournament life.
This is tournament life. They're fighting for, they're holding on to, in hopes of extending it to a game number 5 and potentially still fighting back against KOG.
Yes!
But it's Payan on a killing spree, picks up a double kill, and Song Jin-woo jumps right in just to be taken down by Nile. Now it's a wave in mid that KOG might just utilize.
KOG, they suffered their first series loss yesterday. They're now quite literally knocking at a series finish here, but the wave clear of Tenacity, of Water and Grip, can they hold?
They might not. Kaizen goes in, pushes them back, and it's KOG staying in this tournament. MSL Thailand's top seed during the regular season eliminate Tenacity 3-1.
They hold on. It wasn't the cleanest. It wasn't perfection. But at the end, it delivered the win. And that is all most of us can just ask for. A win to keep fighting. KOG, keep on fighting.
You could see how badly they wanted this, and how sad it is for Tenacity just the same. A really good showing from both of these teams, but only one can keep on going and keep on fighting, and that is gonna be KOG. Respect and props to both, but oh my, we gotta take a look at that. That was an Akai to seal the deal, Renmar. An Akai you were initially worried about in the draft.
And then he just came in with a lot of heroics. it was a risk to take that rush and Kaizen literally swept in. Pretty sure that was a deleted scene from Kung Fu Panda. I don't know which one, but you could slot that into any of the movies and it would have worked out. And it led to them getting that and leading to them getting an interview. Later.
We will
I
be.
thought it was gonna be now.
Yeah, we will be. We will be hearing from them later. And I know we're excited for that because why?
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna hear Kaizen, we're gonna hear Coach Justin, we're gonna hear from Payan. And I highlighted these three because of course they're Filipinos, but for all the international audience out there as well, KOG, if you've been paying attention, is again the top seed. So there's just so much respect for this team. A lot of the teams we're seeing here in MSL Thailand are just looking up to them after that really clean record. And so far, they've just dropped a total of 3 games in their run so far here in MSL Thailand, because they dropped 2 in the regular season and yesterday they dropped 1. So 4. I think that's 4. They already dropped 4 so far.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, 4.
Yeah, it's just 4 so far. So imagine that for your debut season, and they're just so versatile. I admire how versatile they were. The drafting, the surprises they got to present to us, and the last minute Akai pick again. These are one of those teams that are really exciting to watch, and now
ขอบคุณ
let's
มาก
hear
เลย
from
นะคะ
them.
สำหรับความสนุกตลอดมาเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ให้น้องๆนะคะไปพักก่อนนะคะ
เชิญพักผ่อนก่อนนะคะ
โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็จะมาสัมภาษณ์ผู้ชนะของเรานะคะ KOG King of Gamer Club
ไหนใครเป็นแฟนคลับฝั่งนี้โอ้
แฟนคลับแน่นหนาอันนี้อาจจะต้องเปลี่ยนภาษาเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวเรามาถามความรู้สึกก่อนแล้วกันเนาะเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ยเกมมันพลิกแล้ววันนี้ก็กลับมาได้เนาะ Okay, so how do you feel about today? Because yesterday you almost you lost yesterday, and how do you feel about beating them today?
For me, I think we feel relieved because we still have a chance to get the championship.
Yes.
And feel so much happy right now.
Happy right now. So you move on already about yesterday? Yeah.
Me also.
You also?
Huh?
How do you feel today?
I feel relieved and super duper happy. Okay.
ค่ะก็รู้สึกดีใจเนาะเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ยก็
Follow up.
เมื่อวานก็เรียกว่าอะไรพ่ายแพ้ไป
แต่เขา
เนาะ
ก็ยังมีความมั่นอกมั่นใจ
ใช่
ว่าเขาจะต้องเป็นแชมป์แน่นอน
ใช่บอกว่าวันนี้ก็รู้สึกโล่งใจ เพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยยังสามารถที่จะเป็นแชมป์ได้อยู่ ถึงแม้ว่าวันนี้จะอยู่สายล่างก็ไม่เป็นไรเนาะ
ค่ะ
How did you make a comeback and win again today after yesterday?
I just need sleep.
Sorry?
I just need sleep.
Sleep?
Yeah, sleep.
A lot of sleep?
Because last night I'm having hard time to sleep. So I think it's for me. I cannot guide my teammates to clean the game. But now I have full sleep. So yeah, just need sleep.
ก็คือสำหรับเคเซนที่กลับมาได้ในวันนี้เพราะว่านอนเต็มอิ่มแล้วนอนเต็มอิ่มทำให้มีแรงก็เลยกลับมาได้ในวันนี้แล้วก็ชนะได้ What about you, Kayen?
I think just need some massage because my back and our body hurt easy.
Easy?
Yeah.
Oh, you need a little bit massage?
Yeah, because my back and my body hurt easy. Yeah.
สำหรับผ้าเย็นนะคะก็คือที่กลับมาได้วันนี้เพราะว่าได้รับการนวดเพราะว่าปวดหลังเล่นเกมเยอะถ้างั้นต้องเป็นเก้าอี้ดีๆนะคะจากอันนี้เลยจะได้ไม่ปวดหลังเนาะพอ What about how you feel that tomorrow you're gonna have to do one more to go to another team like you think you're gonna beat them or not tomorrow? Which team?
Any of them.
Any of them? Now your confidence is back.
Yeah, we're not scared. We just need sleep.
Okay, need a sleep and massage.
Yeah,
Any team?
Yeah,
You
any
think you
team.
can beat them?
Yeah, can confident.
Do you want to say something about other team?
What other team?
Any team?
17.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
just come to the venue then watch tomorrow.
ก็สำหรับสองคนนี้นะคะเขาก็บอกว่าตอนนี้เขากลับมาแล้วนะคะ เพียงแค่ต้องการการนอนแล้วก็การนวดที่ดีแล้วเขากลับมาแล้วค่ะ ก็เจอทีมไหนก็ได้เลยตอนนี้เพราะชนะแน่นอน
ที่ไหนก็ได้มั่นใจแน่นอน ขอแค่มาผ่านมาพรุ่งนี้เจอกัน
เจอกันเดี๋ยววันนี้ขอกลับไปนอนแล้วก็กลับไปนวดก่อนจะได้มีแรงเนาะพรุ่งนี้โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้น้องสองคนไปพักก่อนเนาะ
ค่ะ
แล้วขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much to our hosts, and we got to hear from both Kaizen and Payan. How lucky are we to hear from these two players exactly for the winners interview? And so does this mean that Kaizen did not have enough sleep yesterday?
Yeah, that's what he said. Like, apparently they underperformed yesterday because Kaizen had a tough time sleeping, and now that he got sleep, well, I could see that maybe as to why sleep was the case. Because yesterday there were some moments where actually a lot more compared to today, where I was watching their match against ACT and wondering, oh, this is very uncharacteristic of KOG, a few of the decisions they made and all that. So maybe that was it. And then with the early mishaps or some of the mishaps that they got this game, I feel like that was also just a little bit of a smoothening out process, making sure like they're good, they're back. And yes, don't be surprised. Payan looks really young, but that dude is surprisingly ripped and buff. I remember seeing it in the regular season, and even I was floored. It's like, whoa, that kid's more buff than me. What am I doing with my life? I just turned 30 this year, and now it's not the time to have an existential crisis because let's celebrate the MVP of the game. 0 deaths, and yeah, it was easy for him. I like how he sold his items there in the end to make sure that he would also get an oracle, so that he also gets a little bit more shield for himself. That was great.
Yeah, we did say that this would be a game where KOG were likely to play around Payan, because imagine the lineup being an Alice, Khalid, and then a Kai, just making things so much more accessible and possible for you. So it's great that we did not see just that. Well, Payan was able to accomplish what was expected of him, but also like individually these players also finding ways to activate their lineup even without the presence of Payan just yet. And I think we saw a lot more of this, especially in the early stages of the game. This highlight to be particular because Payan is nowhere to be found here, but look at how KOG were just able to handle things, even taking out water. I think that was another thing, no? Like, it was very uncharacteristic of water as well to die as often as we saw him here in this game. This out of all games, or if not get taken out, like be in very difficult positions yet again on the Suyo.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm really trying to think of how this could have gone so much better for Tenacity. It really couldn't have just been them losing the Lord. It seems like after that, though, you saw a little bit of a crumble in their mentality. I mean, Water also didn't have the easiest game. Maybe you also have to take it into account that for the majority of MSL Thailand Season 1, and we pointed it out earlier, this is a team that really operates around the success of their EXP laner and the gold laner, Song Jinwoo and Water. And Water had a tough game.
Yeah.
He had to time his entries really well because of the heavy spin, the risk of him just getting brought in. The Alice pickup was also really great. I think this is why we, heading into the series, are looking for more picks from KOG that break tempo in team fighting, that make you think twice about dashing in, that if you mistime your aggression, it's easily punishable. You make the aggressive team overthink. Don't just allow them to go and go again. And they started that from minute 1 with how Nile and Zed handled the early game, how they handled clearing minion wave very quick, winning the trades against BS and Lord guys, going into the jungle, getting vision, delaying water, rinse and repeat. 33rd, you get out of lane, you threaten a Throne of Ruin when Tenacity dives, rinse and repeat. Heroics by Kaizen, something that has been a usual thing for majority of the season for KOG. Again, rinse and repeat. They brought back what made them great in the regular season, refined it, and not just that, redefined it.
Yeah. KOG here in this series showed us a much better form of what really put them in the top spot, and the way that they were just able to constantly shift their focus and show how they're a team that you just couldn't easily predict to know in terms of what the main play style is going to be, is something that, despite them probably showing a bit more of themselves compared to the other teams since they had to go through the lower bracket, teams that will go up against them, be it Bacon Time or be it ACT, I'll have to take note of that. And they will be free to take a break today as well, because I believe their lower bracket finals will be happening tomorrow. But that's, I guess, the only catch. It's the only catch of, again, being in the lower bracket in this format. You will, if ever you win tomorrow's lower bracket finals, have to play 2 long series in a row in the last day.
Yeah, you have a best of 5, and if I'm not mistaken, they also operate with a best of 7 in the grand finals. Yeah, so it's a grueling crawl, really. It harkens back to the earlier days of how we did things before. It was a separate BO7 day for the grand finals. Still, ACT Esports Club and the Bacon Time have a lot of info, but before they look forward to the finals, they have to look at each other first. With how ACT has performed so far in this playoffs, I think Bacon Time really need to respect their opponents here. Bacon Time have sort of exuded this air of being like the bad boys while still also being really well loved by the fan base in MSL Thailand. I think they need to balance it out just a little bit. They gotta respect what ACT can do, and we're gonna see that a little later.
Yeah, I can't wait. I honestly can't wait, because like after the Florine Benedetta games, like I can't help but think about how ACT is planning to respond to all this. Like, do they consider it as something they're willing to fight against, or do they really think of it as something that they just rather take out? There are a lot of questions I feel like even the audience are just looking forward to see happen for our next series of the day. And don't you worry, guys, because we will be moments away from that. But of course, there will be a bit of a break before we head into that. We got to set up some things and of course take a moment for us to drink water after what we saw happen to Water and the gang. So this is Rita and Renmar joining you for the second day of the playoffs, and we'll be back after a short break to deliver the second series of the day.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ เย้
กลับมาเจอ
ดีใจ
กับ
มาก
สองสาวพิธีกรอีกแล้วนะคะ แบบนี้หมายความว่าไงคะพี่ปางเจอกับเราอีกแล้ว
ไม่รู้ว่าแบบนี้คือยังไง แต่ถ้าอย่างนี้แปลว่าลงได้แล้ว
ลงได้แล้วก็อยากดูแล้วอยากขอเวลาแป๊บหนึ่ง
ใช่ใช่นิดหนึ่งก็คือก็แปลว่าเราจะเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในแมตช์ที่ 2 ของวัน ซึ่งวันนี้แมตช์ที่ 2 ก็คือแมตช์สุดท้ายนะ
ซึ่งเป็นแมตช์ที่ดุเดือดมาก
แน่นอนเพราะว่า
ใช่
แค่เราเดินออกมาจากห้องพักใช่ไหมคะโอ้โหเยอะมากแฟนคลับเยอะมาก
ถูกเสียงเชียร์แบบว่าดังมาก
ใช่
ยังไม่ทันขอเสียงเลยเสียงมาแล้ว
ใช่ไม่ได้เสียงเชียร์อะไรเสียงไล่เราลงเอง
อยากเจอนักแข่ง
ใช่
แล้ว
ไม่ได้เขาไม่ได้เชียร์อะไรเรานะคะน้องมิ้นค่ะเขาไล่เราลง
อย่าเข้าใจผิด
ใช่เพราะว่าคู่ที่ 2 จะเป็นการพบกันนะคะระหว่าง ACT Esport Club ค่ะและ
เบคอนไทม์ค่ะ โอเค
อันนี้ก็ไม่ใช่เสียงเชียร์แต่อย่างใด
พูดชื่อทีมพูดชื่อทีม
โอเค
อันนี้ก็คือถ้าทีมชนะในรอบนี้นะคะ ก็คือ
ค่ะ
เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลย
ใช่ก็คือจะไปแข่งขันการหาผู้ชนะในวันพรุ่งนี้ ส่วนทีมที่แพ้ก็คือลงมาอยู่สายล่าง
แข่งอีก1 รอบ
ใช่ ไปแข่งกับทีม KOG
ใช่
ค่ะ
ก็ได้ลุ้นอีกได้ลุ้นอีกนะคะ
ใช่ได้ลุ้นกัน
คือห้ามพลาดเลยนะคะพรุ่งนี้เพราะว่าสายล่างแล้วก็จะรู้แล้วว่าใครจะได้เป็นแชมป์นะพรุ่งนี้
ใช่ใช่
ค่ะ
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วก็ฝากกันเอาไว้ด้วยนะคะสำหรับกิจกรรมบริเวณด้านหน้าพรุ่งนี้วันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะ ใครที่บ้านอยู่ใกล้ๆนะคะ หรือว่าบางคนแอบเห็นว่าเขาตั้งใจที่จะมางานในวันสุดท้ายโดยตรงเลย
ใช่เพราะว่า
มาเป็นคู่ชิง
ครั้งแรกซีซั่นแรก
ใช่
แชมป์ซีซั่นแรกมันต้องยิ่งใหญ่อยู่แล้ว
อลังการการสร้างแน่นอนนะคะ
และสำหรับใครนะคะที่สนใจเนาะอยากมาดูความมันนะคะแบบดุเดือดแบบสดๆหน้างานนะคะ สามารถมาได้เลยนะคะ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 ค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็มาเจอกันนะคะวันสุดท้ายมาเขาได้อะไรมาสร้างความทรงจำดีๆ ในซีซั่นที่ 1 กันค่ะแล้วก็ด้านหน้ามีกิจกรรมเป็นสแตนดี้น่ารักให้ถ่ายรูปภาพนะคะ แล้วก็มีเมิร์ดของทางค่ายมีสังกัดหลายอันเลย ใช่ และที่พลาดไม่ได้ก็คือมีเป็นป้ายให้กำลังใจนี่อย่างนี้นี่สามารถเขียนป้ายเป็นการ์ดให้กำลังใจได้นะคะ แล้วก็เอาเข้ามาชูตอนแข่งขันเนาะใช่ตอนนี้ถามก่อน
ขอ
พร้อม
เทส
ไหม
เสียงไหม
ใช่
เทส
ใช่
เสียง
ใช่อันนี้ขอ
เอา ACT ก่อนไหม
ใช่ใช่
ขอเสียงแฟนคลับ ACT Esport ครับหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
มีป้ายอยู่ด้านหน้า เยอะ
มีชู
เย
ป้าย
อะ
ชูป้าย
ใช่
อุ้ยอีกทีมนึงยังไม่ทันขอเสียง
ยัง
เลย
ยัง
ขาตรีมแล้ว
ยังใจเย็นๆ
เตรียมแล้ว
ใจแล้ว เดี๋ยวพูดเอง
ได้
เพราะดูเหมือนน้องมิ้นขอเสียงทางฝั่งเบคอนไทม์ค่ะ
ธงมีอะไร เฮ้ยทำไมฝั่งนี้พ็อปมันเยอะจังเลยอ่ะ เตรียมมาจากบ้าน
เขารู้ว่าฮอหนาว
อ๋อ
ก็พกมา และอีกในหนึ่งธงอันนั้นน่ะ นอกจากจะโบกชัยชนะในอนาคตได้หรือเปล่า แต่ก็ไล่เรา2 คน
ไล่
ด้วย
แบบพี่ไปแล้วค่ะ พี่ไปได้แล้ว
โอเคถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะ พร้อมแล้ว ตอนนี้พร้อมแล้ว เดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะ ให้กับ 3 หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ด้วยค่ะ
All right, welcoming you back to the English broadcast. It's still me, Brita, joined by Renmar to bring you the action for our last series here in the second day of our playoffs in MSL Thailand Season 1. I think this is a much-awaited series, and you could already see it through the audience we have at the venue. How are you feeling about this series, Renmar?
Well, I am excited. I'm expecting this to be really top tier. I mean, I never wanna expect perfection from majority of matchups, but I feel like we're gonna get close to it on this one. ACT have been on an absolute tear so far, while Bacon Time, they were definitive with their sweep over Tenacity, despite it being challenging for different reasons. So very pumped for this one.
Yep, these are two teams who I believe during the beginning, or when we were at least starting out here in MSL Thailand Season 1, had really strong reputations, I'd say, org-wise and player roster-wise, and they've been able to really introduce themselves as strong teams in the first week of the regular season, leading up to, I think, a couple more matches after that. But there have been some on and off moments for these two. Obviously, they don't have as perfect of a record as we've seen King of Gamers actually secure in the regular season, but it is during this time of the league, it is during the playoffs, we've seen them really deliver their best performances, which is why I really understand why you were saying something along the lines of us getting close to what we were really looking for in terms of gameplay, or the Thailand gameplay from these two teams.
Yeah, I want to start off first with ACT because I think that their season, there was one game that really stood out to me, and I'm not just saying it because that was like one of the first few games I casted, and I don't operate all of my thoughts and opinions on one team through one cast. Definitely not at all. But it was their series against Burram United. They got swept by them in May 3, and then watching that, they looked like they were a young team that was just beat out by veteran knowledge. So when they met up again for the first round match, or for the first match of the series, and to see their growth from how they faced off against BRU to how they defeated them here in the playoffs for the opening match really made me already start to shudder for KOG, because it was perfect drafting, perfect execution, outplay them at the center of the map, and that's what you want to do when you go up against KOG. Then when they went up against them, beat them too. So when they advanced and they took down KOG, as shocking as it was, Flukeo especially stepping up was such a very happy surprise for me. Meanwhile, on the side of Bacon Time, again, they were sort of like the bad boys of the season, with their aura, with their TPs, all of that. They got humbled early on, especially after their face-off against King of Gamers Club in week 3. It was definitively answered that KOG is the best team, because it was undefeated versus undefeated. But Bacon Time, how they beat Tenacity yesterday, it was a somewhat dominating game number 1 and 3, but game number 2 was where they were really tested, and I felt like a lot of the problems that they had in the regular season, for them to solve that and then show that by beating Tenacity the way they did, was important to their growth and their story for this playoffs.
Yep, there's been a huge development in a very short amount of time, because again, compared to like the usual format that we're used to seeing, we've had like 5 weeks of action here in the regular season for MSL Thailand, and now we have like 3 days straight of playoffs, and it's a more familiar format for those who've been watching the older leagues, wherein the lower bracket finals and grand finals are actually in a single day. So, you know, it's a very long journey, and we actually got to quickly run through what really happened during the past day through that playoffs bracket update that we also flashed on our screens earlier. And yes, we are now down to our upper bracket finals, which I think is really significant for both of these teams, because yes, Bacon Time, I guess you could say it's a bit more expected. It's just that they had this really sudden improvement here in the playoffs. But ACT really worked their way to make it here, because again, they introduced themselves as a strong team, but they've had their moments, and now they're suddenly getting it together, made it through the play-ins, even taking down top 1 in the regular season just to make it here in the upper bracket finals. So definitely they've been through quite a lot more than Bacon Time, who have been sitting in the upper seed, but I'm worried for ACT in such a way that this mid duo we're looking at for Bacon Time is just really terrifying, in a sense that they're so unpredictable. It's like there's just so much you could just expect from these two, or at the same time not expect from these two, because they just are always ready to keep these surprises going.
Yeah, of course, ACT being the top one team from the open qualifiers, it's going to be a huge statement win, even more so than their victory against KOG yesterday. If they can be the first team to make it to the grand finals of MSL Thailand Season 1. Again, making it to the grand finals secures you at least an appearance for M Series Cup Mekong Season 7, which, if I'm not mistaken, should also be a wild card qualification tournament. While top one, if you become champion of the whole tournament, means you go to the wild cards of MSC. And that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be a nice trip to Paris for you. So for ACT and Bacon Time here, earlier they showed, a graphic between the two gold laners, Flukeo and Guns. And because of the performances they had in day number 1, that will be the matchup to watch out for. Guns on his Harith, Flukeo on Harith as well, but the Claude and pretty much any other marksman that you can think of, but I'm mainly looking at those two, are some things you have to watch out for both of them. But you can't get to the gold lane matchup unless you take care of the center, unless you take care of your roam, mid, and jungle. So Sylvie, Carnes, and Seros have to take a page from the teams that have beat Bacon Time this season. If you control the center of the map and you give B-Boss a difficult time to farm, Bacon Time's timers are gonna be very, very short, and it's gonna take a long time for them to be able to catch up.
Yep, as you mentioned, it's such a huge feat if ever either of these two really get to secure that slot and make it all the way to taking that nice trip. But let's take a look at these player intros first.
ตลอดฤดูกาลที่ผ่านมาผมมั่นใจว่าทีมเบคอนไทม์คือหนึ่งในทีมที่ดุดันที่สุดในลีกพวกเราจะไม่หยุดจนกว่าจะไปถึงแชมป์พวกเราถูกคาดหวังให้ชนะตั้งแต่วันแรกและพวกเราไม่ได้มาที่นี่เพื่อเป็นรองใครพวกเราจะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆผิดหวังตลอดฤดูกาลที่ผ่านมาพวกเราผ่านการแข่งขันมาหลายแมตช์และพวกเรารู้ดีว่าไม่มีอะไรได้มาง่ายๆถ้านี่คือโอกาสสุดท้ายพวกเราก็จะสู้ให้ถึงที่สุดพวกเราผ่านมาด้วยกันและจะไปต่อด้วยกันตราบใดที่ยังมีเกมไม่เล่นพวกเราจะไม่ยอมแพ้แน่นอนทุกอย่างที่พวกเขาสร้างมาตลอดทั้งฤดูกาลเหลืออีกเพียงก้าวเดียวเพื่อเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแมตช์ที่จะตัดสินว่าใครจะได้เข้าใกล้คำว่าแชมป์มากที่สุด
Could definitely feel the hype right there, and I think it's about time we check the head-to-head, but I guess we will be going back to what you previously mentioned about a bit of a highlight in terms of these two gold laners, because both Guns and of course Supermanis, these are two players you definitely really have to pay attention to, and the stats also tell you how, despite what has been the record for ACT, I know they finished in 5th for the regular season, all of the games we saw from them during the playoffs, I think somehow pulled up these statistics to bring them close enough to Bacon Time.
Yeah, Bacon Time, one of the things that we mentioned earlier, of course, was them improving on some of the things that led to their losses during the regular season. And one of that is the recovery. If ever B-Boss doesn't have a good time in the jungle and Spider Miles and Exort aren't the ones dictating the tempo. So it seems like Spider Miles and Exort have sharpened that up a little bit so that if ever they're not the ones taking the first step with their rotations, at least they're keeping it somewhat close. Flukeo, because of his performances yesterday against KOG and throughout the regular season, honestly has just been the consistently better player. In the earlier portions of the season, there were a lot of questionable plays made by Guns. I was pressing C translation in a lot of the comments that I could see, manually trying to translate, and there were a lot of people not me translating it, but putting it in the search engine and then translating it into English, and a lot of people really focused on Guns as the guy that needs to step up if Bacon Time even wanted to make it to the playoffs at that time. But then consistently he's really grown up, he's really improved, and he can carry for the team when needed. That is if he's on the Harith. his best performances this season have been on that hero. Everything else has been kind of here or there. While Flukeo has a much wider pool. He can play that Freya really well. The carries up there. His Claude performances he has a few great ones also. The Harith definitely going to be in contention for those two.
Yeah. Which is interesting because maybe it just feels that way, but stats say that they have like both a hero pool of 6. So maybe it's just that there were more rare rare instances that guns actually used heroes outside the Harith, Claude, or carry. And it was like Flukeo occasionally getting his hands more often on the picks, which you wouldn't normally get your hands on, like the Freya, I feel. Which I think is also one thing we will be looking at, because this is a different series from the last series. I think there's a lot more element of surprise that we could definitely expect when we are looking at the drafts. And it's great that we're seeing it right now. For the first time today, it's gonna be a Broken Walls map as well.
Of course, I expect a team like ACT to make the most out of this more because of how aggressive they want to be. That's always something that you can expect from teams that in tournaments come in through open qualifiers. They like to build off of that momentum and that aggression. And ACT are not shy of that, especially with Sylvie and Seros, with how they play. It's in their blood, you know, quite literally. They're twins. So, you know, hopefully they are. Hopefully they are twins. They are twins, right? Yeah.
Yes,
They're not just like cousins who look so much alike that maybe one of their parents need to explain something, but no, definitely twins. Okay, so of course, Bacon Time doesn't even want to pick up the Marcel. They take it away as an option for ACT. They take away the Khalid as well, a favorite pick of Sylvie. So you take away 2 heroes again that feed into that aggression, while ACT are taking out carries. And of course, with the experience of Bacon Time, playing with Spider Miles and Exort, expect them to be a team that know how to make the most out of a Uranus.
Yes, okay, they won't go for the Juice in Prio because the Freya is open, and it was something we mentioned earlier on, so that might be something ACT would want to consider instead. I'm honestly torn between wanting Exort to get a hold of a more familiar hero than one that's more surprising, you know? Like if I was going up against Exort, I don't know which I would prefer. If it's like a really normal power pick or something along the lines of a Gord, Faramis, or Kadita, because he's had games playing those kinds of mid laners here.
Yeah, I also don't want to discount the Kadita might make a comeback after their pensions for it early on, but Bacon Time, I am quite surprised that they still picked up the Eve after seeing the Suyo and the Juice in, only because there's a risk that ACT can pack more dive, but they already have the Freya paired up with it. And then to add even more to it, they add the Baksha. So even if ACT dive on this Eve, there's a risk of you just getting completely blown up by the Freya alone. So at least it's well supplemented. And with how fast Bacon Time pick it, seems like Bacon Time, they are reading ACT really well. They know their tendencies. Even forgoing their gold laner pick. We're not fully sure if this Freya will go to the gold lane. There's still a chance Kang might show up with it suddenly in the EXP lane. They keep a flex option available. But with the Claude being the gold lane, there is a very good chance that this will go to the gold lane instead, only because you can just beat out the Claude as a Freya really easily.
Yeah, so it is sort of like as expected, the dive is diving for ACT, but yeah, after what happened yesterday, they just probably would rather not try, because I think it's already somewhat setting up for that kind of roam. Like there's a chance you slot in a Florin considering the Baksha in, well, I assume the jungle, but there again is a chance you get to flex it now that they took out the Florin. So now we could probably revert to the more common roamers like the Khalid and the, I mean, to pair up with the Eve, definitely the Khalid would be one, but Spider Miles, I can't tell anymore because he's had chip games.
Yeah. I think Spider Miles ending up with a really wide pool of heroes is going to be the bane of a lot of teams' existence here in the playoffs. I mean, at least for 2 more, because it's ACT and then whoever, I mean, either KOG or ACT, again, depending, you know, we don't know how these results will end up. I think they can ease up on the roam bans and the EXP bans. I think they just try to manipulate the draft in such a way that maybe the gold is a little bit more obvious. But no, they're really just worried about the chip. See, this Spider Miles and Bacon Time are inside of ACT's heads right now.
Yeah, this changes so much in the normal way of drafting. It's like,
Yeah.
no, you gotta consider like Spider Miles. So it's literally them just forcing him to be on a more normal kind of roam for this game, and also Bacon Time taking out a bunch of XP lane picks for okay, Cairo, but then Cho. Look at the amount of dive.
Yeah. They can still slot in Hilda, and Hilda would slot in with the draft for Bacon Time really well. Just one quick use of your power of wildness, it'll make even the Claude think twice. Or I mean, if you hold on to it, you think twice about entering as a Claude. So if they're just gonna go Hilda, they can afford it. They have the Frey in the Baksha anyway, and then maybe an EXP laner for Kang. You could either go for something as crazy as the Benedetta, or something as stable and just going for raw burst again, such as the Lapu Lapu. Either of those extra crowd control would be great of options. But oh my god, he brought back the Estes. I really wish I considered this. I was thinking about it when I saw the Florin ban. I was like, I wonder how crazy Spider Miles is enough to bring back an Estes. Oh man. And they put a Frey in XP. Oh my, Bacon Time! Bacon Time! Okay.
This is why Bacon Time and drafting against Bacon Time is such a headache.
Yep.
But and it's not like they're just experimenting. You know, Spider Miles is just that kind of roamer that he can either be pure utility or pure tank like the Grok or whatnot, but he makes it work. So okay, at least they somehow pick up an XP later, which could really answer well to that Estes.
Yeah, I thought of them taking out the Glue and Terizla was just taking out like tempo breakers, you know, strong fronts, all of that. But then it makes so much more sense now with the pickup on the Estes. I'm Filipino, y'all know I'm rooting for the lineup with Estes. Not because they're Filipino, but because it's an Estes.
Yeah, we miss seeing the Estes, and my goodness, it's an all Purify lineup.
Yep.
Bacon Time.
Oh, Bacon Time. I think I'm gonna
this is so
regret
fun.
predicting against them. Let's see. This Cho, who is he gonna pick off? Obviously, the target that doesn't have a Purify at that time. I think you're gonna have to use the CC as a means to force Purifies out, but then you waste a lot of great utility on the curtain call. This could go really bad, really quick for ACT, or it goes good for them until they can no longer kill the members of Bacon Time because of raw heal and sustain.
Yeah, I can't say if there'll be an in-between or it's just either that or that. Because I know I know you as a pro player usually time all these battle spells and whenever they're down. But looks like you have to keep track of a lot more than usual because these are 4 players on a Purify. That's gonna be an early skirmish though. B-Boss actually found himself in danger right there. That's the jungler going down at the first minute of the game.
Okay, B-Boss, what the heck? Man, that is not the start you want to have. You're... No, just no. That's the analysis.
Yeah.
Why?
That's why I was waiting for your reaction because of the way he just jumped in. The way he just jumped in without even knowing where Sylvie would come from.
Yeah, it's... You already had Sylvie show up in the mid just for a little bit. He locked in onto Carnes, which was okay, but then you already use your shield unity to bump into someone. You can... You obviously didn't look at the state of the EXP lane, whether your Freya was the one shoving the CC back into the tower, or if it was dead even, because if it's dead even, there's a chance CC could jump in. So Pivas really just looked like he didn't take any conditions, and that's hurting their early rotations even more.
Yeah. I would have been okay with that if the roamer was a Khalid or something. Because the Estes and Eve could not really provide as much help. You know, even if you use the shield unity onto a target in the early game, even if it was Seros, okay, now it's gonna be Karns going in with the Crimson Beacon. That's a knockoff from Sylvie, but the Valkyrie Descent coming in from Kankao might just turn things around, but Flukeo says no. Seros finds the kill. It's actually gonna be Flukeo at that, but there was a huge chunk of damage coming in from Seros right there.
I don't know if Bacon Time's just excited to be playing with an SS, but the SS isn't level 4 yet. Do all of this when the SS is level 4. Early on, just focus on getting items on the Freya. If you didn't lose, if you didn't get picked off early on, and Spider Mouse didn't suffer that death, definitely you could have fought. But at some point, they're just gonna have to let go of certain moments of aggression here. Here's the predictions, by the way, from our friends at the Thai broadcast. Bird 5-star is the only one who went Bacon Time, as Wawa and Dr. Marks all see this going towards ACT.
Yeah, so you are the same as the other two. It's just me and Bird 5-star who thinks Bacon Time will be winning this. But the thing is, all of us except Bird 5-star think it's gonna go to game 5.
Yeah.
See, and this game 1, I feel like is very telling that there's a high chance we do that.
Yeah. Well, so far it seems like it's going towards the route that the other potential that we posed, which was it goes well for ACT until it doesn't. So far, it's going well for ACT, and we still cannot fully confirm it will hit that portion where until it doesn't, because so far they're doing everything really well. They're taking control of the river, of course, as expected with the Cho. With the early kills that they served up onto the jungler and opposing roamer, you get to control the river for majority of the game. I think Turtle 3 would be a turnaround.
Okay. That's if they actually find their entries. Because at this point, it's just going to be B-Boss. And B-Boss, with the entries, has to be more careful. He cannot afford to do the same thing he did earlier on, especially with little to no help from Bacon Time. That's the way of the dragon used by Sylvie here. B-Boss still gets his purple buff though, so I think they're gonna be okay right before this next objective.
Yeah, so close to the turtle, you use your kick. What? It's Sylvie on, but that's just pure confidence, knowing that even without it, they can completely bully B-Boss little by little. So now it's gonna be a level 4. Or, excuse me, yeah, Spider Miles is already max level, so at least he has the ultimate. B-Boss is only just a level behind Seros, which isn't that bad. Glowing Wand already for Exort, and Kangkang should have his first item locked in already. I think we'll see once we get to the player cam of Kangkang. It's either going to be the Golden Staff or the War Axe, but I hope it's the Golden Staff.
Yeah, there's a
Oh, sorry, he's EXP, so it's War Axe.
Yeah, there are a lot of Purifies still up for Bacon Time. So let's see if Sylvie decides to commit the Way of the Dragon once again. Oh, it's gonna be on B-Boss once more with response from Kangkang, but Seros coming in from the sides. Doesn't look too good for Bacon Time here. B-Boss, though, still gets the objective, and it seems like Kangkang's doing such a great job at being an XP lane Freya in this clash.
Yep, and Guns gets the tower in mid. ACT spent a long dance for that turtle, so they lose their tower real quick. So what I thought would be a Turtle 3 turnaround for Bacon Time, it's Turtle 2 plus a tower in mid very early on. They take out the CC in the EXP lane out of the tower, excuse me. Kangkang is now free, and now it has hit the point where it's until it doesn't.
Oh, it's a different, we're seeing different groupings now. I don't know if this is common this early on, because I'm used to seeing this a bit more later, but B-Boss being the guy away from the rest of the team, and Guns together with Kangkang joining hands just to take that turret down bottom. So that Bacon Time have switched it up a lot so far, but Sylvie Still has the Way of the Dragon. Not gonna use it this time on B-Boss though. He learned his lesson.
Ooh, I wonder if ACT are ready to handle multiple team fights against a lineup centered around an Estes and an Eve together. You have 2 points of offense. It's not just purely a Clint carry. It's a lot of the river control definitely is going to be towards ACT, but it's the team fights that could be different. So I'd like to see ACT play the map a little bit more. But Bacon Time are doing what they can to take care of that as well. They go top side. They want to force the push there. B-Boss also cutting, proxying the wave, and he'll be able to be the front line, seeing the rotation of the Juiced and Cho. This is just a great rotation by Bacon Time. ACT tries to respond. The kick coming out of Sylvie, but it gets punished! And he becomes a Sky Piercer stack for Guns, but Cairo is here. The curtain call of the Blazing Duet by Flukeo. But the heal and the damage has turned it around in favor of Bacon Time. And it's a harsh reminder to ACT as to why the Estes was the pick commonly attributed to the Filipinos for the longest time.
That extended or somewhat extended team fight clearly worked in their favor. Even with Spider Miles going down early on, Sylvie and Carnes went down too. So the moment they lost both that Dominance Ice and even the Glowing Wand, I feel like Kang was just a lot more unstoppable. He was so quick to jump back into the fight, and that rage you got, plus the damage from Guns. He's in currently a good spot with a 2-0-1, another Valkyrie Descent from Kang. Well, at least Cairo now, too, has a response through the Sea Hubbard.
Yeah. Oh, ACT have to get really crafty with side lane pushes, but Bacon Time are reading them. They know Flakeo's there. Sylvie needs to get crafty with its angles as well. It's how they layered the crowd control to force out Purifies. And easily, Flukeo gets taken away from the tower. Sylvie trying to find a kick, but this is not gonna end well for you, Sylvie.
It felt like he forced that. That was 3 members of Bacon Time who all still had Purifies intact. No, actually that was 4, I believe. So even if he did get to find one, the fact that the other members were too far away also didn't look too good. That's a Crimson Beacon forced out of Carms, and they weren't even looking to commit that fight probably. That was just such a aggressive play again and again that we're seeing from Kang.
This is just a reminder of why people hated us, Brigid. People hated us for the longest time. Because Estes is so anti-fight, and if you aren't ready to go up against a lineup with an Estes, then you're not gonna be able to beat it. Yeah. Oh, they don't even really have their sure burst because they packed the juice in. The juice in would have been great if they used it to help temper, but wait, a fight might break out. A kick by Sylvie, but they can't engage into it. Oh no. Oh, ACT, I feel for you. I feel for you, ACT.
Yeah, you know what? Even I personally kind of like missed the feeling of being a bit more careful of whether or not I think this is going to break into a team fight or not when doing my play-by-play. Because earlier, that was exactly what happened. It was just Kang looking like he was about to start the fight, but he was not. And it's just an Estes lineup all over again. So have we set aside whatever happened in the first rotation for B-Boss now?
Yes.
I would say yes.
100%. And at least we set a precedence for it. Again, it will work out for ACT until it doesn't. It's the inevitable result of going up against an Estes lineup.
Okay, Holy Shields are about to... Oh, what?
Oh my... What?
No, I was not prepared for that, Redma. I swear I was not prepared for that. Guns is unstoppable right now. That's the real world manipulation, the blessing of the Moon Goddess, everything being laid out for Bacon Time and this potential one-way push. Sylvie couldn't even find the right angle. Not even the Blazing Duet could deal with everything all at once. Bacon Time, they're just forcing their way through ACT and their base with another minion wave approaching, and this is the way they end the game. I have no words.
It's been way too long. Oh my goodness, bacon time. That was rough. ACT meet Filipino Ube. It's back.
It's a
Wow.
throwback. What? Cause you know what? I don't think they even use their purify during that entire push. Just look at them.
no, doesn't look like it. What do you do? What do you do with that marching against you? Like, you go next? Oh, wow. First the floor and now the Estes. You know, it's warranted now as to why every time I'm playing ranked games with Team League Pit,
Okay.
with Wolf, with Burrito and everyone, that we always just want to ban out Estes and Florin. I get it. I get it.
How devastating would it be for you to be greeted that way in your first game of this best of 5? Like ACT, they got it together, but now they have to go through this. And they took
now you
out
have
the
to
Florine and Chip.
Yeah, you now have to consider an Estes showing up. How do you take it? You are gonna have to. If I'm the coach, once that Estes comes up, or if I'm like the analyst, I'm hopping onto my laptop and going back to like M3, MPLPH season 11, MPLPH season 10. How did they ban against this?
Imagine.
That's
They probably prepared for like everything else except the Estes. Because I think it's the debut pick for Spider Miles here in MSL Thailand as well. As we hand over the MVP award for this game to Guns, who, did you see that burst? Did you see the way he took out Seros?
I don't think it happened so quickly. I don't think even Sarah saw it. He was just using his thumbstick, then realized maybe 3 seconds into the respawn timer, it's like, oh wait, I'm dead. I thought I was gonna escape that. I thought I was able to run to the fountain. Nope. Guns ended up dishing you an assist because you ended up getting brought to the respawn faster. You know, that was a very thoughtful opponent. Bro, I forget just how disheartening it is to watch a really dominant Estes lineup game. That despite the early mistakes, again, it works until it doesn't. Sylvie just was frustrated. It's like, bro, there's 4 purifies. I kick the backsha, he gets healed. And if we don't get to take him down, Guns is free hitting. What do we do?
And just saying, that was the fastest we've seen today. That was less than 12 minutes too. All because of an Estes.
Oh.
And the fact that B-Boss already made a mistake in the early game, yet they still ended it under 12 minutes.
That's literally, like, I'm pretty sure the shot call there was just like, wait, level 4. Once we have all ulti, we never die. It's like yeah. That's exactly what happens.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. ACT were not ready for this. They now have to think about the Estes in the draft. I'm at a loss for words because my brain's already trying to rack how ACT might be handling this draft, knowing that they have to consider an Estes of all things. Bring it down.
I would say, like, if this is inevitable either way, I just go all AoE.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather not go Cho. I would just pick a mage that, well, the Juicen I think sort of counts. But this is so tough. Like, Sylvie, I feel like had the hardest job out of everyone in this game.
Yeah. I mean, he was handling the river really well, especially leading up to Turtle 2. I think that's also one of the things that I didn't like that I saw from Sylvie was that he committed the kick before Turtle 2, right? And then that's when, with the lack of a kick, what they do for it. I don't know if he meant to kick, what it was trying to achieve, but it achieved nothing. It just ended up giving Bacon Time one thing less thing to worry about, one less big thing to worry about, and getting kicked by the Cho. That little moment of interrupt, that getting forced out of your purify, it would have really helped out ACT, which is why those things like that, it's again automatically you can't help but think that ACT aren't ready to go up against a lineup like this. They banned out the floor, and also they still showed up with the Nestus. I just hope Bacon Time run it back, take out the floor and take out the Estes, still show up with something like a Matilda or a Rafaela. Just do it. Just keep running back against the greatest hits of healers until you get full 5-man roam band.
Yeah, because I am pretty sure Spider Miles can do that. He can pull it off. And more so now that B-Boss is taking I think he's really sticking with that utility role in the jungle. Like, if we get to see, I swear, if we get to see like the Estes Fredrin all over again or something like that, then that's the legit throwback for me. That's a moment where I would really feel like I'm time traveling. But so far, ACT, I wonder how they are going to adjust everything, because I feel like they've already prepared their game plan accordingly because they're going up against Bacon Time, but now they have to readjust. It's
honestly, let's just run it back to the M4 meta. It's like, okay, let's trade between two junglers only, Fredden and Akai. What's a Suyo? I don't know what that is. Let's just play around that idea. Even if at one point, okay, let's do it now. I think at one point it might even get crazy where we might see Spider Miles on a Diggy. Let's just go for it. Why the heck not? There's pick off crowd control. Like, that's what it's all about. Just give Spider Miles a Diggy or something. Pair it up with a Bruno or Rafaela and a Bruno. But I want a Diggy. Just get B-Boss to keep playing the really solid tanks. Either he's going to go Fredrin. If it's another tanky, if there's a tankier front on the other side, hell, I wouldn't mind even seeing an X-Morgan there. Let's just get that crazy. I don't mind. I don't want to see no more Chos, no more Khalid's, Hildas. Just bring it back to heal.
it's either we go. No, because M6 barely had did we have a lot of Diggy Brunos in M6?
No.
Or was it just
I don't think.
No, it was just Bruno, right? It was just Bruno, right?
Yeah, it was just Bruno.
Yeah, so it's either we go all the way back to the healer eras. And what a statement would that be? It's like we were already pretty much having a much clearer picture of what the Thailand meta looked like, but Bacon Time suddenly arrives and says they have a meta of their own, and decides to reintroduce everything and say that they're the only team who's capable of flexing it this much. And it's something that always catches the Thai teams by surprise.
And I hope Bacon Time completely try leaning into that. Because the more you lean towards that idea, the more you have to pick up heroes that want to pick off. If they don't want to do it through purifies, you're gonna have to do it through suppress. You're gonna have to get Sylvia on something like a Kaja. Bacon Time look like they're gonna be hellbent on taking out the Khalid and the Marcel. That's a good start. I think a lot of the drafts moving forward for Bacon Time need to revolve around getting those heroes removed. If they can pick it up for themselves, sure. But if Freya's an option, then you get the Freya, because it allows you to think about those type of lineups that are revolving around the healing type roamers. Yeah, it's the Freya, it's a tanky mid, and as long as you end up getting the Eve, because to be fair, if this was Bacon Time crazy enough to play this into an Eve, then it might have been a completely different story. But since it was paired up with an Eve, it was very good.
Yeah, I think it was looking back at the let me pull up the draft earlier. Yeah, it was something they prioritized because the Juicin already showed up, but nonetheless they still really wanted to stick with the Eve, even despite the many suggestions in terms of mid laners that we were actually bringing up earlier too. So let's see how this changes. It's Bacon time on the red side. But I think the bans are still gonna be pretty similar. If they go Fovius Marcel here, then it's almost the same.
Yeah. I think they can just lean into that. Especially for the Fovius. There we go. Khalid, Fovius. Now, I don't know if they're crazy enough to run back the SS or like healer types again, but I think it would be safe to just commit a Marcel ban here.
Yeah. Because it's the AoE that'll be a problem. Unless it's again the Florine, which you don't really, have to group up together. That just to it to work. No Baksha now though for Bacon time. That's gonna open. Oh, the Harley and Harith is open actually, just because of this change in draft.
Yeah, now they have to think about that trade. I think with the type of team that you're up against in ACT, I'd rather just give the Suyo ban the Harley. Let's see with the Marcel also an option. Oh wow, whoa! What are they thinking? Are they cooking some? What are they cooking up this time? I don't know. I think Bacon time even got into my head. What are they cooking? Why? You remember that Jennifer Lawrence meme? It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
We are not sure anymore. Like if I only had a choice to just like watch this, but okay, at least for the Juicin, it's sort of still like okay, something we sort of expect still. But without the Baksha, it's not like you really get to show the Wait, the Freya still open? What?
Yeah, they gave the Freya, right? It's like, whoa. Out of all the picks, really? You're willing to give the Freya? Hell, you could just pick up Freya Harley now and it wouldn't be overly greedy. With the Khalid gone, just expect that Hilda's gonna show up on the other side, but they weren't even greedier. They went Freya Harith. Oh, man. They get two strong side laners.
What do you mean, Flex? We're not doing that. We're revealing everything. It's Harith and Freya immediately in the first two picks of the red side.
Folks, if you're wondering why Brigham and I are reacting like this, I'm sure you all know that we cast MPL Philippines on the regular. So seeing what we've seen so far in this series has been something akin to being forced to reevaluate our entire lives. And reevaluate our understanding of what MLBB, of how he is played. Thailand, thank you.
Thank you.
Spider Miles, thank you. Alright, so they pick up the Esmeralda here. It's been a while since I've seen Esmeralda, Freya, and the EXP lane. So this is where this is a bit of a blind spot to me, admittedly, of how this might go.
Yeah, that's true. It's like I at this point don't know how extreme Bacon time could get to just directly counter it out, but that would be too reactive if they reveal to us the Exhort hero to deal with it right now, because you can't really pick up a marksman that can shred anymore. see, okay, it's not. It might just be Fredrin Akai.
I swear, they can just pick up a healer again. So ACT's gonna have to decide if they ban out both the Estes and the Florin. The Rafaela might show up, the Matilda might show up, and it's all gonna be good. But the thing is, at least the Esmeralda's there. And whatever hero that pumps out shields, it's gonna be fun for the Esme. So let's see how this is gonna go. At this point, I don't even want to predict anymore. I just want to blurt out the craziest heroes.
Yeah. What do I wanna say? What do I wanna see from Bacon time? I would want the Lunox.
Lunox mid, alright. That makes entries for the Claude really tough, especially if you know that the Claude, if the Lunox, excuse me, hasn't used Darkening or Brilliance yet.
Yeah, and you have a... Well, I think the Freya is capable of somehow dealing with it too. I mean, the Esmeralda, but it's like just more reliable burst damage, I guess, and less shields for the Lunox.
I want to see Bacon Time just pick up their mid laner at 4 and then just Spider Miles. If ever it looks good, just pick up the Diggy, man. Just go Diggy.
Oh! Wait,
at this point, like, my predictions are just wish lists.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why you save the Diggy for last. Because if ever you get 2 really strong crowd control heroes, then you can just go ahead and pick up the Digbert.
Whoa, even taking out the Harley and the Suyo. How about we just fight it out with utility?
Yeah.
Let's all just go utility. But like,
I mean, there's still the Leomord up, but then you never want to play a Leomord into an Akai. It's just gonna be so sad. So you're forced to go utility unless, okay, I'm trying to think if there's one jungle pick that might be able to make it through. An iframe for a Lancelot might be okay. Because at least you can be outside of the map. Hayabusa wouldn't be too bad. But again, you don't see the mid laner yet.
yeah,
And or the roam.
Shin, I don't think we see that anymore.
No, not in the jungle. So, a surprise in terms of raw speed would be the Nolan. But then that's greedy. It's tough.
Okay. Just please say Spider-Man for last.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, they have to pick the Lilia too. Oh, man. Oh, come on, Bacon Time. Just surprise us again. One more time. Please. Please.
Imagine the early game of a Lilia Diggy.
Right? You see, I like how you're falling into this like pit of madness with me. Join me.
Don't get baited into picking up a crowd control roamer.
Yeah.
Or you can. They might just go all purify anyway.
Yeah.
Plus the Diggy. Or maybe you don't need to. You have a Diggy. But like all other Spider Miles heroes are open, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And it doesn't even need to be a crazy Spider Miles pick. It just, with how it looks like with the first 3 picks, they still end up getting YSS. Oh, and they get the Grok. Okay, I'm okay with the Grok. I like the Grok. I appreciate it. But trading against the Lilia might be sort of tough. It's gonna be a Grok taking a lot of damage and then Juice and carrying, like literally.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, it's a Claudius and Shin though. And you see the early potential from Bacon Time even without the roamer just yet. So
yeah.
Unless it's an
honestly, it might be tough to go. It must be tough to go to go like a healer type of roamer because Freya isn't a wall, and if you go something like a Matilda, Rafa, Estes, that might put pressure on the Akai. Oh, of course. They
why
get
did
the
we
floor
doubt
in.
him?
Yeah, let's just. This is it. Bacon Time have broken the code in Thailand. They just ran it back with healers.
I cannot recall the last time I heard that phrase. Yeah,
yep, it's Bacon Time International.
Bacon Time International. Okay, I have to see that on social media later on. I hope you guys heard that. It's another Spider-Man's Florine game all over again. My goodness.
Oh, Bacon Time, what have you done? But let's see. Even the Florine games yesterday, it was just... There's a chance still that ACT can take control of the game through really great gameplay with the Grok and the Juice in together, or with really good control. But it will always, especially with healing type roams, the Florins, the Estes of the world, it will always hit that point of how the hell is the opposing team still alive? How did we take none of them down when we've used all our best abilities? The thing is, it's good now that ACT have two sources of continuous damage. Through the Yi through the Claude. They're not too burst focused that all of their bursts can just get blown out. But I'd want to see a tweaked timing by Flukeo with how he uses his Blazing Duet. If he can use it, maybe after you get to see the floor and use the ultimate, then that's gonna be better because you get through what the floor and help the team regain, and then you just continuously poke.
Yeah, and a big difference from what we saw earlier too is that they're all on flicker. So if Sylvie, unlike the Cho game, actually finds a really good tech charge, then I think that'll be an okay timing as well. But only if, again, you have to consider the ultimate plus the black shoes for Exort. So maybe also just being overall picky with your targets for whatever team fights can happen, or just maybe waiting for the counter set even, because who could go for the engage when you look at Bacon Time's lineup? It's just mostly B-Boss and Kang Kang going in at the same time.
Yeah, they also have to put their Harith in an awkward spot where initiations could even be started by the Zaman Force. Now looking at the EXP lane, you see here the idea behind the Esmeralda with the little shields that the Frey can build for herself. That's something that the Esmeralda can steal away. The boss will not get caught. He ends up on the other side of the wall, but the Mountain Shocker boat stunt has been used.
Okay. Oh, even down bottom, so much is actually happening there. I think that was a flicker used by Guns. Who gets to win the 1v1? It's gonna be Guns taking out Flukeo. And now we look back here at the turtle pit. That's gonna be the Valkyrie descent coming in from Kangkang. Bevo securing the turtle for Bacon Time. And that's all they need. They're gonna go back.
What an outplay by Guns. Flukeo thought he had it, but he didn't respect the damage reduction you could get, the little bit of shields that you can get as a Harith. And he ended up paying the price. A solo kill in the gold lane for Guns on the Harith. A victory in the turtle for Bacon Time. ACT, it is not that bad. At least Bacon Time couldn't invade. Is a lineup you really do not think of too much as a heavy invade lineup during the early portions of the game, so that they don't have to worry about Zeros not getting farm. It's just that it's going to be the slow ROIs that you get with just getting the turtle over and over again if ACT can't stop Bacon Time from getting these early major objectives.
Yep, especially now, because Spider Miles hit level 4. Imagine that fight actually taking place without the ultimate, but they were just really able to spread out the members of ACT well enough. The way that Kang Kang just jumped in, and even Exort being able to throw out all those glooms and not using the black shoes up until the very last minute, where it seemed as if he was still trying to go for the chase. So Bacon Time clearly have shown us that they do have the upper hand in this game so far. But there is a chance, there still is a chance that we get to see ACT go for those setups. We are never going to take it away from them, even despite what happened in the lane for Flukeo.
Yeah, which is why the heavy spin is going to be important for Bacon Time. After an initiation with a tech charge, a well-timed heavy spin by BB Boss could stop the rest of ACT from making the most out of that. And it's not like that they're packed with burst. If they get the initiation, they have to time it also with the stun from the Mountain Shocker, damage, or maybe even a follow-up set from the Esmeralda, damage and Blazing Duet from the Claude. So there's a lot of things to consider even after a good tech charge. How do you follow up with it? And taking note of this heavy spin that could ruin the follow-up.
Oh, Guns! Guns is so brave, using the Salmon Force! But could Flukeo actually outplay him this time? It's not gonna happen. Spider Miles actually popped the bloom to save and help him there, because they didn't really need to be careful about using it. They got the turtle either way.
Yeah. And now topside, Bacon Time look to proxy a wave as Cairo now under pressure.
Oh, they're actually going to focus down on Cairo before even, or not even taking the turret. They just really wanted that kill. Okay, I wanted the turret, but Bacon Time is different.
Yeah. No, I mean, Cairo was able to clear out the minion wave. Now they'll be able to get the turret because now they have a minion wave to work with. Oh no, Kang plays it safe. Yeah, okay. So they have the information that it could be risky and there could be members of ACT rotating top side, so they take the saver route. I think for ACT they have to really. I'm already thinking about the draft for game number 3. They just have to take this Freya away from Kang.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even if you take away the Freya, you can still slot in a Benedetta in this lineup, and weirdly enough, it still works.
Yeah. It's not like they're forced to go for a really tanky XP lane, even despite the presence of a utility roamer in the hands of Spider Miles. It's like B-Boss has all the responsibility to himself, and they're able to still pull it off. So that's a really interesting point. They can afford to go damage EXP, and it doesn't matter. Oh, Black Shoe's already forced out of Exort there. Not gonna risk it. There's still a tech charge for Sylvie.
Yeah. Oh, now they rotate gold side to see if they can stop guns, and he's close to a 1,000 gold lead. Oh, it even extended even more now. Earlier, which is around 700 or 800 a minute ago, but now it's almost double to that. 1.2k lead for this Harith. Not a good news, and ACT still cannot contest any of the major objectives.
I mean, okay, so clearly there will be a plan to somewhat rotate, but it's just that they're really not able to find any trades across the map just yet. The type of jungler that ACT currently has is not the type to also just go for the solo invades. Not at this point where Bacon Time is much ahead and is capable of just spreading themselves out, because they have like global ults to manage certain scenarios either way too. So Seros is, even despite that slight EXP advantage, not able to convert much of this Season Shin potential.
Yeah. Look, wow, as early as 8 minutes in, they're already giving the Harith a purple buff. Very old school stuff here. B-Boss knows that he doesn't need it. If I'm not mistaken, he might have got it. No, Zeros has his own purple buff. So they're literally just, they don't care about the purple buff not going to that guy. They just give it straight up to the Harith.
Yeah, it's B-Boss really taking just that utility jungler roamer frontline robot Kangkang 1v2 under the turret, might just find the outplay, and he does. Saros goes down, Cairo forced to flicker out because he gets brought under the turret. Still gonna survive. B-Boss here doesn't have the heavy spin anymore, but they still got the kill on Saros.
ACT need to take the Freya, man. Why did they pick up the Juicing instead of that?
Okay, they get to defend this mid lane turret. Bacon Time are not able to take it down just yet, but that's all of their efforts of making sure Saros is just well farmed and not delayed, going to some sort of a waste because of that pickoff we got to see up there. It was a 1v2, but against the Freya of Kangkang, they've been using this in EXP 2 games in a row. They still have no answers, even with the Esmeralda.
Yeah, they thought it would be the Esme, but in the long run, considering that the Freya build's damage, it will not be good. Still, this could be a turnaround moment for ACT. Let's see if they find an angle to finally take a major objective.
Okay, Saros and Karns might just come in from the sides. That's a Mountain Shocker already used. The ship doesn't land on anyone. That's a flicker from Sylvie, finding 3, but they still go for the team fight. They just re-engage. Heavy spin from B-Boss, trying to focus on the objective. He finally secures it yet again. And Cairo is starting to become a problem. He's able to out-sustain so many players from Bacon Time and force them to run back. Karns too with the knock-up, and Saros taking out B-Boss.
The Lord goes to Bacon Time, but ACT have finally gotten a big win for themselves. They got some kills on the board. We'll get some towers. They will not be able to break down the tower in mid unless Seros has a different plan here, but Guns on the Harith that wasn't respected yesterday is disrespecting ACT in their faces, but he needs to get away from this as Cairo will come in the chase alongside Sylvie. The Rampart goes up and he gets punished. Flakeo with a blazing duet forces Kangkang to go in, but this is bad for Bacon Time as ACT are back in this.
Okay, the Esmeralda now might just be an answer, but not necessarily towards Kangkang, maybe more so on Guns. Once we got to see Cairo really close in and not let Guns out of sight, not even the Bloom ultimate from Spider Miles was able to help him in that scenario, because it might have even helped Cairo get to finish his job faster rather than it helped the Guns escape. So Guns, I get it, you were talking about him just now, like they were not really able to respect this guy, the Harith that he has in his hands, but during that exact same moment, I think he got a bit too aggressive, just going for the chase, when in fact he could have probably survived that by just walking back, because you already see multiple members of ACT ready to take you on at that moment.
Yeah, he got way too greedy trying to get that kill. And now it's a different story this time. It's Bacon Time, who have seemingly been shouldered and bodied out of their own time zone, out of their own comforts, as ACT now control the river and have priority in the center of the map. They break the mid tower first. ACT just needed to hold on and they needed to get farm. Bacon Time, again, they aren't a high invade lineup, so they can delay somewhat, but they cannot stop the farm that ACT will eventually get.
Okay. This is something that sort of reminds me of what happened yesterday. Those Florine games, which took a while. The first two games for Bacon Time yesterday took a while. There were 20 plus minutes and of back and forth, and again, just utilizing the sustain to prolong things a bit more, and I guess that's also what they're aiming to go for at this point. But ACT, there's no stopping them from getting the better control of the map as of the moment. Now there's a Lord spawning up top. Bacon Time, they gotta be careful with the way they approach this.
It's going to be one of those games where Guns has to really end up being the bailout for the team, alongside a well-timed Bloom from the Florina Spider Miles. So let's see if they can get to that point. Definitely it's going to be an easier time around for ACT, because they already have the resources to take down the Freya long enough. And one of the important parts of the lineup of Bacon Time is the Freya survives. And with the Freya going down much quicker, that means you can get to access Guns a little bit quicker also. And Guns can only target on one. As long as Seros is watching their positioning, the Guns won't be able to take down the YSS and the Claude one after the other or together. That's how difficult it is with these basic attack type heroes going up against the Harith. And now with Flakeo even building up the Winter Crown, oh, we could be seeing ACT taking this game number 2 maybe after Lord 2, Lord 3.
Yeah. The way things are going, I mean, just look at where Seros and Flakeo decided to really focus on. Even stealing away that purple buff that Bacon Time have been handing over to Guns. So this is such a huge win for them. Oh, heavy spin already committed. Tech charge as a response to Bloom already dished out. Kangkang is yet to join this fight, but Cairo's already here, zoning out Exort, making sure Bacon Time have no other choice but to run away.
Yeah, very awkward initiation there by Bacon Time, honestly. I myself was surprised why they decided to commit that. Once that heavy spin came out, you just knew that he was gonna get taken out by Guns. Oh my god, the damage!
Oh, I don't think that was how you wanted to use your winner crown, but it was still a 1-for-1 trade. Kangkang also had to go down in that sequence, and without B-Boss, how does Bacon Time actually approach this? They're still going to try and get into the Lord Pit. There is no ultimate for Sylvie right here, but they do find it just in time to get that knock-up. Exort will go down.
Zeros is getting really brought down low by the Lord. They're trying to get the Lord and the Zeros. He's gonna be able to dodge the damage, but Zeros gets there. B-Boss was there, but he didn't use the retribution. Bacon time. An unfortunate result of that. Zeros held on and still secured the Lord.
We saw one Akai actually make it to steal away the objective, but in this case, it did not happen. B-Boss wasn't even able to press his retribution. And even though it seemed like such a dangerous situation for Zeros, they still got to finish the job. Now it is gonna be Bacon time once again on the defense. It's starting to feel a bit more trickier for them this time around. Even though there hasn't been any massive wins in terms of teamfights for ACT, the fact that they're just able to constantly answer back and not allow Bacon time to really make full use of that heavy spin, it's starting to be a huge problem because it's the only way they're able to set things up for their team.
Yeah, I went back to the replay and I think it was a decision. B-Boss decided whether it's heavy spin or retribution, and he pressed heavy spin instead of the retribution when he was definitely in the range already of being able to secure that Lord for Bacon time. Unfortunate, but ACT, despite everything that they face in game number 1, have taken recontrol of themselves, of Bacon time, and now have built up to a 5,000 gold lead that will continue to climb here. This Freya early on was a problem, but now it's been dealt with as Flukeo and Zeros have been able to farm. Even Cards on this juice in is making a lot of team fights difficult for Bacon time.
Yeah, and we're at the point where ACT's lineup seems more terrifying. It's they're both online. Flukeo and Zeros are both online at this point, and you get to see B-Boss being forced to use his heavy spin even without any plans to start a team fight for ACT. It was just the purple buff that they stole away.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are going to take a look at how Bacon time will actually try and go recover from the situation. Especially because ACT have full control over their map right now! An unfortunate pickoff on gun! Spider Miles forced to flicker out as well just to survive that engage that we got to see from ACT, but very untimely. You lost guns yet again at this point of the game, 18 minutes in. Definitely not where you want to be. Kang goes in, but ACT will just take these turrets for themselves.
Bacon time, the comeback for this is going to be really tough, honestly. When you already have the 2 carries of the opposing team carried up, they have their items. Cairo can do this and just dance in front. It's tough even for XR to deal consistent damage onto Karns. The risk of getting hit by the tech charge. Earlier, there was a question of, can you layer the tech charge entry really well? With there not being any other really solid frontliner, and with the Florin working very differently from an Estes, it puts so much pressure onto Guns to blast everyone down before B-Boss can get taken out, or if ACT have misused their resources, won't have enough to get away from Guns and his Zaman Force and his Harith combos. Still, it looks like we are going to see ACT take this game number 2.
All according to plan, at least for ACT. As Bacon time, just even the single wave down bottom, it seems like they're taking too much time and they have to use up so much resources just to get that job done. They will get to or have to focus on this incoming Lord for now, but it depends if Sylvie actually wants to go for the setup as well. Mountain Shocker already committed. They find a way to clear out the Lord, and that's the heavy spin already forced out of B-Boss as he just tries to get back to the base to regain the HP that he's lost. Minions already inside. They can't go for the tower just yet. Bacon time are trying their best to clear out these minions, and they successfully work their way through this defense. Exor2 barely surviving, but they still keep themselves in the game.
I think ACT were a little bit too overcautious there. I know they're respecting the Harith, but none of the members of Bacon Time have Purify, mind you. And they already got the heavy spin out. I was just waiting for Sylvie to get really crafty with getting a good tech charge, at least push Bacon Time back and just allow Seros and Flakeo to lock into the tower. I think they over-hesitated there. Still, they have the lead, but remember, it's 20 minutes in, this 9k gold lead, it's just you getting potions or having gold to be able to buy and sell. Bacon Time have majority, if not all of the items that they need.
Imagine if because of that one play wherein they hesitated, imagine if they actually, or Bacon Time actually turns this around. Well, the way that it's looking so far is not really suggesting that that will be the case.
Yeah.
But now they're slowly able to get themselves out of the map a bit more. And I guess the really tricky part is just really how B-Boss will decide to time and use that heavy spin, because it's as if there's just so many layers to the way that they use it. So far, it's been either for securing objectives, for pushing away opponents, setting up those kills. But now that it's ACT being all aggressive, I feel like the option's been mostly limited to using it defensively. But Bacon Time, could they be switching it up this time? Could the plan be different as they try and decide to burst on this Lord? That's the knock-up on B-Boss. There goes another attempt from Cairo to just surprise them from the backlines, and he does! Falling Starboard and the knock-up from the tech charge once again. Exort is the first to fall. B-Boss is trying to escape to the best of his capability, but they will probably lose guns in the process, and it's gonna be 2 members down.
Mistimed, misplayed by Bacon Time, and ACT, they are now definitely going to win this game number 2. It's going to take an insane amount of wave clear, maybe a little bit of luck, but time has run out for Bacon Time.
No heavy spin that they could utilize, and B-Boss is down as well. ACT with his 10k gold lead tie the series 1-1.
It's an awkward spot for Bacon Time. They can win majority of the early objectives, but if they're not putting pressure on the Yi Sun Shin, if they're not putting enough pressure on that Claude as a team, then there is a good chance ACT can just rock it out until the late game, get farm that they need, get the items that they need, and win it through.
We get to equalize the series, but the difference is right now a majority of today's talents have predicted this to go all the way, and the way it's looking right now, we get to see some, I guess, weaknesses or opportunities that can be really maximized by opposing teams when going up against Bacon Time. It's how they just really, I think, doubled down on Bacon Time's main condition whenever there is going to be a team fight. B-Boss did not have that much of a... I feel like his attention got split so much in terms of what he had to do for the team as the Akai, as the utility jungler. And that's apart from how they were just able to address the entire Kang Freya issue on its own.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation for Bacon Time. Clearly, if this was an Estes, maybe it could have gone a little bit better because that heal extends the team fights a little bit longer. But still, I don't think it would have changed the result that greatly. It's just, again, a very awkward spot. So now we have to take into consideration the power of the lineup of Bacon Time in terms of if it can invade and stop the opposing jungler from getting farmed. Carnes, despite our question, at least able to get to the point where he ended up becoming the MVP here. It was really tough for Bacon Time to operate around the Juicin. At one point, it felt like he was just doing an insane amount of damage, and that is with more utility-focused items more than anything. So if they're gonna prioritize the Juicin, you know what? I'm gonna look at it a little bit more closer and see the bigger picture. I think we got lost in the sauce a little bit, and same goes for Bacon Time. They got lost in their own sauce, not realizing that this is good as a solid unit, but if they cannot do much to delay ACT from getting to the point where that they need to get to the point in terms of their items, in terms of their farm, then it's just gonna end up falling on their heads eventually, which is what happened in that game.
Yeah, you know what? You're actually, I actually agree with how, cause I think like Bacon Time and the way we describe them to be very unpredictable, it was a bit contradicting to see them play a lineup that, yes, kind of worked for them, but it was a bit too obvious. Like in terms of what you were going to expect for them and how they would start out the team fights that would happen in the game, it was a bit more predictable for ACT in a sense. And it's not to say that we demand them to go for like a high invade type of composition or a roamer that will just constantly go for the invades, because that'll change so much of their identity as a team, and it's not like we're asking them to do that. But I guess similar to what we saw in game number 1, even though it was an Estes, you know what they really were trying to go for the most part. It's not always like a singular template whenever they go for the place in game. This time around, it wasn't the type of Bacon Time that keeps you on your toes and makes you feel hesitant to just constantly go in for the plays, because you more or less know what is going to happen. And once they shut down B-Boss, then things were a lot more easier for them.
Yeah, it was a little bit too singular in being or putting the pressure on B-Boss to be the main frontline hold. Again, they are still packing with a Freya. But the thing is, it's just a different dynamic. Again, with a different roamer, a different jungler. Changes things a little bit. Going back in the draft from game number 1, it was an Eve also. As good as the Lily is, the real world manipulation was missed here, but then with all of the dive, it would have struggled. The Bakshi just has a lot more tankiness compared to the Akai. With at the same time, you're reducing the healing that the opposing team can get. So I think Bacon Time also just drafted a lineup and didn't really evolve or change their playstyle that much from game number 1. While ACT were answering what they went up against in game number 1, which ironically enough just does better against the lineup that Bacon Time used now for game number 2.
Yeah, just look at B-Boss and the amount of damage that he had to take as the sandbag of this game. Pretty much expected, but like there are just moments where you just really spread it out a bit more, and so you make room for more plays across the game. But we still have, I think, a best of 3, because we've just basically reset the entire series since we went to a 1-1. So we will be witnessing the 3rd game in this series after we jump into a short break. So we hope you guys don't go away, because we will be right back. We'll see you in a bit.
มื่อกี้เหลือง อาการออก
อาการออก
แต่ผมมั่นใจว่าวันนี้ 3-1 ครับ
3-1
3-1 ชัวร์
เข้าแกนไฟนอลเลย
เขาแกนไฟนอลชัวร์ค
เอ
รับ
อ คิดว่าเกมนี้จะจบยังไง 3-1 เลยไม่มีแบบ ไม่มีไปเล่นสายล่างนะ
โอ้ไม่มี
ไม่มี
จะลงไปทำไมครับ
คือ
เราสายบนยาวๆครับ
บรรยากาศในงานตอนนี้เป็นยังไงคะ
อุ๊ยจริงๆ คนก็เยอะนะใคร
เยอะเพราะว่าหมูหวานมาหรือเปล่า
ก็ผมว่าไม่เกี่ยวหรอกครับ แต่วันนี้คนเยอะจริงๆครับ แล้วก็
ใช่
บรรยากาศ
คนเยอะ
ดี
มากเลย
มากๆครับ
บรรยากาศดีมาก
ใช่
ๆ
ใช่
มีอะไรอยากบอกทีมเบคอนไหมคะ ทั้งทีมเลย
ก็สู้ๆนะครับผมก็รอไปเชียร์ที่ M8 อยู่นะครับ
อุ้ยเขาไม่เอาแค่แชมป์ซีซั่น1นะ เขาจะไปถึง M8 เลย
มันเล็กไปสำหรับเบคอนอย่างเราครับ
อุ้ยได้ยินพี่พูดแล้วน้องๆ แบบเริ่มฮึกเหิมแล้ว เริ่มมีเสียงแล้วตอนนี้ในห้อง
พอพูด M8 ปุ๊บเฮ้ยมาเลย
มันมีกำลังใจแล้ว มันเริ่มมีแรงฮึดแล้ว เอ้ย พร้อมแล้ว เอ้ย ก่อนจะไปนะคะ ขอเสียงแฟนคลับเบคอนทามหน่อยได้ไหมคะโอ้ยโอ้โหมาแล้ว พร้อมแล้ว ไม่ธรรมดาเลย ถ้ายังไงนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้พี่หมูหวานนะคะ ไปเชียร์น้องๆเบคอนไทม์ต่อก่อนนะคะ ตอนนี้ก็ส่งให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Loving the hype we have at the arena from the Philippines. At least they are 1 hour behind, so I think it's about 6:00 p.m. currently in Thailand. So shout outs to everyone in the arena. Hopefully they've been able to grab dinner during that quick break we also had earlier, because we never know. We never know what to expect here in this series, especially now that we're at a 1-1.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see a recovery from the side of Bacon Time this time, because ACT clearly recovered from whatever they went through in game number 1. In game number 2 now, it's let's see if Bacon Time can balance the sauce a little bit. Now, if they're still gonna lean towards playing around the floor, and then they have to rethink how they're gonna balance things out in the XP, how they're gonna balance things out with their jungler as well, because it's 2 games now we've seen today, but the Esmeralda has shown up to be just a really good response against lineups that can generate a lot of shields, or for just canceling out the strengths of an opposing team and their lineup. Still, we did get to see that it was a tough climb for ACT, wherein they had to give up a lot of the early major objectives or couldn't win them. But again, it got to the point where they just got their farm. They know that their power spike is until Claude gets Eternity, until even the YSS is comfortable in the farm. Once it gets to that point, as this game goes on, then it gets way too tough for Bacon Time, because they're all on the Harith basket. Even the Freya basket at that point won't be online anymore. It just gets taken down way too quick, because even though you have high damage, you can regen just from sheer brute force, you don't have someone else with you that can share those responsibilities. Akai falls down way too quick.
Yeah, it's been very tricky for both sides, but it's interesting in the sense that they're able to pull off their unique strategies. Each game we saw it happen. Like for game number 1, that Estes lineup, and in game number 2, although we did not really encourage the Yi Sun Shin as an option for the jungle, they were also still able to make it happen. But of course, it was also hand in hand with them again punishing a lot of what we saw as, I think, the lapses that Bacon Time had in terms of their lineup. It still reminds me of what we saw earlier today between King of Gamers and Tenacity, when they were just constantly able to punish each other's XP laners and the picks that they decided to go for in the EXP lane. This time it's seemingly more evident, yes, in the EXP, but also in the jungle, just because of how specific these two were. Because I don't really want to like take into account the Spider Miles pick anymore, because it's been a signature for Bacon Time. They've always stuck with that kind of play style, so it's more on like how they complement it with especially the kind of jungler that they go for.
Yeah, good complementary pieces for one another would be a great. And I still think that there could have been a window where Bacon Time could have afforded to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe gone into the jungle a little bit more to get some resources out, delay that Yi Sun Shin. But then, because of the MVP performance that we saw earlier from Cards, if I'm not mistaken, of that Juicin, it also stopped a lot of the aggressive moves that potentially Bacon Time wanted to have done. So, as much as it was a great draft result, you could also definitely say that execution-wise, ACT really just locked in.
It's it's been ACT locking in since day one of the playoffs. After that 2-0 against Buriram, and after that 3-1 against our top seed in the regular season, ACT has been on fire. And now that they've unlocked their potential yet again after that second game, Bacon Time might not afford to show us another draft that really doesn't go well together like that. I think it does. I still think it does. But again, there were pieces from ACT's lineup, mainly the Esmeralda, that just made it highly unlikely for them to do it a second time around.
Yeah. Well, even I'm more excited now to see the draft. I think we can temper down a little bit our excitement towards the crazy picks of Bacon Time, or you're just gonna lean in and go even crazier.
Ooh, how crazy is
Which I highly
crazy?
doubt it. I highly doubt it. They can slow it down a little bit. They can reel
Yeah.
it back. Nothing wrong with that.
We wouldn't mind. I think had enough of a moment in game number one. I would love to see another one, but maybe again, keyword of the day, I guess, balance. Balancing it out a bit more.
Yeah.
Now that we got to see or expose a bit of their weaknesses in terms of that. So, yep, whoever wait, let me see who do they consider as the captain here for Bacon Time? It's Spider Miles, right? Yeah, it's Spider Miles.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like shared duties between like Spider Miles and Exort, with them controlling the center. They're the ones much more vocal.
Yeah. Sir Spider Miles. Let's see if what the call is gonna be. Okay, it's another head to head between our junglers this time. Very similar. Another shared hero pool, I guess. It's I'm I think these are already the most unique junglers in terms of hero pool that we have in MSL Thailand. There was just one earlier today, I think Water, who used the Aulus. So we're down to the last few teams being the more flexible jungler players overall.
Yeah. I don't think in terms of the jungle we are gonna see any more like crazy surprises. They're just gonna be like, all right, cool, type of picks. If there's one thing maybe that they could adjust for Bacon Time is, I understand why they want to just pick up the Freya available for them, but I want to see them if they could go up against the Freya, if they could be okay against that. Because if they want to keep doubling down on this idea of playing around the healing style roamers, then yeah, make sure you have a much stronger set with really good damage EXP laner like the Sora, or just really too slippery to take down and has a big impact in a team fight like the Benedetta. If you want to go with those kinds of picks, still it's a wide pool. You can still definitely slot in something like a Terizla, but just as we said, balance is the key word now for the rest of the series.
Yeah. I love how every time we just pan the camera towards the audience, they're playing MLBB while watching MLBB. That's how dedicated our viewers are, especially now that we're just awaiting the draft. So yeah, it's again something we mentioned time and time. Hopefully we do see it right now. I I would love for again these two teams to bring out their fullest potential and not just us constantly like pointing on a certain decision that they made or something lacking that they weren't able to accomplish. So they're so then we actually feel that they were able to give it their all during this series, because it's not the stakes aren't the same as what we saw for the previous series. It's not like the loser gets eliminated, but I don't think you want to go up against the top seed again in the lower bracket finals.
I love that side. Look at that. It's simple. It's something anyone can copy. Anyone can write ACT on a piece of paper, and that is just the beauty of it. You know what? I think Bacon Time can learn something from her. There's a beauty
What?
in simplicity.
Simplicity.
Yeah.
uh, okay. Okay. I I hope so. I hope they do learn a thing or two now that they're back in blue side. This is exactly where they were in game number 1, only lacking the Marcel ban. I'm trying to recall, because I think there was a time that B-Boss was really just spamming the Harley as well. So if ever it
Yeah.
does get open, I'm wondering if they could finally decide to change up the priorities, or they just really want to stick with, yeah, we're going utility all the way.
Yeah, it's crazy because my early notes for B-Boss was he is flashy mechanics assassin guy. Now this
Yeah.
late into the season, and even in a few games heading into this point of the season, he ended up becoming essentially wise. So now I'm just like, oh, did Bacon Time just like completely like, I wouldn't say brainwash, but like transform B-Boss? It's like, hey B-Boss, you're such a king in assassins. All right, show us how you can Akai. If you can do it on a Suyo, you can do it on an Akai. And then B-Boss is just like, I got no way to say no to that. I guess I'm forced to play Akai now.
I am so not over Bacon Time International if that were to be the case. And now it's open. It's open, okay? So this is where we find the answer. Is it really B-Boss sticking with the plan of just using utility all throughout, or do they have room
here,
for
they take
the
juice
Harley?
in.
Oh,
They take juice in. I think just steal it away from Karns, worthy enough to steal away.
That's true. That too. Oh, there are just so many things to consider. But since the Harley's open, then that means
Oh,
none of the
never
above.
mind.
How about that?
I thought they'd be willing to give it, but I guess they're just gonna try to adjust. And ACT knew they were ready for it. They rush picked that juice in the Baksha. And now there's no Baksha that you can play with. If he wants to go Fredrin, he has to go Fredrin now. If he wants to go damage, I think better the Harley at this point. But then you get invaded a lot, so you have to consider the Leomord. It's tough. I think Bacon just needs to lean in towards one very specific idea and live and die by it.
Yeah. And you can't even deny the Esmeralda because, there's a Baksha on the other side too. It's like everything just being so tough for
There we
Bacon
go.
Time. Okay, they changed the script.
Yeah. Get the Suyo and the Glue. Glue very flexible still. Can show up in the EXP lane, put the Frey in the gold. Lots of avenues Bacon Time can work with.
So is it about time that we see the gold? Okay, it's not gonna be the gold lane pick just yet revealed to us. Kalea Jusin.
If that's the case, then they might be eyeing out the carry for later with the Claude and Harith gone. As long as it's with any burst, really. Carry, Beatrix is okay too. Clint wouldn't be too crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I guess this is also like there's room for a more active EXP laner as well.
Yep.
It's something you really have to be careful about, since again you don't know where the glue is going just yet, but either way you could just secure yourself the upper hand, because I think that's gonna help a lot if it's after or they're after like a fast rotating lineup overall. Considering the way they built it, oh, Bacon Time senses the carry. Now it
Yeah.
gets denied as well.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense really to just take it out. It's one of the last best options here. Help, ACT, if you have it in you, just show up the Beatrix. I've already seen one of my favorite picks. Show me another one, please.
What else actually are
Yeah.
marksmen out there? If it's not, well, the Bruno is gonna take time.
Yeah, and the Bruno's more like mashup specific.
Yep.
They take out the Zetian. Granger would still be okay for ACT if they want the burst type. They don't have a Sky Piercer holder. If they can't decide between is it gonna go into the Juicin or is it gonna go into the Granger, so the Granger's still gonna be okay for them if ever.
ACT. Okay, if they're capable. They were capable enough of playing the Yisunshin in the jungle, I wonder. But yeah, I guess a Sky Piercer hero that has more range rather than that, because it's more on the juice in the Kalea that they have as of the moment. Last man for Bacon Time, though, it's the Moskov. So majority of the suggestions you brought up are actually still up for grabs. But if they because I might rather go gold and see where the glue goes.
Yeah, I think they took out the Moskov because Bacon Time realized that if ever ACT went Moskov, then they really don't have a lineup that takes care of the map really well. With a Claude gone, they already show their jungler, so they can't play something like the Fanny to help take care of the map. They're not playing through a Hayabusa. So they needed to take away the best option in terms of macro. As Bacon Time, they might have just folded and have already shown to ACT that they're going to be thinking more about the team fights. They will live and die by that. Oh, the Obsidia. Picked 3 times so far this season, but doesn't have a win just yet. Ooh, well, they need the burst to take this down. Honestly, if it's time for them to bring it back, you can bring back the Kadita or just play it safe and pick something like the Farsa. They just need that long range burst.
Right. Yeah, actually. And you don't want to really get close enough. So, okay, let's see what the mid lane option is gonna be for Exort, and where the glue is actually gonna go for Bacon Time, because it still can be flexed either in the Roam or EXP. So, that's who's not good.
Oh, solid, very solid lineup here for Bacon Time. They don't have a traditional marksman, but this is one of those lineups you can take control of the game fast before the Obsidian can get farm. So they need an EXP laner that can dive. Honestly, if you want to temper this, you go either Yuzhong or Lapu Lapu. Sora, I don't know. I don't know why I'm kind of iffy on the Sora. I would rather see the Yuzhong or Lapu in this scenario. Although the Sora has risen up early, especially early on, it was the answer to the Gourd with the static nature of it. Very easy set and you get to interrupt, but I think a longer, more engaged team fight would be good.
More uptime perhaps.
Okay.
They're still gonna go for the more common response, the way to deal with the Gourd. I guess I think it's mostly just really what the role of the Sora is gonna be anyway. It applies for any kind of mid laner that really has to stay behind, such as I think I've seen it a couple times even against the likes of the Eve and stuff like that. So all right, at least I think it's a much more well-rounded draft that we're seeing from both teams this time, especially Bacon Time switching it up a bit. Spider Miles on a glue instead of Florine to pair up with the aggression. B-Boss doesn't have that big of a responsibility on his shoulders that he has to do alone this time around.
Exactly. And that's what they needed to change the most. At least now, instead of putting a lot of pressure onto B-Boss, you play around B-Boss in the sense where you just want to make sure that you're handling the map so that he can farm. Instead of him playing the more utility, I'm the main frontliner role, you allow him to be the carry, and this might turn out better for them. Could be a similar result, similar to game number 1, honestly, like a quick one, maybe around 12 to 14, 15 minutes. But it all boils down to how they handle Lord 1 or Lord Turtle 3 specifically. Turtle 1 and 2 can go either way. It's with Lord 3 and Turtle 1 where the window for Bacon Time to take a considerable lead actually lies.
Yeah, more so because I feel you gotta be careful of the twins, like with both Sylvie and Flukeo later on, especially if you're B-Boss, because what are the chances that they just really focus down on using their combo towards
Oh, you mean Saros? Isn't it Sylvie and Saros?
Oh yeah, it was Sylvie and Saros. So I mean, it's Sylvie and Flukeo and the combo that they could potentially do, because it's either they just really focus down on B-Boss, you don't really get to dash out once you get caught by the Obsidia, either way, but same can go for Exort. So either of these two, there's a threat, there's a combo that you could expect from ACT.
Yeah, after the craziness that we've seen so far, it's good to see things finally tempered down into something a little bit more familiar. Of course, ACT are going to want to play for time here for their Obsidia. Or if they can speed up the Obsidia's farming process, that would be even better. So they see they threaten a little bit of pokes topside, just to show that Guns isn't going to have that easy of a time trying to win lane. Spider-Miles is going to be level 3. Sylvie just past level 3. No Roamer's going to be hitting level 4 before this first turtle.
Yeah, not really a failed attempt to rotate. They didn't really spend anything for that. It was just a threat and a reaction out of Guns, who, by the way, is also going to be joining this upcoming fight here. This is a 5-man Bacon Time turtle take we're seeing, and as early as Turtle 1, what can Sylvie actually do to find a way back into this? Nothing. ACT will not contest that and might just go for a kill here in mid, finding Carnes as first blood.
All lockdown, and it's good that ACT respected that they could not fight into that. It would have been a very big loss that would speed up the farm process, especially for this Freya. So they just needed to give that up. Them losing Carnes in the mid was just a result of great play by Exort. Honestly, that Mr. Projectile landed perfectly. Spider-Miles was right beside him too, to add a bit more to the control, and it was an easy pick by Bacon Time.
Yeah. Not what we expected for... Well, ACT were able to already get themselves out of that. No trades whatsoever, but still they were near the turret, so it looked very safe. But now it's about time they look for something elsewhere. They're yet to actually show us any pickup or any trade across the map just yet. Bacon Time have been very particular with their positionings. Even this mid duo just constantly scouting out where Sylvie is like that, but not putting themselves in dangerous positions whatsoever.
Yeah, which is the right call. Play a slower game. You force ACT to get impatient and make moves outside of their own timing, not respecting your own. You just make sure B-Boss gets his farm, and that's exactly what we were pointing out. This shift in philosophy in the draft is to allow B-Boss to be the carry instead of being a substitute roamer that he's been for the past 2 games.
Okay, now it's just Sylvie really watching for B-Boss and his rotation so far. They've been not really camping, but mostly rotating towards the top lane, but it's a great job that we're seeing from Guns. He's always able to stay safe. Saros though, does he get to find someone here? Uses the shield unity on Spider-Miles, but that's gonna be Spider-Miles. The Tsunami Slam gets committed as well, but Sylvie gets taken out first. That's a Thunder Form coming in from Cairo. Kang gets traded out even before they get to follow up. But Exort, he finds a double kill. That's an early 3-0.
Yeah, 2 flickers. Bacon Time know that they are in control here. Again, the strength of their lineup with the glue, with the gourd together. The fact that they're playing a fast-scaling fighter gold, it is expected that the early game is going to be tough here for ACT. It's just, how do they temper that so that Flukeo gets farmed? That's it. They're going to be playing for 15-plus minute game here. The first 15 minutes should be, realistically, all bacon time. If at any point they slip up, that window of ACT to be competitive gets smaller here. Pick off, get started. Xord is still there with the ultimate though. B-Boss finally getting taken out. Well, that's a trade. A jungler for a roamer. Bacon time just trying to see what window they could get. But with the mount onto Seros, they could be able to get the jungler too. And they do. Seros falls. Baksha down. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Bacon time. While Flukeo will get progress on the tower up top. Not just progress, he breaks it down too.
I would have worried if that could be considered as a slip-up, but Bacon Time still got more in terms of kills. So maybe the deal breaker really would be Flukeo taking this turret up top, but Bacon Time just the same will respond with an immediate turret takedown as well. So they've literally evened out what just happened in the mid part of the map. Despite losing B-Boss in that sequence, they took 2 kills and the turret for themselves as well. So the lead hasn't really changed that much. Still, Bacon Time have found themselves in control, and this is what we again are expecting to see from them, at least for the first 15 minutes of this game.
Oh, and I think they could push the envelope even more with this next objective. Flukeo has kept it close, really close, to the fray in farm. And that's considering that the Obsidian has been staying in lane much more as Guns has been joining the fights, getting out of lane. Resources, very close. 700 gold lead for the Suyo, but you're not really chasing items. You just want to keep the level close if you're a Baksha jungle.
Spread from Spider Miles. Trying to zone. Bacon Time need not do much. They just had Spider Miles guard them in that turtle pit, and that's all that mattered. ACT yet again find themselves behind. But let's see what the plan is gonna be. That's gonna be multiple members of Bacon Time rotating towards mid, but ACT are just gonna defend.
Yeah. It's also really tough considering that you're up against the Gourd with the damage profile of that mid laner. Even if Sylvie gets a really good pick off, if it's not the Gourd, then the rest of the team is honestly gonna suffer. And if ever Xord gets picked off and is not taken down fast enough, he just needs to pop his ultimate and then flicker back, and you won't have the right crowd control anymore other than the Sora crowd control that could interrupt the Mystic Gush. Bacon Time can keep this up, honestly. Again, just another 6 to 7 minutes of this.
Ooh. Okay, now they're after Cairo. Oh, all those stuns and attempts did not land. Cairo was able to escape death during that moment. So Bacon Time aren't really able to convert into anything just yet, but they get to steal away a camp from ACT side of the jungle. So it's probably gonna be, again, the more patient approach from Bacon Time that we're seeing. They're not really forcing anything as much. Oh, but ACT, they will find Guns, still has the Valkyrie Descent. Didn't really use anything apart from the Purify to escape that.
Yeah, just the moment I think Flukeo was able to latch onto him with a Hunt of Bone, he just... Oh!
Two-man penalty zone that we got to see from Kangkang, and this is the moment that Bacon Time wanted to finally get a hold of that tier 1 in mid, but ACT want much more. In exchange of that turret that they lost, they find the mid duo. They find Xord and Spider Miles.
They still have to play for this. Bacon Time cannot easily give up this Lord. That is the slip up that we were considering. And they give it up. They want to play the map instead. Try to get the purple buff away. Bacon Time have completely slipped up. They didn't respect the counter engage from the shifting skies of the Sora. And now ACT get Lord 1 when this is supposed to be Bacon Time's Lord.
Clearly was supposed to be theirs. And with this lore that ACT were able to secure, that 2k gold lead that has been in the hands of Bacon Time for the longest time, as now less than 1,000, no longer matters at this point. Karms gets brought down to half HP, but there's a lore that Bacon Time still has to manage, and they are just about to lose more of their outer turrets, specifically that one turret down bottom. Multiple flickers used aggressively just to go in for the dive. Maybe Exort also shouldn't have been part of that play.
Yeah,
They found themselves in a very tight spot.
Yeah, that was just a disrespect coming in from Bacon Time. And now they've lost their lead. One slip up like that. Again, this is supposed to be their game all the way up until 15 minutes. Maybe even at least Lord 2 if... But Lord 1, that was supposed to be theirs. But then they all committed flickers aggressively. That has to be a sign for Bacon Time that now, especially since when ACT has been fully caught up, there wasn't even that big of a lead anyways. You're really gonna have to utilize those flickers to escape counter sets. Get away from the Sora, use the Purify if your guns to cleanse out the ultimate of the Obsidia. Get away from the Crimson Beacon forward, coming in from the Juicin. And they've lost control. They can't be aggressive anymore. They have to be more calculated.
Yeah, it's not like it was a guaranteed win in the T fight or anything, because the turret was still up, ACT were still full HP. As promising as the two-man penalty zone did look like, there were a lot more things to consider more than just that. So, Bacon Time, now that they have all their battle skills back, hopefully learned a thing or two from what just happened in that previous sequence, because they clearly lost a lot. They lost the majority of control in this game. They lost turrets. Now they're slowly getting back as they're taking down this tier 2 down bottom as well, but look at the way Kairo's also just pushing up that wave. Up top, no one's there to really pay attention to it, so it seems as if ACT were also able to deal with it in their own way, even without putting in too much resources themselves.
Yeah. If they play the map a little bit more, but ACT are protecting it, they're doing a good job of taking care of the macro. Topside minion wave is also leaning in favor of them. Guns tries to clean it up, but he risks getting picked off. So ACT were using the minion wave at bot as bait. They're going to be able to push that out, leaving Guns a step behind. Kairo's going to be getting to the Lord Pit first to position alongside Karns. Great use of the minion waves by ACT.
Yeah, that was a Purify that they got out of Guns as well. So, huge for ACT, especially as we approach this upcoming Lord fight that's about to take place. They spot out Cairo. Karm's just using those lantern flares, but it's Seros who secures the objective, and now just look at how Cairo's zoning out Exor all by himself. An exchange of Spider Miles on the other side of the map. The Winter Crown keeps him safe. Penalty zone gets cancelled, and Flukeo with a double kill taking out Kang Kang.
B-Boss, I don't know if Bacon Time just decided that their Lord is not gonna go towards their side as Guns were left to the bot. I think it was one of those rare scenarios that maybe Bacon Time overthought the macro too much. ACT might go match point.
Oh, could this be revenge? A one-way push just the same from ACT this time. They have a single minion left. Bacon Time might just get to clear this anyway. But the Lord is approaching down bottom, and that's another opportunity ACT could capitalize on. That's the jump coming in from Sylvie to Nami Slam onto B-Boss. They lose their jungler, but the counter penalty zone from Bacon Time keeping them alive. Kang Kang might just find Pyro here, gets to regen some of his HP back, but Smiter Miles is still going for it. Flicker forced out, but he is all alone up against 4. Can he get the kill? The damage is not enough. Now Spider Miles will likely fall in the hands of ACT just the same. Buys enough time for Bacon Time to at least defend the base.
But how much time has it bought? ACT still has 4 members. They don't have Flukeo. The minion waves are only in the top side and in the bot. So yes, it buys a lot of time, as we're probably going to be waiting for Lord 3 to see the final result of this game. And this is just devastating for Bacon Time with the lead that they had, the game that they were playing, that it was their own, their own greed, their own. I would like to think it was a little bit of pride committing flickers that aggressively, not man-marking the Sora first, ACT making it look easy, honestly, with that counter set, and then from then on to control the map really well. They made Bacon Time overthink about taking care of the minion wave push down bot when them, ACT, seeing the Freya down bottom was their sign to just go ahead and full send the Lord. B-Boss looked lost and didn't know if he wanted to go and try and contest or if they wanted to somehow manage the middle minion wave because it would have risked them losing their tower. But at that point, the Lord was more important. ACT got into Bacon Time's heads, and maybe, just maybe, Bacon Time got in their own heads.
Yeah, it was a huge win for them though that they really found Flukeo, because if Flukeo just stayed alive in that moment, then things could have also been a bit more different, considering that he's the highest gold player here in this entire game. He's just so reliable in terms of damage. Once he latches onto you with a Hunt of Bone, whoever he finds might just not be safe. This is going to be a concealed play from Bacon Time. They'll get immediately revealed by Carms, but that's enough time! Seros already takes the Lord for themselves. The penalty zone already committed from Bacon Time as well, but that's gonna be 2 members taken down. B-Ball's nowhere to be found. Immortality popped and Guns find Seros. They're somehow still holding on, but Flukeo decides to jump back in. He is looking for a target, but by the time he does, Guns already accomplished so much to keep his team in this game.
Okay, there's still a Lord push to deal with. Flukeo and Sylvie have checked the wrong bushes. Guns is going to be able to get back in base. Still, the Obsidian is going to be a problem. Has the ultimate back, but Exort and B-Boss will be back in 10. Enough time. Spider Miles and Kang just need to hold on for dear life.
They might not be able to force this. Seros and Carns are not back. This is enough time for Bacon Time to extend the series yet again, even though we are already past the 15-minute mark and it's already Flukeo's time to shine. They somehow still found a way into this game. Guns! ACT probably did not expect that kind of play coming in from Guns. Guns was just so independent. He locked onto the right targets and there was no one there to deal with him.
Yeah. Well, Bacon Time still don't have enough control of the map to make for a really good play and contention at the Lord. This could just be them delaying the inevitable. Still, maybe signs of life from the last fight as Guns was able to get a big result, but they still couldn't get the Obsidian down. So it has to start with the minion waves first, ironically enough, but there's barely any room to work with.
Tsunami Slam used onto Spider Miles. They feel confident enough to actually take down the Roamer, but Spider Miles is still gonna get away with this. Has the Immortality, has the Flicker, didn't really have to use anything. So he's gonna be okay. Bacon Time is gonna be okay. I wonder if they will be confident enough to find another play or conceal attempt this time around as we're approaching the next and evolved Lord of this game.
Yeah, I don't see any other chance here from ACT for a Bacon Time other than them miraculously winning a fight. ACT getting wiped out and at least one minion wave looking good for them, but look at the spread of where ACT are positioning themselves. They know they don't have to worry about the Obsidia getting found out, so it's a free orange buff for them. I think they're gonna go for a full buff on the Obsidia. Let's see. Nope, they're still gonna give the purple buff to the Baxia. They're also still threatening the orange buff. This next Lord, wouldn't be surprised if it ends up becoming another really quick rush and easy take for ACT.
Oh, hold on, that's the concealed play though. Valkyrie Descent coming in from Sylvie.
No way.
And the Tsunami Slam finally committed. Flukeo popping his Immortality. It's actually Bacon Time going all in. They're going for the full commit and they have enough resources to actually get the job done. Cairo has to dash away. B-Boss going for the chase. That's the knockout from Guns and the shutdown from Bacon Time and a 1-4-2 trade.
They found the miracle! They found the members of ACT all clumped up together. They get a concealed play in, they get Flukeo down, they force cards out early. Bacon time, what a play! You can't help but appreciate it, but Seros is back to contest this. Sylvie's conceal of his own, but Bacon time have the numbers advantage, but the fray isn't here.
Okay. There are waves in mid as well. Bacon time have to take care of that. Sylvie and Carms have enough information. Can they delay this a bit more? Seros finally able to make it! They're gonna focus on the heroes! B-Boss had to escape from that. The Lord is still up. They haven't been able to reset it just yet. But can Seros contest? There's the stun coming in from Spider Miles. Seros still gets the Lord! A Winter Crown pickup from Pyro, but how is this gonna help? Because Flukeo is just going in for the free hits. Guns has his eyes on cards, but there goes Flukeo with the shutdown and a double. A triple for Flukeo at that, making it a maniac. It's just Exort all alone for this upcoming defense.
That is it! Seros gets the stun on Exort. They know they want to try and get it for Flukeo, but he gets shut down! Still though, the Lord and the numbers and the minions are with ACT match point for the team that went #1 in the open qualifiers. They look poised to be the first team to make it to the first ever season Grand Finals of MSL.
Such a highlight play we got to see from Exort right there before we put an end to this game, but it was not enough. He still got to find the kill on Flukeo, but they had what was necessary to put an end to this game. Now match point for ACT as we take a quick look at the highlights for that 21-minute game, the longest we've had in the series so far. And admittedly, there were slip-ups, but there were also really good recoveries that we got to see from Bacon Time, because we had so much expectations in terms of how the way things would go for Bacon Time. It should have been theirs, but it didn't. And then when it shouldn't have been theirs, they found a way to get back in it with that 1-4-2 trade that we got to saw towards the end. But ACT, I think there were no answers to Flukeo specifically in that moment, or for a majority of the game. The fights were breaking out, but it wasn't really Flukeo that was prioritized.
Yeah, he really locked in here. I'm trying to go back to that last Lord fight. I know it got extended because they decided to turn and lock on the heroes, but that retry battle still looks somewhat good for B-Boss. I'm just really heading back to the replay here of how they missed it. Yeah. Did B-Boss not press retry? No way. Or was it early?
Wait, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, okay, wait, no, this is the one from very early on in the fight. Yeah. MVP of the game, though, as we try to scour through, it's Seros.
Yeah. He did press it, but it was a bit too early. It was a bit too early. Which I think is something that you see commonly happen nowadays. They just fight for the last hit, but in this scenario, it was a bit too risky, I guess. And Seros had the much better timed retribution in that sequence, and overall such great movement, because we were just keeping an eye out on whether or not he would be in position by the time the Lord was already within retribution range. But the way he just prioritized to use the shield unity on who was that they actually tried to go for the sandwich play against. I think it was Kangkang. Yeah, he decided to go for Kangkang first, and then everything else just followed after that. Where there was really great prioritization that we got to see from Seros throughout this game.
A whole second too early.
Yeah.
When B-Boss used the retribution on the Lord, there was still 1,486 health left. Seros was airborne, so he couldn't use his retribution. So he was airborne for a second, and still was the one who got the retry on the Lord. That frustrating.
It is.
And
it
incredibly unfortunate. So Viserys getting the MVP here with everything that's happened in this game. Yeah, he deserves to get the MVP. 94% team fight participation, a lot of the rotations and sequences pulled by ACT revolved around the presence of this Baksha. Again, bacon time. That's such an unfortunate moment. It's painful, Brigida. It's painful.
It is, and a maniac happens right after that. So, how painful could it get? You leave Exert all alone to defend a Lord and 4 members of ACT. So it was a near impossible task for him, though he did still get a kill, pick up on immortality too. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough time to delay that Lord just pushing in and ACT finally sealing this game and securing match point. So yeah, it was. There were slip-ups, but I guess the most regrettable thing we actually saw there was just the retribution. Like, apart from all the slip-ups, it was really mainly just that. And so I think it's something you don't really get to easily recover from. Hopefully there will be enough reset for bacon time after what happened, because it's been a roller coaster. It's been a game wherein they had control of it even when they weren't supposed to. They lost control of it even when they were supposed to not lose control over it, and stuff like that. And then that retribution happened.
Yeah, I think ACT are gonna look to just end it already in game number 4. Whatever their draft is gonna be, it's one of those. Obviously, they're looking to win this before like 15 minutes. They're not gonna allow bacon time to get to the late game, get any farm, to get comfortable. They're really just gonna eye out ending this series right away, be the first team to make to the grand finals, at least secure their slot for MCCM Season 7, the Mekong Championship, have a shot of being one of the first Thai team to make it to Paris for the wildcards of MSC. They're gonna be relentless here, and they're gonna try to end it here.
Yeah. We were predicting, like a majority of us were predicting game 5, but that I think is ultimately going to depend on bacon time, because the previous games, I think there were very clear lapses from their end, and so we have a quick interview once again. So in the meantime, let's check out what's going on at the arena.
เข้าสู่ในช่วงของการพักเบรกนั่นเองนะคะเกมที่ชมเมื่อสักครู่นี้สุดยอดมากลุ้นแล้วลุ้นอีกพลิกแล้วพลิกอีกลุ้นแบบขั้นสุดแล้วก็ตอนนี้ค่ะพักเบรกกันแล้วนะคะตอนนี้เป็นแมตช์พอยต์ของทางแต่ก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะมาบ้างอยากจะแนะนำให้ทุกท่านนะคะได้รู้จักกับบูธกิจกรรมนะคะของทาง Infinix นั่นเองซึ่งของเรานะคะเป็นผู้ใหญ่ใจดีนะคะผู้น่ารักมากๆเลยนอกจากที่จะมีอุปกรณ์นะคะเกมมิ่งโฟนดีๆตรงนี้มาให้ทุกท่านแล้วก็นักแข่งแล้วนะคะเรายังมีโปรโมชั่นสุดพิเศษด้วยแต่ก่อนอื่นเดี๋ยวมาปางพาทุกท่านนะคะเดินขึ้นมาทางด้านนี้กันก่อนเลยค่ะนี่อันนี้นะคะอันนี้มาปางลองเล่นแล้วสวยงามมากแล้วก็ตัวเทสของเขานะคะก็มีมากมายหลากหลายสีเลยแต่ที่เด็ดที่สุดนะคะที่มาปางชอบมากที่สุดอยากจะให้ทุกคนมาดูนี่อันนี้ไม่ใช่สีชมพูแล้วตอนแรกแอบเห็นว่ามีสีชมพูด้วยแต่ว่าตอนนี้เขาเปลี่ยนสีแล้วนะคะทุกท่านก็สามารถที่จะมาทดลองประสิทธิภาพกันได้นะคะเพราะว่าจอเนี่ยจะเป็นแบบ144 เฮิร์ตซ์ด้วยนะคะใครที่ชอบความลื่นไหลนะคะความสมูทก็สามารถที่จะซื้อเจ้าตัว Infinix ตัวนี้นะคะ GT 50 Pro นั่นเองนะคะเร็วแรงแล้วเขาก็บอกว่าด้านหลังเนี่ยจะเป็นเหมือนคูลิ่งด้วยเป็นเจ้าตัวระบายความร้อนนะคะเพราะว่าบางทีเวลาเล่นไปมันก็จะเกิดความร้อนนะคะนี่ก็จะมีความแบบว่ามีความร้อนเกิดขึ้นนะคะตัวนี้ก็จะเป็นนี่ค่ะคูลิ่งนะคะสวยงามแล้วก็ถูกใจเกมมิ่งทุกท่านอย่างแน่นอนนะคะ โอเค แล้วก็ตอนนี้เขายังมีโปรโมชั่นนะคะสำหรับโปรโมชั่นเนี่ยก็นี่เลยจะแถมเป็นตัว Max Charge นะคะแล้วก็มีเคสให้ด้วยนะคะมูลค่ากว่า 1,599 บาทเลยนะคะเป็นโปรโมชั่นพิเศษนะคะเฉพาะภายในงานนี้เท่านั้นด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวพาไปดูนี่เป็นตัว Max Charge นะคะแบบนี้เลยอันนี้นะคะสุดพิเศษสำหรับ GT 50 Pro นะคะเป็นแบบนี้ถ้าท่านที่สนใจนะคะยังไม่เคยได้สัมผัสเครื่องจริงๆเลยของทาง Infinix นะคะก็สามารถที่จะแวะเข้ามานะคะที่บูธกิจกรรมของ Infinix ได้นะคะแล้วก็สนใจก็โปรโมชั่นเด็ดๆแบบนี้สามารถสอบถามนะคะกับทางเจ้าหน้าที่ได้เลยค่ะเอาเป็นว่าตอนนี้เกมต่อไปพร้อมแล้วนะคะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลาค่ะเดี๋ยวมาปางขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
And we're back to potentially witness, not potentially, we will definitely witness the next upcoming game here in the series, which is again match point already. And it depends on whether or not Bacon Time are able to find a way back in this series after what's been happening to them for the past 2 games. ACT though, after figuring out whatever they had to figure out yesterday, they've been on a streak, they've been on a roll.
Yeah, really, it really feels like we're just seeing the birth of what it could mean to be a professional MLBB team in Thailand. It feels like their story is the best. I wouldn't even say that they're underdogs, but in a way, compared to like the Giants and KOG and Bacon Time, if they go all the way, if they end up getting the grand finals first, and maybe even if they end up becoming the first champions, remember, this is a team that went through open qualifiers. They weren't invited. They had to grit and grind for it to get to that point. Still, we can't get ahead of ourselves. We cannot take out the possibility that maybe Bacon Time will be able to force this game number 5, will be able to rediscover their sauce, temper their own aggression, not be too lost in their own leads, and just play the type of game that you need to play, stick to the fundamentals, your checklist of what you need to do first before you commit to play, and then they go for it. Still though, it's just tough, you know. Maybe it's because of the nature of how we see like underdog stories as Filipinos, but I just can't help but think that we may be seeing ACT just take it here in this game number 4.
Yeah, well, honestly, I might just be with you when it comes to that one, because I can't also help but feel excited to see like them really make it all the way through. Like if they go further from here and who knows actually makes it to the international debut, that's something I would be so hyped to see. Like the twins making it to that stage, this all Thai team really making it that far. It's just such a great story overall. But I'm also still gonna keep an eye out for Bacon Time, because just the same, like Bacon Time and their reputation in their region is definitely also something else. And the way that Spider Miles and Exor 2 as players have made it this far as a mid duo, and again taking that shared captain role or leadership role for Bacon Time to make it all the way here, and also being like a statement team themselves, because they're not the typical team when it comes to the playstyles. They really have their own flavor, which is something really familiar to us and reintroduced in a sense for Thailand and Bacon Time through them. But whatever happens, it's just that we're really hoping they're able to give it their all, because it's been a really beautiful series so far, despite everything that we saw. That's why it pains us to see those kinds of mishaps, those kinds of mistimed presses on buttons, like that retribution earlier on.
Yeah, like think about it. If ever Bacon Time lose this one, it's gonna be the top 1 and top 2 teams of the regular season, waiting, fighting it out to see who's gonna face the team that placed 5th. They are smack dab in the middle of the standings between a 3-way 6-point tie between Tenacity, Buriram, and United. Tenacity
Yeah.
just edged it out because their point differential is 1 over Buriram and ACT. Buriram just edged out over ACT because they got to sweep ACT on May 3. ACT have already gone through Buriram United. They've gone through KOG. They might just finish out Bacon Time here. And
Yeah.
they didn't even need to face off Tenacity. So the remaining teams in the playoffs, if ever, ACT have already beat everyone that was placed on top of them in the standings.
That's right. Oh, that just makes the story a lot more meaningful
Right?
if ever ACT are actually able to make it through. So, okay, I I I am just really hoping we see the best from these two. It's gonna be expanding Rivers and ACT on the blue side yet again. Let me pull up the previous draft that we got to see from these two teams. Okay, they just switched up their sides. It's still the same. They never really want to let go of this Valir for some reason.
Yeah. It was a really strong pick for Exort, and it makes trading in the center of the map difficult. ACT are locked in. They don't want to pick up the Bacha. They will just not give it to B-Boss. I think at this point, ACT don't mind if B-Boss end up with something like either like Harley or Suyo. It seems like they've looked at B-Boss and said, you know what, okay, end up with those assassins. We don't mind. Sarah seems to have his number in the jungle.
Yeah, Sarah seems to be on point today, honestly, in terms of his jungling. So, let's see what will be the main changes apart from the Baksha ban, because it feels like the gold lane is gonna be a lot more open now too, if ever they are going to stick with the more common bans. So it's the Harith Claude might just be open for the trades if ever none of them take it out, because I feel like that was also something that forced out the Obsidia pickup, which I don't think it was really you could consider it to be something forced out because it worked out really well for them. There was a Maniac even. Or the Freya. Yeah, the Freya was actually dealt with, so even then ACT take it out.
I think they're gonna be locking in either a Marcel and Juicin as their priority here. With the Phoveus also gone. Honestly, it's whatever ACT decides here, it's for domination. They want to take control. They don't want this to be a long game. They want to come out of the gate fast, hard, and just shocking Bacon Time, not allowing them to get into position whatsoever. And if they really want to do that, only two heroes can help you do that at the center of the map. That's the Marcel, that's the Juicin.
Okay, so with the Freya already out, the last man could be Kalea. Okay, a lot of the more common roam picks taken out.
Oh, that was the other one I had in mind, but I didn't think that they'd actually be crazy enough to go for it. They respect the Harith from guns, and they just put it in the hands of Lukeo. Again, another hero that he shined with yesterday. This is the most ego of all ego picks in this scenario, where you are one game away from just making it to the grand finals. And you know what? I respect it.
Yeah, I mean the matchup is gonna be there either way. The Claude option is still gonna be up for grabs for guns later on, but at this point, considering the amount of picks that are open, like the Juicin is actually still out there. Oh, they still prioritize it too. It's a Juicin Claude pickup for Bacon Time.
They're going to be playing the longer game here. Still get the Juicin. At least they take that away. With the Khalid gone, honestly, just pack the Marcel or the Hilda. Either of those two would be great. You get your jungler now also. If you're Seros, the Harley Suyo trade is still active. At this point, it's tough for me to really decide what to go for. If they want to be absolutely sure with it without the Boxer, they can just pick up the Harley.
Yeah, it's just that I already have the Harith, so it's gonna be mostly magic if ever you do lock in the Harley here. So there you go for the Sora Prio and the Harley. So there we. Oh, I start smiling even with the juice in. Okay. Could be the option here for bacon time before we. Do they also lock in their jungler? For B boss. Suyo still active.
Yeah, they might just have to. It's always tough to lay more when there's a Sora around. Or maybe save their jungle for later and then. I don't know if B-Boss has it in him to play the Lancelot. Oh, they go back to the Akai. Are they gonna try to run it back with an Estes or something despite it being in a Harith or Sora lineup? Let's see.
An Estes Akai. That seems quite hard to manage though, but like if it's a bit too far from everything. Plus it's a Claude, so you would expect the BMI to also put him out of range if ever things get really messy. So maybe the other support roamers would be more of an option for bacon time. It's funny though. It's funny how ACT no longer just care about the roam picks. They just decide to completely snub banning out Spider Miles heroes ever since game 2. Probably accepting how he's never gonna run out of options anyway. So it's just really XP picks that they're taking out at this point.
I think the Florin won't even cut it. They also need more damage sustainability in EXP, so either the Yuzhong Lapu is fine, you don't need to worry about the Valentina. Some extra bits of lockdown. Arlot would have been quite awkward for me, so kind of surprising to me that they decided to ban it out, but we know how devastating a really good Arlot game could be, honestly, so maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, I may, or even the combo between the Arlot Akai, maybe it's like it's so way back, but it was once a thing. So Spider Miles still has all his options laid out for him. If ever he does want to go up for a utility roamer type of plan still. But you already know what your XP matchup is gonna be, so let's see if they prioritize that. Okay.
There you go.
Yuzhong.
Yeah, this balance it out a little bit better. As long as they time it really well, then could be a lot of space for the Akai. I think the room for ACT just even packing in a high loss is going to be tough because of the Akai and Yuzhong, but you just need that revitalize. You need that extra bit of healing and a slight bit of crowd control. Gatot's going to be tough.
No.
I really feel like high loss is going to be the safest bet here. Not even a Cho would be that great unless you're really just going to use it to force out the heavy spin of the Akai. Hilda, you put too much pressure on the Sora to be able to hold down the front. So yeah, have to go pick off. We mentioned the Marcel earlier and they still end up getting it. Just the long way around that. They get the Marcel and the Zetian combo together. Which is funny in the sense that it's not the easiest combo to pull off. But if you time it, it's good. If you don't, then you completely waste it. Oh, the Matilda makes a comeback! One of the picks that we thought would show up earlier shows up now!
Okay, this is one of the most interesting games draft-wise that we will probably see. Matilda Akai. Okay, maybe you know what? Like, whoever they decide to pair up the Matilda with, I will just watch and wait for whatever the plan is gonna be for Spider Miles here. At least they have a lot of ways to just help each other. Because I think even, like, especially without the presence of an Esmeralda now, you would need all those clutch shields to keep you alive, considering the pressure that you would expect from this draft that ACT decides to pull off. It's still a Harley. There are global ults everywhere. There's a golden R. So let's see how they utilize this Mathilda as it makes its comeback here in MSL Thailand.
Yeah. Huh. They force out the passive already from the Zetian? Interesting. Or does she not get that until later? I know she has that early. Yeah, they just forced it out much earlier. I think Exor just... Spider-Man just flew into the Zetian and took it out immediately. So that's going to be an opening. Orange start for B-Boss. We'll play around for the Little Wanderer. So will Seros, who started with purple. So it's a mirror start. And it will go to the side of B-Boss. Who'll be able to go back into this jungler rotation. I think he has to go Golem here, then go for purple into Lizard so that he'll hit level 4.
Yeah. Never imagined I'd be seeing like two of the historically most annoying roamers go head to head, because it's a Marcel just constantly doing that. But the Mathilda before also used to be very similar to the Marcel in terms of what it gets to accomplish in the early stages of the game. But I guess it's also just really Bacon time taking the more careful route. Cannot afford to really find or get an early slip up considering the kind of lineup that they're pulling off. It's gonna be waiting for guns all over again for this lineup.
Yeah. Okay, Sylvie's been holding into the Spectral Brush for a long time, but I think they now both have the info where they are at. They get to check the Marcel. B-Boss will miss the dash. The headbutt onto Sylvie. Will be able to clear out the middle minion wave. Both junglers level 4. Karn's also level 4. They have to time it with the Yuzhong, who's still clearing wave. There he is, level 4 for the Yuzhong.
Okay, that's the Black Dragon form already committed, but Cairo goes in first! He finds Spider Miles. How unfortunate for Bacon time, as ACT also secures the turtle. Seros will get traded out though, but then Cairo finding a double. Lukeo also joining in the fight, but won't have enough damage to take out B-Boss. 2 for 1.
Yeah, first turtle goes to ACT. They got a kill here and there, but Seros ended up becoming a trade piece as he gets taken out. Early aggressive rotations from the two gold laners. So appreciate that Guns is matching the exit out of the gold lane that you know that Harith is going to do also. So they're both double laning. Guns was also able to provide some additional firepower to make sure that they get those kills, get some trades, and stop ACT from just taking control very quickly, very early on. Goes back to a more static position, but now I think, yeah, they have to see if they can help Spider Miles a little bit better with Cairo around, because that was just an easy jump and Thunder's Wrath on the Matilda. Spider Miles got melted down by the Sora.
Yeah, it's terrifying if you think about it, because it kinda makes sense for Cairo to go for Spider Miles first whenever there's like a team fight or an objective take, because you see him use the Guiding Wind. The amount of ways for a Sora to just chase after you, it's just so dependable. Considering how a Mathilda could be an easier target too, it's been very rewarding for them to go for that choice, because Exort I think was also a really decent option, but the fact that there still could be like those Crimson Beacon plays also, it's basically the same. It's just depending on who you see more fitting to be a priority target, I guess, for ACT. But nonetheless, Cairo is a huge threat, especially as we saw Kang right now forced to use that Black Dragon form yet again. There will be a bit of a help now from Spider Miles, and they find Seros in exchange of Kang. I think that will be pretty decent, but a Cairo is on a roll. 4-0 early on the Sora. B-Boss though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turtle's gonna go to the side of Bacon time though. Still ACT, they know the weight of the Yuzhong in terms of the execution game plan of Bacon time, so they waited for his rotation and actually picked him off. Still a really crazy combo with the tail sweep coming in from the Yuzhong plus the Guiding Wind to help secure that kill, and I believe extra shot stack that they just needed onto Seros before they could finally take him down. So if they're gonna disengage, I think they play it mainly for the Yu Zhong. And disengage if ever, you just need to save B-Boss.
I am now starting to see how maybe what could be one of the biggest like roles for the Mathilda in this game might just be the lockdown capability. Kong! Okay, what a dive we got to see from ACT right there. Saros immediately gets out of it. Sword and Spider Miles get spotted here in the mid by Sylvie. Okay, going back. Yeah, because Mathilda still has that lockdown capability. So Saros, so far, those 2 deaths were all mainly because Spider Miles was able to somehow lock him down.
It looks like we could be seeing an MVP performance here for Cairo. Oh, he's going at it again. If he gets this with the Petrify, the tail sweep, the counter by Kangkang, but he cannot commit the fight. But here comes B-Boss. Saros and Cairo back off. Exort there for the cut alongside B-Boss. They're not going to commit it. Could have been disastrous for both.
Oh, Cairo's still alive. That could have been a shutdown for Kangkang. A small shutdown, also using the Petrify right there, but Cairo too quick to adjust. He's also 1,000 gold ahead, more or less, so that just shows you something in terms of how trickier it might be to take him down. Okay, that's a Zan first use up top. Guns goes back in with the blazing duet, and now he gets caught by Flukeo and Sylvie. In exchange of that turtle, Bacon Time were able to secure down bot.
Cross map trades. Past 2 turtles have gone to Bacon Time, with ACT trading it out on the opposite side of the map instead. In the long run, this might actually turn out better for them, but oh, with the return, Spider Miles still locked there on the Saros, but the golden hour saves them. The heavy spin animation continues. Flukeo goes in with the Zaman Force, dancing on B-Boss. No one falls.
Saros walked around possibly one of the most dangerous routes, but still survives. Cairo 1v1 again with Kangkang. Are they gonna push through? Cairo might not want to fight Kangkang at this point, but going back, yeah, Saros, he did not go through a shortcut. He was literally walking around that turret, but still made it out alive thanks to the golden hour. Now Kangkang will go down as Saros finds him with the deadly magic.
There is... Oh, a lot of damage coming out from this Harith. Oh my. Still, Bacon Time are just... It feels like they're trying to put out fires across the map, and one big fire on the opposite side has been that Sora. Cairo took a fair bit of damage there, but he's stopping B-Boss. No flow towards the bot side minion wave. Looking at the items, Kangkang needs to go for that Radiant Armor because of the damage coming out already from the main magic damage sources of ACT. Which puts them in an awkward spot because of the heavy physical damage getting dished out by Cairo as the Sora. I appreciate though that Karns also rushed the Divine Glaive, knowing that instead of trying to slow things down and play for utility with the Zetian, you play for just getting your damage much quicker, much early on. Again, ACT are operating with that mindset of just pure aggression. Cairo finding Kangkang again. He keeps having to use his Black Dragon form to just try and stop. Saros survives, but not any longer. Heavy spin. Here comes the counter from Bacon Time. As that is a shutdown on the Sora. Heading into this Lord. No Saros. And ACT might have just been too overzealous. Bacon Time look to get this Lord unless Sylvie gets the delay alongside Karns.
Oh, that was such a great attempt from Karns. He nearly saved him right there. Oh, but ACT are still going for the fight. Golden R freezes the Lord. Sylvie once again going in, and it's Flukeo who actually gets to secure the objective. What a play from ACT.
How do you recover from that? How do you recover from that? B-Boss was there. Was he still caught in the golden hour? I'm sorry, I have to go back and watch the replay on a separate screen here. Did he just not press Retribution again? No way. He just... Oh, it was on cooldown. It was on cooldown. 2 seconds.
The golden R was just too perfect. Sylvie was able to extend so much of that Lord fight. I am at a loss for words. That was a golden hour that really turned things around for ACT. Another golden hour committed here just to keep the Lord up for a bit longer. Immobilize 4 guns. That's a blazing 2 and already cancelled out. Oh my goodness, Saros was ready. Fortunately, the guiding wind and the heal will keep guns alive. But ACT, they're taking as much as they can.
And they will keep this up because they know what is at stake. The first slot in the grand finals. Cairo, he's been taken down once, but he's been unstoppable for majority of the series. Kang has been effectively taking out a lot of major sequences because he's been too busy in lane trying to deal with the Sora. And without the Black Dragon form, the similar problems that Bacon Time had in game number 2 will arise. ACT are feeling it and it looks like it is inevitable, but here comes a fly-in! But the golden hour is perfect! Just slightly off timing, but it still hits X-Sword! ACT! Remember the names and remember the letters as they might be on their way to cementing themselves as grand finalists. There are still Holy Shields to work through, minion waves to work through, but that is a dagger in the game if I've ever seen one.
With a flicker committed by Spider Miles, it was just a quick punish shown to us by ACT. A single golden hour enough to turn things around. Another deadly magic onto Kang. The Holy Shields actually going down just in time, so ACT could access these 2 base turrets. Everything is just favoring ACT so far, seconds away from this next Lord.
If Bacon Time eke this out and is still miraculously able to secure the Lord, back off and minimize losses, then that would be one for the books. But they find Sora, they find Cairo, they force out an ultimate already. Guns with the free hits, but Guns gets saved. But the Fury of the Phoenix just stuns him just enough in time. The golden hour, a snapshot to be immortalized in Thailand as Kang falls. But Guns with a blazing to it gets blasted by ACT.
B-Boss, he tried his best to at least clear out a bit more of the minion waves in mid, but he has to recall, he has to provide help, but with no heavy spin, what can they do? Spider Miles trying his best, circling Eagle already committed, but ACT are just moments away. They take down B-Boss and they take the win on towards the grand finals for the first ever MSL Thailand.
Sylvie, Carnes, Piper, Sheros, and Flukeo etch their name in the history books. The first team to make it to the grand finals in the first ever season of MSL Thailand. Number 1 from the open qualifiers. Legacy made, bar set, ACT.
It's been such a beautiful journey and story for ACT. All the way towards the grand finals. And GG's to Bacon Time just the same. They stuck with an idea, but ACT had more ways around it. They were able to study their opponents so well. And this golden hour play, my goodness!
We really thought, well, especially I really thought that this Marcel would be coming as the first pick. Because you know when you are in the lead like that, that's a pick that you want to go for if you just want to be dominant and end it quick. But then they surprised, and suddenly it still made it to the end after some great pickups along the way. The ego pick and rushing the Harith, while also it being respect. Oh, I don't know. They rushed the Harith. They still got the sword. They got the Harley. 3 power picks right off the bat. Bacon time then was with their Yu Zhong out of the picture again, single-handedly handled by the Sora, by Cairo. Intense. It wasn't just a great draft. It was also them really just playing it perfectly.
Yep. I'm so excited to hear from our first grand finalist here in MSL Thailand, so let's quickly throw it over to the stage.
เสียงแบบดัง
กระ
มา
หึ่
ก
มกระหึ่ม
หอว่าใหญ่แล้วแต่เมื่อกี้เสียงคือแบบดังทั่วหอเลย
ใช่
ต้องบอก
ใช่
เลยว่าจริงๆเมื่อกี้เป็นเกมที่แบบสูสีมากเลยเนาะทั้ง3เกมเราเล่นกันกี่เกม4
เราเล่นกัน4 เกม
เราเล่นกัน4อาจจะเบอร์ลุ้นเกินวันนี้มันลุ้นคือแบบว่ายื้อยุดฉุดยื้อแบบฉุดกระชาก
จ้ะพลิกไปพลิกมา
ก็คือรู้สึกยังไงคะตอนนี้เราเป็นทีมที่เข้าไปรอแล้วในแกรนด์ไฟนอล
ก็ปลดล็อกครับแล้วก็มีความสุขมากครับตอนนี้
ฟุกิโอล่ะ
ก็ดีใจครับว่าไม่คิดว่าจะมาได้ไกลขนาดนี้ครับ
โอ้ยเหนือความคาดหมายเนาะ
แต่หลังๆ ACT ดับดีมากเลยเนาะพี่บาง
ใช่ใช่ใช่
อันนี้อยากหน้าใช่ใช่ภูมิใจพลาวใน
พี่ก็ชมตอนอยู่ที่โต๊ะข้างหลังก็ยังบอกเลยว่าโหใส่รองเท้ารอเลยอ่ะแล้วแบบว่าเห็นจังหวะสโนว์บอลสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้เอาและใส่รองเท้ารอแล้ว
สุดยอดมากคิดว่าจุดไหนในเกมเมื่อกี้เนาะที่ทำให้ทีมเราเนี่ยชนะมาได้
ก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องเล่นใจเย็นนะครับเพราะว่าตัวเราค่อนข้างใช้เงินนะครับต้องฟาร์มไปเรื่อยๆแล้วพอถึงกลางเกมก็โหดครับ
แค่รอทามมิ่งที่ใช่นะกับตัวละครที่ดับมา
การล่ะ
สำหรับผมอย่างอื่นก็เลยก็ที่ดาบครับผมรู้สึกว่าดาบตาท้ายผมต้องทีมแบบเล่นง่ายมากครับต้องขอบคุณโค้ชที่ใช่
โอ้โหขอบคุณโค้ช
ชาโด
โค้ชยิ้มเลยโค้ชยิ้มอยู่ข้างหลังเลย
ตอนนี้พวกเราเชื่อใจกันมากครับก็เลยทำให้เล่นได้ดีอย่างที่เห็นเลยครับ
แล้วตอนแรกไม่เชื่อใจเหรอ
เชื่อใจอยู่
ก็เชื่อใจ
ขึ้นไปอีก
ใช่
เจอกันกับเบคอนครั้งเนี้ยต่างจากครั้งที่แล้วไหมเพราะครั้งที่แล้วเขาชนะเรา 2-1
ใช่ครับครั้งที่แล้วที่เจอเบคอนตอนรอบเก็บคะแนนแพ้ 2-1รอบนี้กลับมาชนะ 3-1 ก็รู้สึกแตกต่างครับ
พอใจแล้ว
ยังไม่พอใจ
ยังไม่พอใจ
ผมพอใจตอนที่ผมได้แชมป์ครับ
พวกเกียวอ่ะพูดบ้าง
ก็เบคอนก็มีแผนเซอร์ไพรส์ครับก็แต่พวกเราก็รับมือได้ครับ
นี่
เตรียมดับแก้
สติและความเชื่อใจมาเป็นอันดับ1นี่
สุดท้ายคิดว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยจะได้ไปเจอใครในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลในวันพรุ่งนี้
สำหรับผมคิดว่าตอนเบคอนเจอ KLG ผมคิดว่าเบคอนชนะครับ
เท่าไหร่ชนะเท่าไหร่
เอาเป็น60-40ไปกันครับเพราะว่าเบคอนค่อนข้างมีแผนที่หลากหลายครับต้องดูว่า KLG เขาจะแก้มาได้หรือเปล่า
พวกกิโยล่ะ
ผมอยากให้เบคอนเข้าครับผมอยากเจอกันNCอีกครั้งหนึ่งครับ
NC เจอ NC คือยอมจริงๆนะเด็กมันชอบขิงกันจริงๆเลย
เด็กเราก็ยังเด็กนะเราก็ยังเด็กโอเค
ฝากอะไรนิดนึงเนาะกับแฟนๆเนาะโหเนี่ยวันนี้มาเชียร์เราแบบดังมากจริงๆเป็นกำลังใจสำคัญเลยนะแบบมีอะไรฝากบอกแฟนๆนะทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ออนไลน์นิดนึง
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับก็พวกเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับเราจะเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้นะครับ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์นะครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่สนับสนุนครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้งทีมBCTหรือทีมเบคอนไทม์นะครับที่แบบมาเชียร์ทุกคนก็มีผลต่อวงการเกมครับแล้วก็ผมจะตอบแทนทุกคนด้วยการเอาแชมป์ในวันพรุ่งนี้ครับ
ยเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศพูดให้แทนแฟนคลับข้างล่างเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศเลิศตอบดีมากตอบดีมากเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ให้น้องๆเนาะไปพักแล้วก็ไปดีใจกับทีมกันข้างในซะหน่อยขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
I know we've been saying so much about the stories of ACT and what they've been through, and now it's just so fulfilling to see them smile like that on stage during the winners interview.
Yeah, again, their journey from the open qualifiers, being an uninvited team, going 6th in the standings at the end of the regular season, to now the first team to make it to the grand finals. Along the way, they took down top 1 and top 2. Top 1 was undefeated. Top 2 just barely made it to that spot. Congratulations to ACT. Well deserved. Insane gameplay. How the things that they did in that final game was just otherworldly, honestly. The decision to just lock in some of the biggest ego heroes that you could go for and play it to near perfection. Perfect.
Yep. I know I did predict for Bacon Time, but I love how this series turned out. It was super well deserved. Wow, that's such a cute way to secure the MVP title, Cairo. Like, you were the main threat even for Spider Miles. You started out the game showing that Spider Miles could not play as easily as he wanted to.
Yeah, Bacon Time did not have an answer for this Sora. They took him down once, and then after that, it was like, okay, cool. What else? What else are you gonna do to me now? Single-handedly taking out Kangkang. There were a lot of signs, and I think Kangkang is actually a very popular player in Thailand. A lot of signs for Kangkang, saying he's the best EXP laner, showing support for him. But Cairo definitely had his number. Cairo was the presence that, dare I say, almost single-handedly won this for ACT because of the impact that he had in the big picture of things. Not to discredit everything else, the other members of ACT and what they did, but the impact of the Sora was so obvious.
Yeah, that was an early 4-0. And we saw, see, it's always been like double kills across the board, and the fact that not even Yuzhong Turtle 1 felt like a problem meant that he was already able to do so much for his team in terms of managing his lane matchup. And it's been so easy for like Seros and the other members just to provide assistance whenever they rotate down bottom, because he pretty much also single-handedly just made sure that Kangkang was not able to play his game. And so we look at what eventually transpired after this really great start that we got to see from ACT. Everyone just were able to do their own thing. There were these perfectly timed golden hours. There were these very perfectly timed Fury of the Phoenix as well. And it's just so refreshing to see this team from the open qualifiers actually learn and grow so much in a short amount of time. Who knows what they've been studying and where they've been trying to learn and pick up all these things, right? It seems like they just really put everything, mixed everything, and found an identity for themselves.
Yeah, it's cool that that's how you see it, because it just adds even more to the lore and the figure that is ACT. That we don't know much about them. Maybe our friends over in Thailand, but I hope this ends up becoming such a big point of inspiration for anyone in Thailand who decides to take a career towards the pro scene of MLBB. That a bunch of dudes from the open qualifiers can show up and play ball and just go nuts with it. What a story for ACT. What a game. The Marcel, and I think it's also poetic to it that the Zetian being one of the top picks for Thailand this
Yeah.
season ends up becoming part of the lineup that makes it to the grand finals first.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also like them winning against a very Bacon time type of lineup. Like we're pretty sure this is a lineup that Bacon time would normally play and that they're very familiar with because it's the Akai for B boss. It's a utility roamer. Although again, it is the first Mathilda game we got to see, but everything else feels very signature for Bacon time. So it was really just ACT outperforming them in this game and in this series as a whole. I guess it's really something you could say or consider as as one of the pros when you just really play the longer route. Like you're always you're always playing, the momentum is just always there, and you learn so much more of how the current meta is along the way. So we got to see that in action from ACT and the way that they took this victory from Bacon time.
Congratulations to them. Hard to expect now. I have a feeling though that for tomorrow, we're gonna be heading in to the closing portions of this segment. You ain't gonna see my prediction, but I'm gonna lay it down. I think it's gonna be KOG going to the grand finals. They had Bacon Time's number. I think it was also a very, how do I call this? A very enlightening game to watch if you're KOG, waiting to see who you're gonna face off. Because now it feels like you know very well how Bacon Time want to play, and how Bacon Time want to draft, and where specifically you're gonna put your pressure on. Spider Miles and B-Boss. Take those two out, and Bacon Time just has a lot of difficulty of playing their game. Well, for ACT, if KOG are now going to be looking at ACT, you look at it position to position, roll to roll, because it's rare to find it these days that an EXP laner playing solely in the EXP lane and just showing up the objectives ends up becoming the big reason why the team ends up winning.
Yeah, it's tough because you reveal so much, but it's something they will definitely utilize as we head into another interview on stage.
เราเป็นฝ่ายนำแต่ว่าเรารักษาแบบว่าโกลีต่อไปไม่ได้มีช็อตผิดพลาดเล็กๆน้อยๆเราต้องยอมรับว่าเกมที่4เขาทำได้ดีกว่าจริงๆครับแต่ว่าหลักๆน่าจะเป็นเกมที่2กับเกมที่3มากกว่าที่เราเป็นฝ่ายนำแต่ว่าเรารักษาแบบว่าโกลีต่อไปไม่ได้มีช็อตผิดพลาดเล็กๆน้อยๆค่อนข้างเยอะครับเรื่องทามมิ่งค่อนข้างเยอะ
แล้วเขาทำได้ดีกว่าในส่วนของการดับมาแก้เราด้วยไหม
ก็ต้องยอมรับครับว่าเขาก็แก้หน้างานได้ดีแล้วก็เตรียมตัวละครมาดีมากครับก็เป็นเขาทำได้ดีกว่าในวันนี้ครับ
แล้วโค้ชคิดในมุมมองของโค้ชเนี่ยคือการที่เราเจอกับ ACT รอบนี้ต่างจากรอบที่แล้วยังไงคะเพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วเนี่ยคือเราชนะเขามา 2-1 แต่รอบนี้เนี่ยคือเราไม่ชนะเขาแถมยังเป็น 3-1 อีกด้วย
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยผมมองว่าวันนี้ ACT เตรียมกันบ้านมาได้ดีมากๆนะครับเขาก่อนหน้านี้ตอนที่เราเจอเขาในรอบเก็บแต้มเรามองว่าเขาเป็นทีมที่เล่นค่อนข้างกล้าได้กล้าเสียเล่นเสี่ยงเล่นกล้าบวกแต่ว่าวันนี้ก็เขาเล่นดึงได้ดีมากแม้แต่ว่าเขาจะเล่นตัวที่เป็นตัว engage แต่ว่าเขาก็ยังเล่นดึงได้ดีครับก็ยินดีกับ ACT ด้วยครับวันนี้
ตอนนี้เราก็ต้องกลับไปเตรียมแผนมาเจอกับ KOG แทนแล้วใช่ไหมคะสำหรับในวันพรุ่งนี้เนาะสายล่างแล้วเราคิดว่าเราจะกลับมาได้ไหมในแกรนด์ไฟนอล
ก็ส่วนตัวผมพยายาม positive ตลอดนะครับก็พยายามเชียร์น้องๆเสมอก็เราก็ทำเต็มที่ครับเราจะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ในทุกๆเกมครับ
ได้เลยค่ะขอบคุณโค้ชโนเอลด้วยนะคะตอนนี้ก็ขออนุญาตค่ะส่งกลับไปให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนนะคะ
Thank you so much to Minimint. We still see how there are definitely a lot of active viewers who are eager to share their thoughts about what has recently happened and probably about what is about to happen for tomorrow, because we are all fast approaching the last day of the playoffs. As previously mentioned by Renmar, he already dropped down his own predictions that he thinks it's going to be KOG versus ACT. How interesting is that? You know, like, who would have thought the top seed will be going up against the 5th seed in the grand finals? Because I think like that statistically speaking, even in our own MPL region, that doesn't happen a lot of times. Like fifth seed.
Yeah, it's almost always 1 to 3 that ends up facing each other. I think even 3 is in the really awkward spot because it's also quite rare to see the third place make it to the grand finals. We've seen it once where a 6th place team made it to the grand finals, and Omega, I believe it was in season 9. So yeah, hopefully we get to actually have that in our own playoffs. It's cool that they got to interview the coach there at the end. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was Coach Noel from Bacon Time that they got to interview after the one that we just saw. So hey, they got some words from him after the loss, and hopefully we can do that in MPLPH. Maybe we should try to suggest it. That's really cool that Thailand has
For
that.
playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do it. We could do it on stage 2, like right after everything, because like you don't get to really speak with the minds behind the teams a lot of times. Like you sometimes get to see them in the winners interview, but it's not like it's not specifically for them. It's more on the players, and then they just occasionally jump in to say something, or if the players just want to make them sing. Like, there are a lot of random things happening on stage, so it's great to see that there's a dedicated time for the coaches. And we have another one coming our way, so let's see who this is this time.
Wait, there's another interview?
Okay, wait. I think it's.
I think you just read the old previous message. You just read the previous message.
Oh, okay. So, we are gonna look at the updated playoffs bracket instead. So, you see how, ACT will be waiting in the grand finals, but we still have lower bracket finals between KOG and Bacon Time.
And of course, ACT waiting in the grand finals. It can be a best of 7 series. Oh, if I'm KOG and Bacon Time, I'm looking to end that series quick. They're gonna go into battle right afterwards, maximize the rest time that you could get, and good luck to everyone. It's been a great ride here for MSL. I've been lucky enough to, my schedule was free enough that I wasn't lucky enough to be able to also cast 3 games. So hey, if there's anyone from Thailand watching this or who gets to watch this, I hope that English talents in Thailand also come out. It took a few seasons, but Cambodia has their own English talents as well.
Yeah.
So, and I know we have some good friends in Thailand who are salivating at the opportunity to cast our home league, and I hope they get it. And you know what, Thailand, you guys are cool. It's been an honor. You guys rock.
That's true. It's also been a huge honor. I specifically got to witness the beginning of MSL Thailand Season 1 and now the second to the last day. So I feel like there's been such a huge time skip. Like if we were to put it in like the language of maybe watching an entire series or something, that I was occasionally able to see, but there's just so much more behind that of course you no longer get to witness in front of your screen. So I'm just really proud of everyone, all the players who really made it this far, and those who weren't and are still going to, of course, give it a shot next time. It has been a pleasure. It's Brigida and Renmar joining you for the English broadcast in the last day of the playoffs. Now I think it's about time we throw it over to the stage to officially close the show. Bye-bye.
ว่าวันนี้ก็เดินทางมาจนถึงช่วงสุดท้ายของงานในวันนี้นะคะแล้วก็เราได้สำหรับ3ทีมที่แกร่งที่สุดในวันนี้
ใช่แล้ว
เพื่อก้าวเข้าไปสู่การแข่งขันในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะ
จะเจอเป็นสายล่างก่อนเนาะพรุ่งนี้
ใช่ค่ะแล้วก็เป็นรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลในแมตช์สุดท้าย
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
นะคะสำหรับ3ทีมที่ผ่านเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะได้แก่ทีม King of Gamers นะคะหรือว่า KOG
ใช่แล้วและตอนนี้ที่ไปรอในแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วนั่นก็คือ ACT Esport Club ค่ะ
และก็ต้องไปลุ้นกันนะคะกับ Bacon Time ว่าเขาจะได้ที่3หรือว่าจะได้เข้าไปชิงแกรนด์ไฟนอลนั่นเอง
ใช่แล้วก็อย่างที่โค้ชบอกเนาะว่าเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาดูกันอีกทีว่ามันจะยังไงนะคะระหว่าง KOG กับ Bacon Time นะคะในเวลาเที่ยงตรงเนาะ สำหรับใครนะคะที่อยากจะมาดูสดๆเนาะก็มาดูได้นะคะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 ค่ะ เข้าชมฟรีแล้วก็มีกิจกรรมนะคะจากบูธพาร์ทเนอร์ของเราเยอะแยะมากมายเลย
ใช่ค่ะอยู่ด้านในฮอลล์นะคะแต่ว่าเมื่อทุกท่านมาแล้วนะคะก็อยากจะฝากกันเอาไว้นิดนึงว่าบริเวณด้านหน้านะคะเรามีบูธกิจกรรมเยอะแยะมากมายเลยอย่างจะเป็นการ์ดให้กำลังใจเขียนจากทางด้านนอกแล้วก็ถือเข้ามาร่วมเชียร์ในฮอลล์ได้แล้วก็ยังมีสแตนดี้นะคะที่เป็นสแตนดี้ไอดอลไม่ใช่ไอดอลที่ไหนก็คือเนี่ยแหละนักกีฬาใช่เป็นนักแข่งของเรานะคะสามารถถ่ายรูปคู่ได้แล้วก็โพสต์ลงโซเชียลมีเดียกันได้นะและที่สำคัญค่ะเรายังมีบูธกิจกรรม 5v5 ด้วยนะคะให้ทุกท่านได้เล่นกับนักกีฬา
ใช่มีนักกีฬาแบบบางทีมเขาว่างๆก็มาจอยมาเล่นแล้วก็ชนะก็ได้โคดี้ด้วย
ใช่อุ้ยอลังการการสร้างมากเลยแล้วก็ที่สำคัญนะคะหน้างานของเรายังมีสำหรับ QR code นะคะให้ทุกท่านสแกนสำหรับใครที่มีคำแนะนำคำติชมต่างๆอยากจะเสนอฟีดแบ็กก็สามารถที่จะสแกน QR code นะคะแล้วก็ร่วมเสนอข้อติชมต่างๆนะคะผ่านทางลิงก์นั้นได้เลย
จะได้เอามาปรับกันเนาะในซีซั่นหน้า
ใช่ซีซั่นหน้าก็จะเจอมิ้นแบบนี้
หรือเปล่าแต่สำหรับวันนี้นะคะก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะต้องขอบคุณเนาะพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนเลยนะคะพี่วาว่าพี่เบิร์ด5 Star นะคะและพี่ดร. มาร์คเนาะก็คือพากันแบบมันสุดๆเลย
อุตลุดมาก
มันเกินนักแข่งด้วย
ใช่แล้วก็ลุ้นสุดๆเลยและที่สำคัญขาดไม่ได้นะคะก็ต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกท่านนะคะทั้งที่อยู่ภายใน BCC Hall นะคะแล้วก็รับชมทางออนไลน์อยู่ด้วยทุกคนก็คือแรงผลักดันสำคัญนะคะที่ทำให้เกมของเราเนี่ยมีการพัฒนานะแล้วก็ยิ่งใหญ่มากขึ้น
ก็จะใหญ่ไปเรื่อย
ๆใช่ค่ะ
สำหรับวันนี้ก็มินนะคะมินนี่มินและพี่มะปางนะคะก็ขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะเจอกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ